501, 501. Called to school. While walking towards him, Ajax spoke. I read about people with a personality like yours in the books. You must be one of those who know nothing except shouting non-stop while showing no good results. Because of your explosion quirk, you must have had it easy most of your life. That made you cocky. Now, you still think you are at the top of the food chain. But, let me lift that curtain for you. Bakugo lifted his hand to send a blast at Ajax. But Ajax didn't even flinch. Go on, try it. But remember, the moment you shoot it, I will not hold back. Bakugo was about to shoot but Ajax held his fist with his palm. The explosion couldn't come out. Bakugo tried to get his hand free but couldn't. The more he tried to get away the more his fist started to hurt. With the other hand, Ajax grabbed his head. Today is a lesson for you. You will always be weak and worthless as long as you don't put a leash on your mouth. Oftentimes, things that can be solved with words escalate to full-on fights because of people like you. I seriously don't understand how the UA let you join the academy with such a problematic personality. But now that you are here, I will make sure to help my classmates achieve better results. You. Who do you think why? Ajax pressed his head onto the desk. Bakugo couldn't lift himself up no matter how much he struggled. I am Ajax. Maxim Universe, Komei and Yellow are my brothers, not Frog and Insect. Do you understand? Bakugo didn't speak as he was still fuming. But Ajax pressed harder. He knew that with people like these, it was better to show them where they stand at the beginning so they don't mess around with you later. Bakugo suddenly felt the pain. He's going to kill me. What the hell are the teachers doing? Do you understand? Ajax asked again. This time calmly. Bakugo nodded his head. Good. Ajax released him and turned around to walk to his new friends. I will kill you. Bakugo seemed to have gone into rage mode and he did not even think about his surroundings. There were so many students and it was a closed room. Boom. He sent fire explosions to where Ajax was standing with the others. Ajax was ready to blow the air out of his mouth to stop it. But he didn't need to do it. Yellow had it under control. All the fire was enclosed inside an invisible force field bubble. Good job, Yellow, Ajax said and opened the window so Yellow could throw away the fire. But it seems Bakugo wasn't finished. He wanted to go again. Calm down. Ida shouted, trying to de-escalate. But Bakugo was already about to fire, apparent from the sparks appearing on his hand. However, suddenly Bakugo's body got enclosed inside the ice. Only his head was free. They all looked at the back of the class and found out that the boy with the same hairstyle as Ajax did it. All the other students took a sigh of relief. They all were already gathered at the back of the class to get away from the fire. Ajax looked at the boy with the same hairstyle as his and smiled, thanks, brother. The boy nodded at him and sat down while Ajax looked at Bakugo in disappointment. Do you know what you just did? Door slides. The door of the class opened and a man with a tired look walked in. He looked around and saw the condition of the class. There were black burning marks in the middle of the class. Students gathered at the back and front. In the middle was a kid stuck in ice. He then walked back outside the class and looked up at the door to make sure he was in the right room. He then returned and asked, what happened? Ajax quickly spoke, good morning. This student here called my brothers Frog and Insect. I told him to mind his tongue in a bit verbally violent way while pressing his head on the table. But, he turned out of control and used his quirk to blast explosions. If not for my brother Yellow, this class would have been destroyed. Then, that brother over there froze him to stop his rampage. Everyone nodded profusely after hearing that. They were also shocked that Ajax told everything so truthfully without hiding the part that he was also a bit violent. Shota Izawa was the homeroom teacher of 1A. Shota was a very stern and mostly reserved man who had lofty expectations of his students. He was primarily moved by logic and does not believe in the necessity to maintain a clean-cut appearance or filter his words or ideas for others. He often comes off as cold, apathetic, and impatient, exerting very little energy in most situations, preferring to take naps in his sleeping bag instead. So, in this case, too, he decided to shrug it off, sigh I don't get paid enough for this. You three, and you two. Come with me to the principal's office. Ajax didn't care. Bakugo didn't care as he was still focused on Ajax. Only Shoto Todoroki was slightly troubled as he was being dragged into this situation for no reason. But he was a reserved person so he stayed quiet and followed. Komei sat on the head of Izawa the whole way, bombarding him with questions. Hey, what do teachers get to eat? Is it all free? Is there cake and chocolate too? Izawa just stayed quiet and kept on walking tiredly. Soon they came to the office. Inside, the whole incident was told to Nizu. The principal was drinking tea when he heard everything. He looked at everyone. Bakugo was still gritting his teeth and glaring Ajax. This was your first day and you all made such a blunder. I must ask your parents to come. They need to know about this. He said. Why am I being dragged into all this? I just stopped the class from getting destroyed. Shoto Todoroki, I know what you did was in good spirits but you froze Bakugo's whole body. Are you confident in your quirk manipulation that it wouldn't have harmed him? You did it in the absence of a teacher too, which is a violation of the rule. Principal Nizu said. In fact, he enjoys toying with humans. He still holds a grudge over the many experiments he went through. He comes off as slightly insane and unpredictable as a result. Ajax agreed. Okay, call my grandpa then. Nizu nodded. He also wanted to meet his grandpa. He was interested in this meeting because Ajax many times speaks of what his grandfather taught him and it was most of the time wise words. Katsuki Bakugo, you are too violent. I need to speak to your family. That one is a must. Grandma's recipe. Ring ring. The landline phone rang. Alexander picked it up. Yeah, Grandma's recipe. We are not open yet, so call in the eve. From Ajax's school? What happened? All right, I'll come. Alexander hung up. What happened, Grandpa? Amy asked, who was setting up flowers. It seems Ajax fought someone in the school and they asked me to come. Haha. I am feeling so nostalgic right now. Olivia was right. Sometimes doing things like normal people can be fun too. Alexander laughed. I will go with you, Grandpa, Amy said. Sure, sweetie. Let's go now. He said. He went to notify Olivia. What? I must go with you then. Little by little, everyone voiced that they wanted to go. Even Hats and Douglas, who had nothing to do with this but they just sensed that it would be fun. Soon, Alexander, Olivia, Amy, Dobby, Ragnarok, Iroh, Leonidas, Hats, and Douglas went out. Guys, we are just going there to talk and not destroy the building, Alexander warned them awkwardly. You can see Bakugo and Shota Aizawa on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 502. Golden Grandpa. They did not fly. Instead, Alexander had just spawned 3 Konoshinti cars and headed to school. Soon they got off at the front gates of the UA High School. The staff looked at them as if someone big had come. They weren't very wrong either. Remember, we are just to talk. Alexander reminded them. Dobby knew where the principal's office was, so they went there. Soon, they entered and found a few people were already there. Everyone got flustered by the entry of so many people. Dad, Grandpa. Ajax saw them and ran to them. Alexander ruffled his hair. What mess did you make now? Ajax embarrassingly smiled. I just got a little angry. Alexander looked up at the person who was supposed to be the principal. I am Ajax and Yellow's grandpa. What happened? I've been meaning to meet you. Why do you look so familiar? Nizu asked with interest. Oh, I am the Gold. Alexander was about to reveal his past identity but he was disturbed by a singing voice entering the room. Watermelon sugar I. Watermelon sugar oh I. This watermelon ice cream is so good. Komei appeared with an ice cream bucket in his hand and a spoon in his mouth. Alexander and all his family were just left speechless. Komei? What are you doing here? Alexander asked. Komei abruptly stopped singing and saw so many of his favorite people there. Oh, are you all here to eat watermelon ice cream? It is so tasty. Hat snatched his ice cream. Yes, we are going to eat all the ice cream and not leave anything for you. Komei's arms fell as if he was hopeless and traumatized. What? But... No. Hats. Give him his ice cream back. You know how much he loves it. Olivia scolded Hats. The fat cat would never disobey his grandma, so he gave it back. Geez, I was just kidding. Here, take it back, Komei. Hats said and ran to sit on Olivia's shoulder. How did you come here? Alexander asked again. I sneaked inside Ajax's bag and came here. Hehe, it was so much fun. Ajax got angry at that spiky-haired baby. That spiky-haired baby then boom bam threw explosions. It was pretty. Komei explained with sound effects. Hey, why are you calling me a baby? Bakugo erupted and received a knock on his head from his mother. Komei huffed. Hey. Only a baby throws tantrums like you, so you are a baby. Everyone in the room helplessly shook their heads. Bakugo was agitated but his mother held him down. Please continue, Principal, Alexander said. Nizu nodded. Yes, what Komei said was right. All of them were careless with their quirk. Miss Todoroki and Mrs. Bakugo, please keep an eye on Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo. Especially on Katsuki. From the Todoroki family, his sister had come because the circumstances involving his mother were complicated. On the other hand, Katsuki's mother had come and she was very cooperative. Then Nizu looked at Alexander. Mr. Universe, Ajax is too strong for his age. He needs to become more aware of his powers so that he does not mistakenly hurt someone too much. Alexander nodded. He was already training Ajax for this. But he had something else on his mind to talk about. Sure, by the way, I want to build a new facility in the UA. I do not like that you put kids in unreasonable danger in the name of training. They are not even adults yet. You need a system to evaluate kids first to understand how they react in a situation. If the kid acts mindlessly in a fight, then he should be first trained on learning how to act in a fight. So, I want to build a simulation fight training building. It will be created with cutting-edge technology with droids that can create a force field to physically test the students and also look like whatever you want. They will use 3D projections to simulate different realistic scenarios. This can also be used to train heroes who want to hone their skills. Nizu was a rare animal who possessed a quirk called High Spec. High Spec grants Nizu, an animal, unparalleled intelligence, perception, and comprehension that far surpasses that of a human. Through this quirk, Nizu was capable of thinking, speaking, and acting like a human. He immediately understood the amazing advantages of what Alexander offered. They already had Gym Gamma, but it was entirely made of concrete, which only Cementos was capable of manipulating to suit the personal needs of each of the students. The gym still had its own limitations. How strong will the droids be? Nizu inquired. Their level can be changed. It will go as high as 10% of All Might's strength. But imagine 10 such droids. You will then be training with the All Might power level. And because the number of droids will be high, it will be even more challenging than fighting real All Might. Alexander explained. Nizu was shocked. But he had a different concern. What if, this tech? Alexander stopped him. Don't worry. They will self-destruct the moment someone tries to tamper with its hardware or software. Nizu took a sigh of relief. UA didn't lack funding, so he asked the cost. How much will it cost us to make? Ha ha ha. It will only cost somewhere around $3 billion. But why would I ask you for money? My grandson studies here. It's my gift to him and UA. Alexander laughingly said. 3 billion, Nizu exclaimed in his mind. UA was rich but not this rich. Also, he was now extremely interested in knowing who this person was. Sir, you didn't tell me what you do? I've never heard of your name before. He asked. Haha, of course, you haven't heard it. I was not famous by my current name back in the days. Until 50 years ago, people around the world used to call me Golden Grandpa. Alexander revealed. Except for Alexander's family, everyone loudly exclaimed. Fuyamai Todoroki looked at him with stars in her eyes. Nizu was sitting like he was a mannequin unable to move. Bakugo had his jaw touching the floor and his mother had the same reaction as Fuyamai. What? According to Alexander's past. 50 years back, he was known around the world as the Golden Grandpa. He was always seen in golden shining robes and carrying a sword. He was unlike ordinary heroes. While heroes try to just beat the villains, he tries to help the people. He uses his wealth to feed the poor, get people treated who don't have money to go to the hospital. His deeds made him widely popular with common people no matter if they possessed quirk or not. But, then he retired and vanished from the public. Even his quirk was unknown and all they knew was that he had so many wide varieties of powers that it seemed he possessed all the quirks possible. Gee, Golden Grandpa. Fuyamai Todoroki stuttered. Alexander looked at her. What is it, child? I am a big fan of yours. I have read all the books about you. She was hyperventilating. Alexander laughed and materialized a glass of water in his hand. Calm down, here, drink. She gulped down the water and calmed down. How do you still look the same? Oh, my body is weird and my quirk allows me to be immortal. My quirk is called godhood and as the name suggests, my powers are godly. Alexander explained, although he was bullshitting, this was the best way to describe his power in this world's view. Then, can I have an autograph? She asked. Sure, why don't you all come with me? My family now runs a restaurant not too far away. It would be nice for these three to stay close and sort out their problems. Alexander suggested. Fuyamai nodded immediately. When else would she get a chance to talk with him? Alexander looked at the principal. So, what have you decided? When should I send my people to start construction? Nizu came out of the stupor. Anytime, sir. Actually, I would like to ask you for a favor. If you don't have a problem, can you become a teacher here? You don't need to take classes every day. Just a few lectures whenever you are free. Nizu asked. He was already thinking that if Alexander agrees, it would be very nice for the image of the UA and the morale of all the students and heroes. He was going to wait to announce the return of the legend. It needed to be planned perfectly to spread the name of UA all around the world. Alexander scratched his bead, sure. Nizu nodded excitedly, marvelous. You can take Ajax and Yalo with you for today. Alexander agreed and left the building with everyone. Bakugo and his mother also tagged along with them. You can see Nizu, Fuyamai, and Katsuki's mom on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 503. Sad past of Todoroki family. They arranged lunch at their restaurant. While everyone ate, Ragnarok, Dobby, and Douglas were sitting at another table. Ragnarok looked at Mitsuki Bakugo and muttered, she's pretty for a good-for-nothing kid like him. She's married, Dobby pointed out. Ragnarok scoffed, hey, I'm not a pervert. I'm just appreciating beauty. Also, I'm too old for her. Ragnarok then looked at Douglas, that white-haired girl is pretty too. You should start a family now, Douglas. What the hell are you talking about? Even if she multiplied her age by 100 I'd still be older than her. Also, I don't want to marry. I have my duties in heaven. Douglas said. Hats appeared and sat beside Douglas. What duty? Cutting grass. It is still better than lazing around and lusting over cat videos. Douglas countered with a critical hit. Komei, who was eating his food on the table beside them, heard the argument and quickly chimed in. But big bro Douglas, weren't you also looking at a picture of grass on your phone yesterday? Ah, I remember something I wanted to ask. Why were you rubbing yourself while looking at grass? Is grass tasty? There was silence for a few minutes on the table. Then Hats let out a snort from his nose, trying to hold his laughter. Wahahaha. Ragnarok also started howling in laughter. Why are you laughing, Grandpa Raggy? Aren't you going to lick every single gold coin in Drachium today? You said you were leaving your scent on them. What if someone else did it before you? Komei asked innocently and unknowingly, revealing secrets that shouldn't be told. Fuyamai Todoroki was an excellent chef at her home, so when she tasted the food she was immediately interested in knowing how it was made. Olivia was always happy to explain it to her. She even brought her to the kitchen to see it. Alexander didn't bother them and went to do his own thing in Fihame. He had already asked all the people with a brain to start analyzing it. They had done many tests till now, from simple blood group checks to DNA studies. But, no tool could help them. The blood was even acidic and burned anything that came in its contact. Alfred, what's the progress? Alexander asked. Alfred looked at him, this stuff is crazy. The amount of energy contained in even a single drop of blood is enough to detonate planets. This is like I found a small fusion reactor but I can't do anything about it. Alexander laughed, haha, you will find same kind of energy if you took mine and Jesus' blood sample. Anyway, I'm not planning on injecting this blood into myself. Who knows, it could corrupt me. Dobby also came to him, then let's keep it with us. We will use it when the time is right. Do you have an idea? Alexander asked. Dobby nodded and explained everything. When Alexander returned, he saw Olivia signaling him to talk to him. So, he went to her. What is it, Oli? He asked. I found the successor for this restaurant for when we will leave. That Fuyamai child is an expert chef. I want you to help her family. She explained. Oh, what is it? Last I heard, she is from a big influential family. Alexander asked. Olivia shook her head in pity. Sadly, having an influential family doesn't mean it is a happy family. She told me about the condition of her mother. Ah, her mother had a quirk marriage, she was basically bought by her husband for her quirk so her husband could get a strong enough heir who could beat All Might. He kept on forcing himself on her until she gave birth to her fourth child, Shoto, who possessed the quirk he was hoping for. He ignored his other kids as if they didn't exist then. After that, he basically abused the child in the name of training. She tried to stop her husband on many occasions but was beaten time and time again. She eventually snapped. I don't blame her, poor child was in a forced loveless marriage where she was just treated like a broodmare. She was sent to a psychiatric ward where she still lives. Alex, that man does not deserve everything he has. I feel disgusted that he is considered a hero and is looked on as a role model by many. Alexander was also saddened by the story. He was also thinking, how is he even considered a hero when he's the biggest villain in his own home? He patted her shoulder and assured her, don't worry, Oli. I will deal with him. Alexander looked at Dobby and Ragnarok. He then walked to Fuyamai. Child, I will drop you off at your house. Come. He offered. Oh, it's okay, I will take a taxi. She flustered. Alexander ruffled her hair, don't be shy. Also, I was not going to take the car. We will be flying to your home. Fly? She exclaimed. He nodded and made her slightly hover in the air. See, want to experience flying? Fuyamai was tempted. She nodded. Haha, let's go then. Soon, they came to the backyard. Okay, don't be scared. I will have everything in control. You just relax and enjoy the trip. As soon as he announced that, they started flying in the air. At first, Alexander made it slow but he slowly increased the speed. Haha, how do you feel? Alexander asked. Free, Fuyamai replied. Alexander looked at the kids, what about you, Shoto? He knew that the kid was a very reserved kind of person. Fresh, Shoto answered. Haha, yes, free and fresh. Fuyamai, where is your mother admitted? I have a special medicine that will make her well in a matter of seconds. Alexander offered. Fuyamai embarrassingly looked at him, Grandma Olivia must have told you. Sorry to bother you, sir. Hey, you called my wife Grandma and are calling me sir? No, that won't do. My hero name is Golden Grandpa, so it's okay to call me Grandpa. Also, I am not doing this out of just pity or anything. I am doing this because this is right and she deserves some good rest. Alexander said. Fuyamai nodded and took a long breath. Thank you. Don't mention it. Oli said you are an exceptional chef. Then treat me to something tasty. If you pass I will give you the recipe for butterbeer. Alexander offered. Fuyamo now had a determined face. She liked the butterbeer a lot and wanted to buy it for home. But then found out that it was homebrewed for internal use. Then you must come to our home. I will show you my cooking skills. She cheered. Alexander was happy that he could make her smile. After flying for a few minutes and being directed by Fuyamai, they reached the terrace of a hospital. They went to a single-occupant room. Inside sat a woman. She was a middle-aged woman with an average height and build. She had straight shoulder-length white hair with rather long bangs over her face. Her face had round features, having mellow expressions in casual situations. Her tired-looking eyes were brown-gray with reasonably long eyelashes. Alexander could see that this one had been through some traumatic experiences. Mom! Look who I brought! He is the great, Golden Grandpa. Fuyamai proudly announced her role model. Rei Todoroki looked at Alexander with a smile, thank you for visiting me. She had no idea what she should say to him. She just knew about his name and that was all. You can see Endeavor harassing his family and Rei Todoroki on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 504. Hero is the villain. Don't be so flustered, I am here to help you heal, Alexander revealed. Rei looked at her daughter, who nodded. Then she looked at her son, how are you, my son? Shoto just nodded and gave a short answer. An abusive father had left behind so many scars in his mind and heart. He would need some friends and jokes to open up. Alexander took out a vial from his jacket. Here, drink this. This will make you as fit as a sports person. She took the small vial and looked at it intently. It looked like water so she didn't know if this would make any difference. Drink it, Mom. Who knows what magical effect it will have? Her daughter encouraged her. Drink it, Mom. Even Shoto encouraged her. He had already forgiven her for accidentally burning her face. Sigh. Rei poured the content of the vial in her mouth and waited for the change to happen. She closed her eyes and only thought about getting better. She wished that if she could get better she would spend time with her children. After waiting for a few minutes, her complexion started to change. The dark circles under her eyes vanished. Her weak-looking facial expression changed into a normal one. What do you feel? Alexander asked. She clenched her fist and felt it. This. I feel strong. Haha, of course, you will. I had put many ingredients in it. Including phoenix tears. You have nothing to fear now. I hope you will now stand your ground and give love to your children that they deserve for so many years. Alexander advised her. Rei Todoroki was frightened by the prospect of having to fight her husband. He had left a very bad impression in her mind. Alexander smiled politely, don't worry, I will be accompanying you all. If he dares to do anything I will teach him a lesson. She nodded and slowly got up. They were heading back to the Todoroki estate. Alexander didn't fly this time and took out a bigger car. Dobby, I want you to go and take the Endeavor agency. I want you to bankrupt him. Don't let him have the family assets, just change the owner from Endeavor to Rei and her children. He instructed. Dobby nodded and vanished. Alexander brought the small family to the Todoroki estate. It was a traditional Japanese-style building. This looks nice, already interjected and followed them in. Inside, he met another of Rei's sons. But he couldn't see her fourth and the eldest son. Where is the last one? He asked. Rei looked sad, we don't know. He's been missing. But Alexander noticed that the three siblings looked like they knew something. But he didn't force them to tell him. Let's wait for news from Endeavor, we will soon be hearing about it, Alexander said. Dobby went straight to the skyscraper called Endeavor Agency. Endeavor's hero agency was a luxurious skyscraper-type building with various floors. As the so-called number 2 hero, his office was very busy with his 30 sidekicks. Dobby felt frustrated about how such a man was allowed to amass such wealth and influence. He made an illusion over himself that made him look like he was the secretary of Endeavor. He prepared some documents to be signed and went into the office. Endeavor's personal office was a very large room with only a relatively small table and Endeavor's desk inside. Sir, we need your signature on these, Dobby said in a sweet female voice. Endeavor didn't even look at what was on the pages and signed them. Bam! Endeavor slapped the ass of whom he thought was his secretary. Ah! What the hell, since when did your ass turn into stone? That was the only quality I hired you for. Endeavor shouted while holding his hand in pain. Dobby was speechless. He sexually harasses his employees? Who let him become a hero? Dobby didn't reply and just left the office. Endeavor felt that something was off but his brain didn't have enough processing power to fathom what had just happened. He went back to whatever he was doing. Dobby came out of the building and called Alexander. Boss, I've got it. Everything he owned, down to even his hero suit. He even smacked my back, so he's a sinner for sure. Now everything is owned by his wife and children. Alexander laughed, haha. My elf friend has some fans. Protect your ass, boy. Yeah, boss. I will come to you now. Dobby said. Wait, go to court and send Endeavor an eviction notice. I bet he will be boiling after that. I will deal with him after that. Also, go into the building and back up all the data from the CCTV of all the bad things he did. If he was harassing his secretary then who knows what else he did. Alexander instructed him. Okay, boss. I will deal with it. Dobby got to work. He quickly copied all the CCTV data from the security room and went to the court posing as the lawyer of Rei Todoroki. Normally, you'd need to give advance notice to the party to evict. But, as there was no agreement to rent the building, this made Endeavor a criminal. The notice was quickly made with the help of Dobby's magic. Dobby went and posted the notice on the main door of the building. Everyone first wondered what was happening but when they saw the content of the paper, they were left shocked. Who can evict the number 2 hero of Japan? Soon, the news reached Endeavor. As expected, he exploded with anger. He quickly called the government office responsible and received an answer. He was informed that he didn't own the property, that he didn't own anything and it was now under Rei Todoroki and 3 kids' names. He then found out that this change happened only an hour ago. He quickly called the lawyers and received the same answer that he didn't own anything and that he signed on the documents himself. Check the camera. Someone must have played some tricks. He shouted. Soon, the footage came and everyone saw the secretary coming in, and Endeavor signed the papers in the video. Endeavor looked at her, you. The secretary got scared, no, sir. It wasn't me. I wasn't even here when this happened. I went to the washroom. You can check the footage of me leaving and the one who came in came from a different direction. You're fired. He burst out. The secretary cried and left the office. Soon Dobby found her. He was a handsome guy so no girl would complain when he would console them. Sigh, you shouldn't have been fired. After everything you did. How could he do this? I've even heard that he harasses his female employees and touches them. How can someone like him be the number 2 hero of Japan? Is this the standard of this country? He said, bringing out her inner sentiments of dissatisfaction. What should I do now? No one will give me a job because of his influence. She cried. Dobby patted her back, don't worry. I know a lawyer who handles cases all around the world. He has a 100% success rate. Endeavor has lost everything he owns to his wife now. You should file complaints of sexual harassment against him. The lawyer will make sure you receive at least 100 million yen. I know a guy in the security department of the Endeavor agency. I can get the video footage of not just your harassment but also all the other misdeeds he did with other female employees. We will bring him down, how dare he tarnish the profession of a hero. Dobby's words gave her courage and she nodded. Thank you. Don't mention it. I can also help you find a job. I know many big heroes in the country. I'm sure I can get you a job with one of the female ones. He offered her. She smiled and felt better. She had endured enough harassment already and wanted to live a good life now. A/N, honestly, I never understood how someone like Endeavor was able to become a hero. No matter how many people you save, if you beat your wife and kids, that brings all your good deeds to negative. You can see Endeavor Agency and Endeavor on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 505. Hero Public Safety Commission. That same day, Endeavor received an eviction notice. The police came to the building to arrest him, albeit unwillingly. When he heard about the charges against him, he was even more angered. He was about to go as far as beating the police officers. But his lawyers stopped him as they could easily get him out. The sad reality was that, like many other countries around the world, RPE prosecutions in Japan were fairly rare, and even if a suspect was found guilty, many dodge prison by apologizing and paying damages. First-time offenders often walk away with a suspended sentence, even if they were convicted. The case against Endeavor was just one sexual harassment, so they didn't even bat an eye on it and would just get it to be dismissed by showing that it was an act of vengeance by the ex-secretary to tarnish the reputation of Endeavor. But they didn't know who they were against yet. As soon as he was arrested, all the news channels in Japan started to report the news. With the footage of his arrest, the footage of him touching many female employees of his agency, and a video interview with the ex-secretary. All of this immediately dropped the approval rating and likeness of Endeavor to the lowest. On the internet, Endeavor was constantly being put in the same leagues as villains. Initially, the government tried to stop this from happening, but soon, they found out that this was not possible. They wanted to stop the news media from reporting on it and also censor the internet. This way, the news would have automatically died out after they started a mass campaign soon, detailing all good deeds done by Endeavor. But they didn't want to go against Alexander. Endeavor, who had been put in a luxury cell in the police station due to his status, was suddenly transferred to a normal cell after the police realized that the matter was much bigger than they had expected, and now the case was going to the court. Endeavor's lawyers met him and told him what they would do. "Sir, we have to fight with all forces now, otherwise your reputation will never be cleaned. The Hero Public Safety Commission has also now launched a probe. If you don't get these charges honorably discharged, you will likely lose your pro-hero license. Did you try to settle the matter with that damn woman?" he asked angrily. "Sir, she has refused to settle. In fact, she has hired some lawyers from the United States," the lawyer told him. Endeavor sighed and sat back. Who did I offend? Even his lawyers had the same question in their minds. All this happened in a span of hours. Alexander in the meantime was at Todoroki Estate, eating the lunch made by Fuyamai. Alexander had to agree, she was every bit as good at cooking as Olivia said. "Are you sure your quirk is not cooking? Okay, you have won the recipe for butterbeer," Alexander praised her. Beep beep. Alexander read the message and smiled. "Shoto, go and switch the TV on. Let's watch the news." Endeavor is on it. The moment the news channel was put on, it showed the video footage of the Endeavor getting arrested, followed by the harassment video. All of the people in the room except Alexander were surprised. "I knew he was bad, but not this bad," Natsuo Todoroki commented. He was the second son of Enji and Rei Todoroki. It was weird to everyone that the second most powerful hero in the country wasn't brought down by a villain but instead a lawsuit. Then suddenly the news started showing that Endeavor had received eviction notice too because he didn't own the building or the company anymore. About 3 more female workers from the Endeavor agency have filed cases against him. Everything he owned is now under the name of U4. Also, I recommend you file a domestic violence case against him. I won't force you, but remember, he is going to be punished either way. He misused his power and status to exploit others. Neither the victims nor the public will forgive him this time," Alexander said and got up to head out. "Take care, do not be afraid of him. He is a simple citizen of this country. If he did wrong, he will be punished, no matter his power and status." With that, he left their home so the family could talk among themselves. After Alexander left, Fuyamai looked at her mother. She went close to her and held her hand. "Mom, you should file a complaint. I will testify against him." Natsuo also nodded. "Yes mom, this is time he pays for what he did to us." Rei looked at Shoto. He was the one who was most wronged. The poor child, even though received the attention of Endeavor, he only suffered whenever he was with him. She knew that Shoto's childhood was ruined by that man. Shoto wasn't even allowed to play with his siblings and had to train every day. He lived his childhood in envy that his siblings got to play and have fun but he didn't. "Shoto, Mom will do whatever you decide," she said lovingly. Shoto clenched his fist and looked at his mother. The memory of Endeavor slapping his mother resurfaced in his mind. "I am with you, Mom. I will never leave you or let anyone hurt you. Not again. Rei hugged her 3 children and tears welled up in her eyes. Alexander came to the Hero Public Safety Commission. The Hero Public Safety Commission was headed by a committee of non-heroes, to improve the balance of influence between heroes and regular members of society. The commission was amongst other things a criminal investigative organization and responsible for many hero-related matters, including the Provisional Hero License exam, which was administered on a biannual basis in June and September. Hero licenses were awarded by the commission to those who passed the licensing exam. The commission worked closely with the police force to coordinate hero teams. The commission was also known for handling heroes individually to investigate and solve dangerous cases. In short, it was responsible for everything related to heroes. Alexander entered the building and went to the reception. I want to meet your president. The receptionist looked at him weirdly. This was the first time someone had come so haughtily and asked this. Do you have an appointment, sir? He asked respectfully. Alexander just remembered that he had a hero identification from the past if his memories served him right. He put his hand in his pocket but he was actually looking for the identification in the dimensional pocket. Ah, there it is. Show this to your president, she will come here running after that. Alexander said. The receptionist took the golden card and checked it. It showed. World Hero Council. Hero name Golden Grandpa. Hero rank 1, Global. Authority level XXXXX. Area of activity World. Retired 26/3/1969. New rank 1, Global, Lifetime. The man's eyes nearly popped out from the sockets. He looked up at Alexander and then at the photo. Due to the short hair and beard in the photo, the current Alexander was unrecognizable. Even more so with his glasses and cigar. Will. The receptionist started stuttering. Alexander shook him a little and gave him water, fearing that the man might pass out from excitement, shock, or something else that he was feeling. Just call the president's office and tell her that I have come to meet her, Alexander reminded him. The man nodded and quickly, albeit clumsily, called the office. Ma'am, there is Golden G Grandpa here. He wants to see you. He informed. Yes, I checked the ID. It is really him. He added. What? Give him tea, I will come down right now. The other side's loud voice came. Suddenly the phone was cut with a loud thud. Alexander was the #1 hero in the world. This officially made him the strongest human on the planet and no one wanted to mess with the strongest man in the world. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 506. Meeting Endeavor. Alexander saw the president coming to him. She was walking so fast that it nearly looked like she was running. She is an elderly-looking woman and had an aura of stern and career-minded woman. She immediately bowed and shook his hand. Sir, the world will be overjoyed to hear you're back. Nobody knew where you were, so many had guessed that you had passed. She quickly changed her world. Forgive me, sir. I shouldn't speak about you dying. Alexander patted her shoulder and laughed. Ha ha ha, calm down, I came to talk to you, let's go to your office. She nodded and led the way quickly. She was old now but remembered that when she was just a kid when Alexander was still active. She used to admire him and hear about his deeds on the radio. She was, unfortunately, Kirkles and couldn't become a hero to follow the path her role model took. She had lost all her hope and dreams. But eventually, she found her place in the Hero Public Safety Commission. They took a seat and drank some tea. She had never met or seen him personally so she was quite excited. Sir, I used to hear about you on the radio when I was small. She said excitedly. Haha, thank you for supporting me, child. Now, I came to talk to you about the current state of heroes in this country. It is pitiful. A hero using his position to harm others, even his own family is very sad. She knew whom Alexander was talking about. There had been rumors that Endeavor had abused his family. But they didn't intervene because it was a family matter. Alexander continued. The case of Endeavor has clearly shown us that the Commission has not been keeping an eye on them. Who knows how many more heroes have committed crimes like these or even worse. I want to help you make the general atmosphere surrounding heroes in Japan better. I will set it as a role model for the world to follow. So, will you follow me on this? Alexander asked. The sleeping fire in her heart reignited. Yes sir. I will follow you. Although we are understaffed, I will help you. No need to worry about the staff. I will bring them. Alexander assured her. She nodded happily. She was already on cloud 9 by the opportunity of working with him, not even taking the fact into consideration that he was not a member of any government of hero organization. Then, what will be the first order, sir? She asked. We will be auditing all the heroes in Japan. Their income, taxes, history of crimes, and also assess their behavior. If the police can be regulated and work under the law, why can heroes stay out of it? Alexander said. Yes, you are right. Recently, we have seen an increase in exploitation by heroes and villain activity. She commented. Alexander nodded and continued, I will be giving a public lecture to students in the UA in a few days. I will be announcing myself to the world. You should come too, it will increase your standing in the government so you can ask for more resources for the Hero Public Safety Commission. After he was done dealing there, he went to the police station where Endeavor was locked up. He wanted to see him personally and decide what kind of personality he had. He also found Dobby nearby and went in with him. The Hero Public Safety Commission had given Alexander a new identity card making him one of the highest ranks in the Hero Public Safety Commission. So, he was not stopped from meeting Endeavor. Endeavor was not being given any kind of preferential treatment. Alexander stood outside the cell and stared at him. What do you want? Endeavor shouted. Thanks for reminding me that my ears are working just fine, Alexander scoffed. Dobby chuckled and spoke, sit down, man baby. Alexander took out his identification card from his pocket. Endeavor read it. He stopped shouting and sat back on the bed. You're a disgrace. You hit your wife, your children. How can you even call yourself a hero? You're not even a man. You are just a sorry piece of waste on this planet. Your quirk was wasted upon you. Alexander scolded him. Then he took out a rolled paper and threw it on Endeavor's face. Endeavor picked it up, unrolled it, and read it. His fiery eyebrows started rising with each passing sentence. He looked at Alexander with rage. Alexander didn't let him speak. Yes, you have been disgracefully removed from the listed heroes and your hero license is now nullified. You're a common man now and if you use your quirk to harm someone you will be seen as a villain/criminal. Just as Alexander was about to leave, he saw that Endeavor's wife and kids had come to see him. He stepped aside a little and let them talk. But he didn't leave as he was worried that Endeavor would be too overbearing for them. Did you plan all of this? He asked his wife. She shook her head. No, I didn't. But I regret that I didn't do this earlier. Maybe then I would have been able to spend my days with my children. Maybe then I would have been able to save my children's childhood. Endeavor got angry seeing his meek little wife talking back to him. This had never happened before and every time she tried to talk back he had silenced her with a slap. Although he couldn't slap her, he still had his quirk. Hey. He pushed out a gush of fire at her. But Rei didn't move. She just lifted her hand and raised a wall of ice that turned into vapor. But she was not harmed. She expressionlessly looked at him, do not forget why you forcefully married me. I may not be physically strong but my quirk isn't weak. You were pathetic back then, you are pathetic right now. I am divorcing you and filing a domestic abuse lawsuit against you. Alexander nodded and spoke, Dobby, did you record it all? Yes boss, in 4K, Dobby answered. Then this adds attempted murder to his list of crimes, Alexander said. Yup, you're right, boss. You are framing me. Just let me out and I will show you who's the strongest hero. Your time has gone, this is the era of Endeavor, the #1 hero. Endeavor proudly claimed. Alexander laughed and walked to his cell. Then to everyone's shock, he passed through the metal gates of the cell. He went in and lifted Endeavor by his neck. Endeavor tried to burn him but Alexander didn't even flinch. Boy, your flames don't burn me. But mine can burn you. Alexander expressionlessly said. Instantly, his hand turned red. There were no flames but his hand was still hotter than any fire. Endeavor felt a burning sensation on his neck. Soon he couldn't breathe. Alexander let him struggle to breathe and read his sins. Enji Todoroki, Endeavor, Category 3. Murder 546, 10 major villains, 515 minor villains, and criminals. Domestic abuse 846 times, wife and kids. RPE 4 times, wife. Sexual harassment 46. Deceiving public 1206. Sin percentage 60%. Alexander felt disgusted. He threw him on the ground with enough strength for the pain to register in his mind. I will be the lawyer fighting against you. I will set an example out of you so that no hero, big or small, will have the guts to commit a crime. All are equal in the eyes of the law. Learn to enjoy your meals here because you'll be eating it for the rest of your life. You wanted to be the #1 hero, right? Now you are not even in the top 100. You are a failure. Alexander coldly said and left him. It was true though, most of the beings in Fihame were stronger than any hero in the world. So, if they were to get a hero license, they'd be taking the top spot on any list. A/N, well, I see the MHA world as a corrupt world. There are good and bad heroes. All Might is a good one, while Endeavor is a bad one. He was able to become a hero because his crimes didn't reach the ears of the public in time. This just shows that the system can be abused by heroes. Let's not even talk about how villain organizations can exist even when there are so many powerful heroes. It's like, they don't want to make the villains vanish, as then the heroes wouldn't have anyone to fight. Being a hero is no longer public service but a big business. Heroes sell their posters, figurines, and appear in commercials to make money. Possibly, this broken system is exactly what created so many villains in the first place. After all, most villains wanted to be a hero once. But they saw the darkness of the world. You can see the President and Endeavor on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 507. Happy memories from old days. Alexander returned to his restaurant as it was time for opening the shop. He couldn't make Olivia angry now. Since the day he confronted the memories of his sons in Ba Sing Se, he had started treating his family as the highest priority. I did it, Oli. He will be receiving punishment soon. Your new head chef doesn't have to worry about her family problems now. So, am I making deliveries today? Alexander asked. She nodded and took out a thick stack of papers from under the tables. We have received a total of 1,243 orders for home delivery. Some are even from foreign countries. You will need to fly around. Dobby is cooking all the delivery food while I make the dishes for those who are here. You take all the food and deliver it later. She instructed him. Aye, chef. Alexander walked forward, planted a kiss on her cheek, and rushed into the living room in the house on the backside of the restaurant. Olivia smiled and went back in. She doesn't say it but she enjoys this more cheerful Alexander. Alexander found his grandkids playing together so he went ahead to join. He sat down on the couch and they gathered around him. What are my little potatoes doing? He asked. I'm not a potato, Grandpa, Ajax said. Haha, okay, you are a big strong potato, Alexander said laughingly. Nell ran up to him with a big photo book. All the little beasts followed her too. There was also little Thea. She couldn't speak but that didn't stop her from joining the gang. Though she had to be tied to Ajax's back for now or else she would crawl somewhere secretive and they'd look for her. She was very cheerful and her laughs made everyone happy. Alexander had already understood by now that she had some kind of magical ability that affects the mood of the people around her depending on her own mood. Grandpa, look what I found. Nell pointed to a photo. Alexander noticed it was a photo of Douglas sleeping in hats drawing some words on him. The words on Douglas's head said grass were. Alexander had to use magic and censor it to not corrupt the little beasts and kids. Oh, they are just messing around, forget this, look at this one. In this photo, I married your grandma. I was young back then. Alexander said, showing a photo from his first life. He had made them using his memory. Wah-ay-ay-ay. Komei dramatically exclaimed. Ji-chan, you said you were young, but your hair is still white. This means you were old. He said. Alexander warmly patted his head, haha, no, Komei. I was born with white hair. Did Dad and Mom of Ji-chan have white hair too? Kokuo asked confusedly. Alexander shook his head, no, I don't know who my parents were. They left me on the stairs of an orphanage. I think they left me because of my white hair. They must have been scared that I was born sick or something. I am at least thankful that they didn't kill me or throw me in a dumpster. Suddenly all the tailed beasts and kids hugged him tightly. We will never leave you, Ji-chan/Grandpa. Yes, Ji-chan, white hair is cool. Matatabi praised him for making him feel better. She was the most sensible of the beasts. He hugged them back and let them sit back again. Ajax, who sat beside him, spoke. But white hair is so cool. I wish I had all white hair. But I got red ones too. Alexander ruffled his hair, it is all about genetics, child. Also, hair is just hair, you should love yourself for what you are. Ji-chan, what about Grandma's parents? What did they look like? Kurama asked. Oh, we don't have their picture. But I remember, your grandma's dad was an army officer. He was an officer of higher ranking than mine when I started dating your grandma. I was a very reserved person back then. I remember meeting him once when I was 2 ranks lower than him. He held my collar and threatened me that if I even break Olivia's heart then he would break my bones. Luckily Olivia came and scolded her father who instantly tuned into a scared puppy in front of his daughter. At that moment, I saw in the eyes of my father-in-law, pity for me. He understood that Olivia has a higher voice in our relationship. Alexander chuckled while telling all these stories. He then continued, I soon received promotions after promotions for my various inventions and became even higher ranked than Olivia's dad. He was happy with me. Olivia's mom was a housewife and was content with me. Soon we got married and lived happily. Oh look! I found Ji Chan's laughing photo. Komei pointed as he turned the page. Yes, this is from when I first started the Kind Heart Foundation to help poor kids. Just before this photo was clicked, a little child saved from traffickers called me Grandpa. That was the first time someone called me that. Since that day, I became everyone's grandpa. He revealed. Oh, look! This has me in it. Shikako shouted. It has all of us, you fool. Kurama berated him. Alexander looked at his full family photo. A wide smile appeared on his face. His family keeps on growing and his love for them stays limitless. He was happy and satisfied with life. All of them motivated him to do better every day because he doesn't want to lose them. Okay, let's go now. Dinner should be ready. That night, Alexander went out to deliver food. He had to deliver all around the world so he flew around. For his last delivery, he came to a small apartment complex. It was not in very good condition and mostly lower middle income people lived in it. Soon, the door opened and a weak frail blonde boy came out. Oh, finally! I was craving for this. Alexander handed the package to him. But then suddenly the blonde boy fell to the ground while clutching his stomach. Alexander was surprised by this and understood it was a medical emergency. Alexander put the food aside and helped him get up. He checked the place he was holding. He found out that boy's stomach was lost and his respiratory system was damaged beyond repair. How the hell did this happen to you, kid? Alexander asked. Ah, it's nothing, old man. Just take the money from my pocket and close the door when you leave. Thanks for helping me. The man tried to send him away. I've seen you in the restaurant too. Well, you are sick and I can't leave you like this. Here, drink this. Alexander said and poured a healing potion into his mouth. The man didn't know why or how he just drank it. Soon, he fell asleep. Alexander left the food in his refrigerator and left his apartment. All Might woke up the next day. Ah, that was an unexpected pain fest. I'm hungry. He sleepily muttered and walked to the refrigerator. He just saw some meatballs that he had ordered last night and microwaved them. He ate them all, even surprising himself. Whoa, I still feel hungry. But let's get ready. I need to report to the UA today. He walked into the washroom and stood in front of the mirror. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 508. Return of Golden Grandpa. All Might was brushing his teeth calmly with his eyes closed. He was an easygoing man and didn't think much about what happened yesterday. He was a man who lived in the present. Phew. He rinsed his mouth and stood straight to check his teeth in the mirror. With a wide grin, he looked at his face. What? He was shocked to see his face in All Might form. He then looked down and found out that he was really in his All Might form. Thinking he must have done this in his sleep, he tried to return to his small body. All he needed was to stop utilizing the energy in his body that pushes his powers. But, he couldn't. He stayed tall and broad no matter how much energy he lessened in his muscles. How is this possible? I don't feel pain either. He exclaimed in shock and quickly lifted his shirt to check himself. Nothing. There was nothing on the left side of his stomach. It was all normal as if he was never injured. He touched that part and tried to see if he felt pain. Still nothing. He could only feel his ribs and muscles. Was my whole life a dream and this is the reality? Did I ever fight all for one and get injured? Is this a dream? He questioned himself. He could not come up with a plausible reason for this miracle. Wait, that old man made me drink something. Then I fell asleep? Did he do something? He was confused. He decided to go and ask him personally, but for now, he had to go to the UA as something important was happening there. No matter what had happened to his body, he was still very happy. He had missed feeling powerful without the accompanying pain. Ha ha ha. I look handsome, he gloated looking at himself. It was a special day at UA High School. But the students only knew that something was happening and the teachers were excited for some reason. They weren't told that a legendary hero would be coming to their school. However, the school would run as normal and the event would only start at the end of their school session. In the Class 1A, all the students were discussing what the event was. Maybe some big hero will be coming here, Ida suggested. All Might is already a staff member of the school and he's the #1 hero. Who else can it be then? And even if it was a hero, why would they make him give a speech instead of teaching us something? Momo Yaeyorozu guessed. Minoru, who was just looking at the legs of Momo, walked to her and tried to put his hand on her waist haughtily. I agree with you. Bam! He received a slap and was thrown away. His existence was as worthless as a stone stuck under a tire. His perversion was disliked by all. Maybe there is going to be a test, Eureka suggested. But none of them knew it, and those who knew it weren't saying anything. Soon it was time for Alexander to appear. The students were told to gather at the assembly. Many reporters, officials, and heroes had also come. Students noticed only one thing on people's faces: excitement. After a while, all the mics were on and teachers were standing on the stage. Even All Might was there, who had not shown his face till now at the academy. Principal Nizu started speaking. Students and all other guests. Our world has come very far since the discovery of the first person with quirk. In the beginning, people were confused. In some cultures, people with quirk were treated as gods, and in some, burned on stakes. But, with the changing era, we adapted to the reality of quirk. However, a tyrant used his quirk of convincing speech to amass an army and take over countries. He engulfed the world in a war. Then came the greatest quirk user ever. He defeated that dictator and stopped the war. He changed the world with his mysterious quirk. He seemed to be able to omnipotent and do anything. He didn't just save the world from villains, he helped the world by helping the poor and hungry with his money. He showed that to be a hero, quirk was not always needed. But then he disappeared, until, a few days ago. I am happy and proud to announce to you that he has come out of retirement due to the current bad condition of the world. Welcome, Golden Grandpa, the eternal #1 global hero. People gawked along with his words. Most of the adults there had understood whom he was talking about before he even announced the name. The majority of the students were clueless. They were not interested in knowing about a supposed dead hero who lived even before their parents were born. Alexander then walked from behind the curtains. Whoa! All the old people in the hall awed. He was wearing his golden Shinigami dress with his golden sword. This was his hero dress. His shining white hair gave a feeling of majesty and godliness. He walked up to the mic and started speaking. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and children. My real name is Alexander Maxim Universe. This is probably the first time you have found out about this. 60 years ago, I had retired from my hero job because I felt that I had made the world good enough. I wanted to give the world a chance to sort itself out. However, that didn't happen. I was only disappointed, and the world has become corrupt. Now, we don't get big wars, we see secret wars, one country trying to suppress the growth of another, one person assassinating the other. Instead of getting better, the world has become more brutal and dishonest. I am disappointed even more now because I found out such a big name in the hero business was abusing his powers. I had to return. I had to do something. So, I came back. I have been authorized by the Hero Public Safety Commission to audit all the heroes in Japan. I will be investigating all deeds good or bad done by heroes. I will also be prosecuting them if I find enough evidence. Children, you are the future heroes, I hope you will walk the right path. Also, those two are my grandkids, take care of them. Alexander shamelessly announced. The cameras and all the heads turned towards Yellow and Ajax. Yellow had no idea why they were looking at him while Ajax was hiding his face. Alexander laughed, haha, you two, Katsuki Bakugo, control your anger, and you Shoto, just have some fun. Hey you, stop looking at the girl's skirt. He embarrassed all the kids from the stage. Once he was done, he gave the final message. I will end this with a few words. Civilians, heroes, and villains are all the same under the law. If you commit a crime, I will come for you. He said. He was looking directly into the camera as he said this. Many villains and wrongdoers felt goosebumps appearing on their bodies because of this. Behind Alexander, a distance from him, All Might sat on the chair. His face had a shocked and excited expression. So he was the old man who came to my home yesterday. Of course, only he could have treated me. Ha 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 ha. Bam. Eraserhead elbowed his side and whispered, stop gloating, you are being noisy and disturbing everyone. All Might got embarrassed and shut up. He was much happier now. A/N, hey guys. I am currently helping my brother with his upcoming engagement and will have to write from outside my home. I will try my best to keep up with the 2 chapters a day schedule. However, I might not be able to upload them on the regular timings. Things will most probably resume to normal in a week or so. I was not able to edit these chapters to the best of my ability because I had less time, so you might find some extra mistakes. Sorry for them in advance. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 509, 509. Exoskeleton of Self-Satisfaction. After Alexander was done, there were some extra words about him donating a new high-tech training building with realistic simulation. No one was able to envision such a building and imagine it as they had never seen it. Those students who had high imagination were getting excited and others were neutral. Soon, the event came to an end and the news was already making the world go crazy. Why crazy? Because of the crazy influence Golden Grandpa had. His wealth alone was more than the GDP of some small well-off countries. He was originally from the USA, but because it was a hero world, nationalities were not big things. Hence, some countries that had forcefully taken the assets of Alexander in the past were now feeling nervous. Soon, they sent their representatives to reimburse him. If it was physical property, for example, real estate, antiques, etc., they were returned to him. The rest of the things, for example, his money in a bank account and gold in his lockers, was returned to him in cash with adjusted inflation. None of them wanted to be on his bad side. So, in an instant, Alexander had nearly $1 trillion. The gross world product was 90 trillion at the moment, so it was imaginable what kind of overbearing personality he was even back in the days. They were giving him money, he didn't reject it. Otherwise, he'd have to use his own gold, but that would also cause the gold market to drop. But now he could openly use the money as it was already a part of the circulation. In these few days, Alexander went to the Middle East and many African countries. For some reason, no matter which Earth, this part of the planet was always war-torn. It was the playground of big countries to show off their strengths. They didn't even care about the civilians of that area, they just wanted to use their weapons. One country comes, then its rival comes. They do nothing but waste their taxpayers' money and then spend even more taxpayers' money in the name of humanitarian funds for the war-torn area that they themselves destroyed. But, here the situation was worse due to quirk. The army had quirk soldiers, civilians had quirks, and even terrorists had quirks. And each quirk was different, so dealing with such problems was even harder in this world for governments. All the hero organizations were also hypocritical. They only focused on their own borders and didn't do much for the world. Alexander knew what he had to do. May God have mercy on your souls and send you to hell. My guy will be waiting for you there. Alexander announced. He made all the terrorists stand in line and shoot each other in the head at point blank. It was not just the terrorists though. Those who funded them were also standing in line. There were many big businessmen there. They were all crying for mercy. But, God had already shown them mercy by bringing them to life, now it was his duty to do justice. God's advocate gotta feed his family after all. Boom. With a unified shot, all the terrorists and troubling people were dead. He just burned them and mixed their ashes in the sand. Okay, let's do the organizing work. He said to himself and started creating governments in bad countries. He would pick anyone from the streets and tell him to become the new president of his country. Of course, he first checked their brains and gave them knowledge of becoming a good leader. Boss, is this fine? Douglas appeared. Alexander angrily looked at Douglas, holding a toddler in his arms. The toddler had a lollipop in his mouth. He could guess that this was how Douglas wooed the kid. What the hell, Douglas, I'm looking for someone to become the president of Afghanistan, Alexander shouted. Douglas scratched his head and put the kid down, who simply left. Old man, I looked at the whole city, only kids were matching your criteria. Then search the country, we can't make a kid president. Alexander reminded him and sent him away. Hell. Deadpool had entry booth duty today. He hated this duty because he had nothing to do and just sat and waited all day for souls. Luckily, he had made many friends in hell and was able to pull some strings to make Darth Vader come and play chess with him. But he would often drag some people with him to talk to. Ha ha ha, man, you must be the biggest fool of your galaxy. Ha ha ha, Palpatine was using Force lightning right in front of you to kill Mace Windu. And you, in the name of giving Palpatine a fair trial, killed Mace Windu and then also the younglings. Wahahaha, you are one creepy motherfucker and I like that. Ting ting. Suddenly the bell on his table sounded. He looked and found a long line of people. Deadpool was shocked. Whoa ho ho, what do we have here? Ah, you all were sent by my juicy ass old man? Well, you had expedited delivery, welcome to hell, here we fulfill all your desires that you never wanted to be fulfilled. He took them in and first had them go through a boiling oil bath to sanitize them. Cleanliness was a major thing in hell, and if you didn't act carefully you'd be charged a penalty. Come, this right here is an exoskeleton of self-satisfaction. I don't like to brag, but this was my invention. I was praised and even got a promotion. This is a hot commodity here in hell. Fine, don't look at me with those big excited eyes. I will let you experience it. Deadpool excitedly said. Though nobody there had big excited eyes, they were scared shitless. Deadpool strapped one guy to the exoskeleton. Okay, this machine can twist your bodies in a way that you have sex with yourself. Do you want to blow yours? Doable, you want to penetrate yourself? Doable after a bit of stretching. Hey, wait, I think I know you. What is your name? The scared terrorist looked at him in fear and answered, Osama bin L. Okay, I know now. All right, I heard you like planes and buildings. Then today, your ass will be the building and my friend Jumbo the ogre here will be the plane. Enjoy, Deadpool said, leading the others away amidst loud screams. I should ask Lucifer to promote me to the Reaper department. Seeing the shocked faces when I tell them they are dead is so cool, he thought to himself and decided to prepare a good resume. Alexander didn't know anything that was going on inside hell. He was currently going to UA High School because the new training building was ready. His droids had efficiency that no one could even dream of. He was going to teach many teachers and students its benefits and how to use it. Okay, I'm happy that you all are here. I will show you how you can use these machines. All Might, go and fight those droids. Remember, there will be 20 of them and they will be as powerful as you as a combined unit. Alexander instructed. All Might was feeling good. He had wanted to test himself again since he had gotten better. He had gone to recovery girl/grandma to get a checkup and nothing came in it. He was still pending on meeting Alexander because he couldn't find him most of the time. Today, he was going to. You can see hell on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 510. Giving tips to kids. All Might jumped into a jungle-like scenario. The building was 10 times the size of a football stadium with height matching the double of a real football stadium. The whole floor was made of 1 cm x 1 cm cylindrical rods as tall as the ceiling. The rods could come out of the ground and combine with each other to make the scenery of the area. Then the 3D projectors around the 6 sides of the building would project the scenes on it. This way, small hills, trees, deserts, hills, and even the sea could be made. Alexander stood on the side behind a glass panel that worked as the protective shield for the control panel. From there, everything on the field could be controlled. You could make natural disasters, create surprise attacks or problems. All this to train the mind and body of a hero. All Might was currently fighting the droids. But, he was facing little trouble because the droids were working in a team of 4. They would attack him on 4 sides at the same time. Also, every time he feels he would win, something would happen that would make his attack lose its intended effect. Just like right now, he had found a good chance to destroy a droid. But suddenly the sky turned black and a thunderstorm came. Lightning even struck around him. This made him want to be more careful. He knew that this was a test for him. He needed to not only focus on the droids but also on his surroundings. This is training, All Might, take risks, and learn from them. This is the only place where you can explore your powers. Alexander advised him. Everyone who was watching the training was shivering in excitement. The training looked so high-paced. They wanted to try it too and maybe get stronger. Some strong heroes had also come to see it and even they were excited. If even All Might found it difficult to defeat them, then they can have so much better training. Their training would be like fighting All Might. After a while, All Might was also tired and he was still unable to defeat the droids. Even though he was able to plant some good strong hits, they were still unfazed. Ha ha ha, stop now, All Might. The droids are made to not be defeated. They can repair themselves and your hits didn't cause any problems for them except getting a bit disoriented. They have very strong force fields around them. Alexander spoke from behind the panel. He then pressed the red button and all the simulations stopped. All Might come back to where the students stood. He was drenched in sweat and his face showed excitement. He was content with this training and also, being able to do such a high-intensity workout without constant pain was an amazing feeling. All Might walked over to Alexander and shook his hand. That was satisfying. Thank you, old man. You helped me too much. Alexander understood why he was thanking him, so he nodded. Okay, everyone. Go into the field. Let's see how strong and smart you are. Alexander shouted. All the students of UA Class 1A ran in. Alexander went back to the control panel and started the simulation with a smirk. They saw him and knew that the training was not going to be easy. All the students were prepared to fight. But then the terrain changed to that of a city with cramped streets. Instantly, all of them were separated from each other. Everyone was on their own. Many of them had gone in by creating small groups to fight better, but now they felt anxious. Bakugo started mindlessly blasting fire on the droids as soon as he saw them. He didn't have any strategy. I will kill you. But after his first attacks, the droids understood his attack pattern and the quirk. This allowed the droids to be able to tackle anything he threw at them. But he was still not thinking from the head. He soon found himself on the back foot. Midoriya was running around, not knowing what to do as his quirk didn't really give him many chances to fight. The more he fought, the more injured he would get. Shoto was using his ice powers and freezing the droids. But the droids would heat themselves and get released. They would then attack him with fire and lightning. Eureka was only able to reduce one droid's gravity. Once the others learned her powers, they avoided touching her and sent long-range attacks which were proving to be tough. She was constantly focused on dodging and the droids looked like they were just having fun making her dance. Momo Yaoyorozu's creation quirk was useless as she couldn't make something that would destroy the droids. She also had to save herself from Minoru Mineta. Even Toru Hagakure, who was invisible, couldn't do anything as she still got registered on heat sensors. The only successful ones among them were Yalo and Ajax, but again their power level was way above the strongest in the world. Ajax had already destroyed a droid and Alexander didn't let him destroy more. He ordered the droids to stay away from Ajax. Yalo had trapped the droids with his force and was now playing catch with them. After 30 more minutes, Alexander loudly whistled. Everyone looked at him. But then they realized something. Alexander spoke, I had removed the walls from buildings near you 10 minutes ago. You all could see each other if you wanted to. But still, you were so engrossed in your losing fights that you didn't think of taking each other's help. Being a hero is not a one-man job. You need to coordinate with each other. If you all had gathered together, you could have stopped these droids for a bit. Bakugo, you will be going through anger management classes for the remaining 3 years of your school. Shoto, you will be trained to use your other part of the quirk. Yuririka, you need to find more ways to make offensive attacks. Momo Yaoyorozu, you need to research various weapons. Minoru Mineta, you will be going to a juvenile rehabilitation center to get your head treated and become a normal person with etiquette. If you don't change, then I will throw you in jail with charges of being a pervert and sexual predator. Being funny and being a pervert has a huge difference. Eijiro Kirishima, your quirk of hardening is great. But the droids were still able to harm you, this means that your body was still not strong enough. Come to my office later and take a diamond from me. Study it and try to make yourself as strong as that. Tsuyu Ashui, your quirk gives you many abilities. But, you need to strengthen your legs and tongue more. They can be great for your maneuverability. Yuga Aoyama, your naval laser quirk is powerful but still not strong enough. It couldn't even push the droids away. Focus on increasing its intensity and focus less on your looks. If you become a world-famous hero, you will never have to worry about how you look, people will still love you. Midoriya, you are strong when you use your quirk but you become a liability after using it and when you're not using it. Talking and crying won't solve anything. Train your body and grow muscles like All Might. Start participating in strength activities and strive to make your body strong enough to handle the quirk. Tinya Ida, you need to develop at least 10 more gears. Alexander gave his advice. All of them were embarrassed and excited by the decisions. Getting tips from Alexander would be greatly beneficial to them. Okay, today's train. Boom. Suddenly a loud explosion came from one side of the building. Everyone turned to look towards it. The students were expecting a new surprise or something, but what came was an attack by unknown people. The guards at the gate were thrown inside the hall with high force. Alexander used his power to save them. Sigh. Why must they break the newly built wall, he thought to himself. A/N, thanks for understanding, guys. I really appreciate all of you wishing me. Though what I realized was that many of you were worried I would drop this story. Not gonna happen, I have poured too much time and work into this and I won't stop before ending it properly. This is why I try to write every day so that I don't become lazy and forget how to write fast. I have also started writing my next book and I can't upload it before finishing this. You can see All Might, Bakugo, Yuririka, Shoto, Midoriya and others on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 511. Slapped. The League of Villains was a group of villains and criminals, whose objective was to destroy the society of pro-heroes and create a new one with them at the top of the world, filled with nothing but chaos, like all other evil organizations. The League had found out that All Might was not as strong as before now and it was the right time to kill him. So, they attacked. At the moment, the League had 75 members. They attacked the day All Might would be at the school because other times finding him was nearly impossible as he seems to appear randomly at places. Attacking UA was risky but they knew All Might's nature. They could use the students as a controlling agent on All Might. So, they took the risk. Their plan was simple, they were going to focus on the students. They would capture them and then use them. Their number one, Tomura Shigaraki, had planned all of this. He was the leader of the League of Villains. His overall goal was to become Japan's next greatest villain. For a while now, Tomura had no clear conviction and relied on his master, All for One, to provide every resource he needed. His initial objective was to destroy the Society of Heroes, specifically All Might whom he held great hatred for. Tomura had also slowly begun to learn and develop into a more independent villain and formed a conviction where he desires to destroy everything he despises, ultimately wanting to bring down society as a whole. Tomura soon appeared in front of Alexander and the rest through some kind of a portal. Alexander was weirded out by the costume. Tomura Shigaraki was a skinny, pale 20-year-old young man. He had light skin and messy light, pale hair. His lips were chapped and dry, with a scar on the left side of his lips and a mole on his right. He had small red pupils and wrinkly eyelids with a scar on his right eye. In his villain disguise, Tomura wore a mask in the shape of a hand that conceals a great portion of his face and a black costume. He also wore 13 more hands around his entire body and red sneakers with no socks on. He came out and spoke to All Might in a mocking tone, "All Might, we have come to kill you. Along with your students." He gave the order and his men entered the building blasting through the wall and windows. They went after all the already exhausted students. The students were scared at the start as they had never been in such a situation. They had only participated in mock exercises until now. Alexander raised an eyebrow seeing all this. It seemed that he was being ignored at the moment. Are they ignoring me because I'm old? He wondered. He loudly boomed to stop them. His voice reached everyone's head. I am Golden Grandpa, if any of you as much as touch a single hair on any student or staff member, I will not even give you a trial and burn you to ashes. Surrender now. But his warning fell on deaf ears as they thought that Alexander was too weak to interfere. After all, from biological records, Alexander was way older than the oldest person on Earth. His eyes twitched. So, he called the droids to teach a lesson to the League of Villains. The field simulator started up and changed the ground. All the villains were now stuck in a maze with each step wanting to kill them. From the sky, the droids rained down thunder on them. Now, only the leader and his henchmen remain. Alexander walked forwards and spoke, I just finished constructing this building. According to the damages you caused, you must pay 2 billion USD. Nizu, who was standing not far away, looked at Alexander in shock. Wait, didn't you say the building cost 3 billion, why are you asking for 2 billion for a wall? He thought. But he didn't have any sympathy with humans, let alone villains, so he let them be scammed. Step aside, retired heroes are not worth my time. All Might. Come out. Tomura shouted in a weird way that only made him look like a pervert. Alexander narrowed his eyes on him. They seemed to be underestimating a retired person. But, sad for Tomura, his intel was not right anymore. All Might was now healed and in peak condition. All Might landed in front of the attackers in his hero suit. His iconic smile was still on his face, the most inflated egos are often the most fragile. Do you even know whom you were calling weak? But I won't explain, kids like you should read some history books. Now, you may introduce yourself. Tomura and his aide looked at All Might and sneered, we are the League of Villains, we will destroy the Hero Society. And how will you do that when you are covering your vision with your own hand? Your costume shouts, I'm EMO, I had family problems so I will be bad now. Ajax asked in a mocking tone. Tomura felt irritated that such a small kid was making fun of him. He ordered Nomu to attack him. Nomu were deceased individuals whose bodies had been heavily modified by Dr. Gariki in order to hold multiple quirks and reanimated to act as mindless super soldiers for the League of Villains. This Nomu was very fast as it was an upper tier. The upper tier Nomu could contend with top pro heroes. Alexander didn't even bat an eye at the scene of the weird creature jumping towards his grandson. But others got scared and worried. All Might tried to jump to save him but was blocked by Tomura and other villains. See your students die today. He will be turned into a meat paste, all because of you, All Might. Boom! A loud shockwave and sound came. Tomura didn't even look there and smiled. See that? That will be your fate soon. But he noticed that All Might and everyone else was still not looking at him and didn't have a sad expression. He also turned around and saw the Nomu was slapped to smithereens by the 4-year-old kid. Ajax was swinging his hand to throw away the gooey substance from his hand. Ew! I shouldn't have done that. Yuck! Even little Yalo was a victim as the gooey substance fell on him too. He used his powers to clean himself. Impossible, how can this be? Tomura shuddered to see the scene. Nomu was still standing in front of Ajax but the upper part of his body was missing. Alexander walked to Tomura now, attacking my grandson? Now, I want you to spill the beans. Tell me who was behind this attack? I won't stop unless you speak. Alexander's threats were scaring him now. Tomura looked scared and shivered at the many thoughts of getting caught and defeated. His plan was simple from the start. He was certain of his success and that he would be able to kill All Might. He knew that Alexander was going to be here. But he didn't consider him a challenge as he was an old retired hero. He thought that Alexander would be weak. No one had seen Alexander fight either so he just ignored this threat. But now, the old man was proving to be the biggest threat to him. He quickly started thinking of a way out of the mess. All his men were also trapped inside the maze, he could hear their screams. You can see Tomura and Nomu on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 512. 512. Useless planning. Alexander didn't know who the kid was or where he came from. But it was evident that he was up to no good. Willing to kill the students was already the worst he could think of doing. He even tried to kill Ajax. Although he was not angry, he was sad. But he could imagine that in a world where superpowers were as common as air, there were bound to be some bad seeds, made by the corrupted world itself. He was still interested in knowing the origin of quirks. The current hypothesis that it originated from a virus spread by mice was just ridiculous. Since when did mice start giving the ability to make portals or breathe fire? Are these alien mice? Currently, 80% population of the world had a quirk. So, it was important to understand its origin. Alexander didn't know what the ability Tamura had, but he was not worried. Say it, who lured you into all this mess? Alexander asked. He was stepping closer with each second. Tamura, meanwhile, was planning to touch him the second he got a chance. He was going to use his quirk called Decay. Tamura's quirk allows him to disintegrate whatever he touches with all 5 fingers. Alexander put his hand on Tamura's shoulder to threaten him. Seeing the chance, Tamura touched Alexander's arm with his hand. He used his power to disintegrate him. Haha, my quirk allows me to disintegrate anything. Let's see how you die now. Tamura gloated loudly. Alexander was still holding his shoulder. The arm was as it was a moment ago. There was not even a dent or scratch. Tamura again placed his hand on his arm, but still, nothing happened. He repeated it a few more times. With each try, his heart started beating faster. Ha ha ha, boy, if anyone could disintegrate me then I'd be dead by now, Alexander claimed. He then started removing the creepy hands from Tamura's body. What is this? You think this makes you look scary and cool? Tamura was raging the second Alexander started taking the hands off of his body. When Tamura was small, he was a normal kid with feelings. But he was also psychologically fragile from the constant abuse he suffered from his hero-hating father, being terrified of his mere presence. Because of this oppressive upbringing and the inaction from the rest of his family, Tamura's mind eventually snapped due to his quirk manifesting and destroying his household. At first, Tamura expressed heavy remorse for accidentally killing his family upon losing control of his newfound quirk. The severed hands that Tamura wears all over himself were the only physical remnants of his dead loved ones, claiming that they make him feel simultaneously sick and calm. Alexander learned about this the second he tried to understand why this kid was being so violent. He was half sympathizing with him and half angry because of the crimes he committed. Murder was as common as lifting hands for him. Kid, your childhood was tough. But does that make you eligible to kill anyone you like? Alexander asked with an authoritative voice. Before Tamura could answer, a dark blue mist appeared behind Tamura. From inside, a hand came trying to snatch him away. Alexander sighed seeing this attempt to save him. He gripped the hand coming out of the portal and dragged the person out. It was a boy with a mist-like head and arms. Who might you be? Alexander asked. The boy was shocked. He was dragged in from his own portal. But luckily he was now close to Tamura. So, he tried to jump back again with his portal power. Warp Gate was the name of the quirk. It grants him the ability to create and manipulate a dark fog from his head and hands. This fog acts as a portal to another location. Whenever he produces a mass of the dark fog, it transports anything it comes in contact with to a location of Kurogiri's choosing. But this time he couldn't make portals. Kid, I can control the space around this area. You cannot leave until I say so. Got it? Alexander loudly questioned. The mist boy nodded and introduced himself scaredly. I am Kurogiri, a Nomu. Created by Dr. Ijiko from the corpse of Oboro Shirakumo to serve and protect Tamura Shigaraki under All for One's command. This name shocked most of the adults in the room. All for One was a curse on the world. All Might had defeated him earlier. All for One and One for All were quirks belonging to 2 brothers once. But All for One wanted his brother's quirk that could be passed down. All for One then devoted himself to obtaining his brother's powers, always battling and killing the successor as it passed down through generations. One for All would eventually reach the 7th wielder, Nana Shimura, who fought hard against All for One. Despite her best efforts, she was eventually killed by him, but not before she was able to pass down her power to Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori would later become the pro-hero known as All Might and eventually beat All for One in a brutal battle, but unknown to him, All for One managed to survive. Alexander knew this much from various books, except the part where All for One survived. He looked at Kurogiri. I want you to call your boss here. All this stupidity needs to end now. The world has suffered enough due to his vicious dreams. He already knows, if you do anything to Tamura, he will not let you go. Kurogiri tried to threaten Alexander. Bam! A slap was received by the mist-like head of Kurogiri. He thought his quirk would not let him feel physical harm, but this time he did. Like I'm afraid. I will make all for one quirkless. No matter what he plans, he will lose. Alexander announced. So, they waited. But even after 5 hours, all for one didn't come. It seemed that he knew his power level and that he couldn't fight Alexander. He would not go to Alexander, where his death was most likely a possibility. Not to mention, All Might was here too. In the end, Tomura and all other villains were sent to the underground jail to stay until All for One tried to save him and Alexander catches him. Alexander felt a bit sad for Tomura, so he arranged for an elf from Fahame to give him some counseling and heal him if he has any mental problems. All Might, go out and lure him out. Keep at least 5 top-level heroes along with you. The moment he appears, contact me. He instructed while passing All Might a phone with his number. All Might was very serious now and left quickly. Kids, it seems today's class will end. I will fix this building till then. Go to your classes. He ordered. Alexander called Dobby and gave him instructions. Dobby, stay invisible and keep an eye out for All for One. We need to capture him alive. He has his connections in the government and we need to get them. Yes, boss. Dobby left. Alexander sighed and went back to his home. Why must there always be people like him, he wondered. After this, he would try to find out the reason the power of quirk exists on this earth. All for One had been living in hiding all this time. He knew that All Might was injured but he didn't know how much. Only recently he found out how serious his condition was. Finally, he decided to let his protégé go ahead and kill All Might. With the resources he was providing him, it shouldn't have been a problem. Currently, he was in an underground base. There was a mask on his head. But his eyes showed clear rage. I will kill you. He shouted as he saw Alexander on the TV screen. But he calmed down, he decided not to rush out. If I can take his quirk, I can become invincible, he thought. You can see Kurogiri and All for One on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 513. Iroha's day out. It turned out, nobody came to save Tomura. Alexander put that matter aside and started focusing on the world at hand. He was currently busy traveling the world and fixing many hero organizations. There was corruption, ignorance, and unaccountability no matter where he went, so it was a lot of work. The world respected him, so he had to act with the same level of action. If Alexander knew that he'd become so busy, he would have never announced his return. While this was happening, news of a new hero spread around Japan. It was said that this hero looked old, noble, and was most of the time seen drinking tea. The crazy thing was, this hero never raises his fist, he always defeats his enemy by talking to them and sharing tea, and no, he didn't poison them. His words somehow change the hearts of the villains and it convinces them to become good. A small cult also appeared out of nowhere that called him their guru. Later it was found out that this cult was formed by villains who had a change of heart after meeting this strange hero. Iroh had come out of Fahame as he was a successful entrepreneur of tea now. He didn't have to worry about mending the fields because he had hired the phoenixes for that. He wanted to travel the world now. So, he went out with his tea kettle and dressed in his oriental dress. He walked around randomly without any destination. He had just started his journey when he saw a man entering a shop with his arms that looked like a gun. Iroh decided to go in and see what the problem was. Give me the money. Now. Bells. The robber saw someone enter the shop with a shocked face. Why is he not scared, he wondered. What are you doing, young man? Iroh asked nicely. Can't you see, I am robbing this shop? You too, give me your money. The robber pointed his other gun hand at Iroh. Iroh gave him his wallet. Then he took out 2 gold coins from another pocket. Young man, do you have a mother? Iroh asked. Of course I do, everyone has a mother. The robber answered with an annoyed face. Then here, take this. Buy your mother a few good gifts. Tell her that you found a good job. She won't be able to take it if you told her you're a robber now. She would feel that the little sweet boy she doted on turned bad because she didn't focus on you more. But worry not, I'm sure she will still love you. Mothers are the strangest creatures, they can't hate their children. Young man, take the money but do not kill. That cashier also has a mother, she will cry if she sees his lifeless body. Can you make a mother cry? Iroh asked in his old and wise voice. The robber's legs shook a little. He looked at the cashier's crying face. Then he imagined his own mother crying for him, seeing his own dead body. His arms started shaking and tears welled up in his eyes. He started questioning every single choice he made in his life. He looked at Iroh, who was simply smiling and looking like a man of God. Would you like a cup of tea? Iroh asked gently. The robber nodded and received a cup. He drank it slowly. The warm tea reminded him of the warmth of his mother's hug whenever he would go home. She would cook him tasty meals no matter what the money condition was at home. She would compromise with her own life but take care of him. What the hell am I doing with my life, he thought. Tell me, why do you do this work? Iroh inquired nicely. The robber gulped and answered, I come from a poor family. I wanted to get into the UA but they rejected my application as I wouldn't be able to afford the different kinds of fees there. I decide I will make them realize their mistake of refusing me. So you wanted to be a hero? Young man, a hero is not made by studying in a special school and getting a license. A hero is made from a firm will and a desire to help others. If you just want a job, you can still find many uses of your power and make money. You just need to think. Iroh advised him. He also poured a cup for the cashier who was scared a moment ago but now was relaxed. The robber was interested. What can my quirk do? It's just guns. They can only harm others. Ha ha ha, that is where you are wrong. Iroh laughed. His laugh didn't mock him but just made the robber feel like he was naive in front of this wise man. Can you please tell me? The robber asked pleadingly. Tell me your name first, Iroh asked. Oh, my name is Jim. Okay, Jim. Let me tell you something. There are countless jobs out there. You need to find a job where you can utilize your quirk. You can join the army, become a carpenter by changing bullets with nails. You can become a bodyguard too. Being a hero is not the only way to make a good living. Think about those who don't have a very useful quirk. For example, imagine if you had the ability to make lights from your eyes like a bulb. You would still have been an ordinary worker then. But, now what you have is a good quirk. Utilize it well. Iroh suggested him. Opportunities are not something that you look for. Opportunities are always there, you just have to jump and grab it. Iroh quoted. Jim the robber looked at Iroh gratefully. His eyes showed a resolve now. He now knew what he must do. Thank you, I will make my mom proud this time. I will give her the life she deserves. I vow to never commit a crime. Jim said. Haha, I hope you will remember these vows. But, I wish that you will help someone in your life too. At least one person, help him/her if they are in trouble. Iroh said and walked away. The cashier was so into his talks that he didn't even call the police. He looked at the robber carefully and said, I hope you will keep your promise to that old man. Jim nodded, I will. Here, take my card. If you ever find yourself in trouble, call me. The cashier was shocked to see the professional business card of a robber. Iroh walked the road from there. Soon a car stopped on the side. Old man, do you need a lift? The female driver asked. She was alone in her car and was bored. She wasn't worried about giving someone a lift because her quirk made her confident that she could deal with any problem. Iroh nodded, thank you, young lady, I appreciate it. What is your name? I'm Anna. Where are you headed? She asked. I'm Iroh and I am headed to wherever my destiny takes me. Do you mind if I drink tea? He asked. No, please, go ahead. Soon, Iroh had a cup in his hand and he started singing. The world is moving fast. Time won't forever last. Grab a tea and enjoy the world moving past. Do what your heart says. So you don't regret later. I am traveling with this child but I just met her. The woman sitting beside him didn't say anything. She just kept on driving while listening to his soul-soothing songs. The fresh aroma of tea made her feel as if she was in heaven. You can see Iroh on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 514. Godly Pill. Alexander was back in Fihame. Working on new ways of making his people stronger. He had the blood of Jesus with him for a while now so he decided to focus on it. The blood was pure and wasn't giving dangerous vibes like Zulruk's. In fact, it gave warm, soothing vibes. All the scientists in Fihame had been testing on it for a while now. From that research, they came up with a product. They called it the Godly Pills. They were made with the combination of 1000 chakra fruits, Alexander's blood, Jesus' blood, Ragnarok's dragon magic, Hat's chaos magic, and Archangel Michael's pure magic. Alone eating this pill would make anyone as strong as Dobby. The power level of Dobby was second only to Alexander's. Even though the difference between Alexander and Dobby was huge, Dobby was still extremely strong. Alexander was nearly 60% as strong as the big god. Not anyone could reach such a level. But still, this gave him a better chance when it came to making his people fight the army of Zulruk. How is the progress, Alfred? Alexander asked. With him, Ghost was also working. Boss, the pills are coming great. But, they are too powerful and heavy. We need controlling magic now that could affect a person on a spiritual level. We want this medicine to be absorbed in as calmly a state as possible. But, the problem is that this pill is too violent. After eating this, a person would feel their body ripping apart on a molecular level and regrouping again. This process will go on for a while and will be painful. No one can handle such pain, Alfred explained. Alexander nodded and understood the problem. I will think about a solution. You keep on working. Alexander came out of the castle and decided to roam around and see the state of the Fihame. He first came to the Phoenix village. He was surprised to see how advanced they were now. They all had their nests in trees, but they had built a community center where all kinds of gaming consoles, TVs, and computers were present. Grandpa. A cute voice came as soon as he entered the village. The son of Barry, Alan, came flying towards him and rubbed his head on his face. Alexander ruffled his head and dotted on this flying grandson of his. Soon, Barry also came. He had a sun hat on his head. Alexander had to agree, Barry had matured a lot since last time. Otherwise, he was always in some mischief. What's with the look? Alexander asked. Oh, I am contracted by Iro to look after his tea fields. I'm staying there now with Red. Barry explained. Alexander petted his head, encouraged him, and left. While walking by the lake, he saw Noodles, Sea King from One Piece, still being his cheerful self. He had befriended everyone there. But, Noodles had grown humongous now. Even a skyscraper would be like nothing in front of him. If one were to not know him, they'd be terrified by him. But Noodles was as harmless as a puppy. He soon walked past some unicorns who were grazing the fields. They all bowed their heads a little and went back to eating. Unicorns were very proud animals, so them bowing their heads to Alexander meant that they trusted and respected him more than anything else. Soon, he came to the flower gardens where his family was gathered for today. All the kids were playing and making noises while Olivia and Thea were getting their paintings made by Amy. Hats was also sitting on Olivia's lap and sleeping. It was always weird seeing him acting like a real cat whenever he was around Olivia. It seems, nobody could refuse a mother's love, Hats included. What are my beautiful potatoes doing? Alexander asked. He called Olivia a potato too. Oh. Alexander saw little Thea making noises, so he had to pick her up. Even Ajax came up and climbed on his back. Ajax, I still remember you used to pee on my head whenever you sat there. I hope you don't do that now. Alexander reminded him jokingly. Ajax embarrassingly scratched his head. I never did that, Grandpa. Nonsense, I have irrefutable video footage, Alexander said. That was someone else. Oh, how many kids are here with dual-tone hair like you? Alexander asked. This time Ajax couldn't argue and quietly sat down. Haha, don't be like this. I was just pulling your leg. I can proudly say, all my grandkids have peed on me once. That's what kids do. Even big sister Amy. Ajax asked. Ah, now that you've mentioned. No, she never did. She was always so polite and well-behaved. But don't worry. Your dad used to pee a lot. He was like a water fountain sometimes. Alexander revealed. Ha ha ha. I will go and tell Daddy. Finally, I have something to make fun of him. Ajax cheered and ran away. Alexander walked beside Olivia and sat down. He looked at snoring Hats. He looks so harmless when sleeping. Olivia caressed Hat's fur. Well, he deserves it. His past isn't filled with happy memories, you know. Poor thing was abused so much when he used to be a simple cat for his smile. But he feels happy and safe with us here. Look, he even gave me his childhood photo. Alexander didn't know about the past of Hats. He looked at the photo of the fat cat and smiled. Yeah, I treat him like a family too. I may tease him, but he's a good boy, even with his chaotic tendencies. Alexander then played with Thea and made funny faces. Hee. She chuckled. Alexander felt her magic again. It would make his heart filled with joy. Wait. Just then he had an idea. He looked at Thea's smiling face and thought. What if I can use her magic and combine it with the pill? Would it make the mind and thoughts of the eater pure and kind? He caressed her face. Ha ha ha, my granddaughter is the best. She seemed to understand that she was being appreciated and loved, so she showed her toothless smile. Alexander's heart melted that moment. He took her to the laboratory. Alfred, do you have something that can absorb Thea's magic? What magic does she have? Alfred asked. Alexander looked at Thea for a demonstration. But she just looked at his face with serious eyes. All right, you can play with my bears. He held her close to his face. A smile appeared on her face and she started passing her hands through his beard. Her laughs and giggles were spreading her magic. Did you feel it? Alexander asked Alfred. Alfred's eyes were wide open. He may have been an AI originally, but now most of his body was organic with only useful parts being made of metal. He also felt the effect of Thea on himself. Amazing! This can solve all our problems. We can probably use her magic to heal those angels who have been corrupted by Zulruk. Alfred hypothesized. Alexander agreed, I know, so we need to find a way to store her magic. But Alfred already had a solution, easy, we have the Philosopher's Stone. It is the best material that conducts magic. Let's use that. Alexander immediately agreed. Good, bring me a Philosopher's Stone and make it as a locket for little Thea. She will keep on charging it with her positivity. A/N, not much arc development in these 2 chapters. I didn't want characters in Fahim to become dull, so sometimes I include these scenes. The next 2 chapters will include arc development. I won't be dragging this for too long. The next arc will be Full Metal Alchemist and then possibly Overlord. If you have any suggestions for some widely popular anime or movies, you can suggest them to me. I might consider them as short 1-2 chapter arcs. You can see Little Hats on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 515. Saving a little girl. 5 days later. The locket on Thea's neck had been filled with her magic. She was cheerful and smiling all the time, so it didn't take that much time. Alexander also tempted the tailed beasts on the promise of getting their favorite food. They made sure that Thea was always happy and giggling. But, when Alexander went to take the locket from her, she protested and even tried to bite his finger, though she didn't have teeth yet and it only felt like someone was tickling. It seemed she liked it a lot. So, he had to trick her and changed the locket with another one. Alfred, here. Make the pills. He instructed. Alfred took the stone and put it in a small chamber where more than 100 pills were kept. He put the stone at the center and closed the chamber. It will take some time, boss, Alfred said. Okay, I will come later. I still have something to do. Alexander replied and headed out. Hats, come with me. I will give you a tasty treat. Alexander told him. Hats looked at him with suspicion. What are you planning to do to this good kitty? Alexander's brows twitched. Nothing, I just want to give you a new pill I made. It will make you stronger. Hats took a few seconds to understand his words. Whoosh. He suddenly started running away. You think I'm a fool? No. I will not be your guinea pig. No, Hats, you are misunderstanding. Alexander ran after him. Iroh had reached a place he did not know. He was hungry, so he had dropped in here. It was a city he had not come to before. He started walking around in the new city, in search of a shop worth his taste buds. While walking past a tall wall, suddenly something fell on his head. He was not injured any bit, but he looked to his side. Shocking to him, it was a little girl. Child, are you okay? The girl scaredly got up. Iroh saw that she was small and her arms were covered in bandages. What is your name, child? Iroh asked nicely. The girl felt positive vibes from him, so she unknowingly gave out her name. I'm Eri. Oh no. Eri was a small girl with bluish, off-white hair, messy and unkempt, which were parted in the middle of her forehead, almost reaching down to her waist. She had very wide, innocent-looking eyes, which were bright red in color. Poking out from the right side of her forehead was also a small, brown horn. She was wearing a plain, short-sleeved dress, which was dirty, pale tan-colored. Bandages were wrapped around both her arms and legs, stopping at her wrists and ankles, underneath which she has had numerous scars. At a glance, Iroh knew that she was in trouble. Suddenly the sound of many footsteps came from a distance. He saw the fear on the girl's face. Quick, hide behind me. In fact, Iroh used his magic and made her unnoticeable. He had been learning it from Barry while working on the farm. Hey, did you see a girl passing by? The man asked him. Oh, the one with a little horn? Yeah, she went that way. Iroh answered. He had pointed towards the highway. This way, when they don't find her, they would think that she boarded some vehicle. Once the area was clear, he called her out, come out now, they are gone. Eri meekly peeked out from behind him. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha, it was fate that brought me here. What was the probability that you would fall on me at the exact time I was passing by? Child, you look troubled. Come, we will eat something and talk. He invited her and started walking away. Eri considered her options and soon started following him as she felt compelled for some reason. Iroh put his hand in his bag and took out an apple. Do you want an apple, little Eri? He asked. Her favorite fruit was apple and she quickly took it. Thank you. Haha, it's okay. How old are you and why were they looking for you? Did they hurt you? Iroh inquired. She bit her lips. She didn't want to tell him. She was still not sure if he was a good man or not. If he would send her back to the lab. She had enough of the treatment she was receiving there. Iroh patted her head, it is okay if you don't want to tell. I will still help you. Come, this shop looks good, they also sell tea. They entered the shop and took seats. Iroh ordered lots of dishes and tea. Eat whatever you want, it's Grandpa's treat, Iroh told her. She didn't show many expressions on her face. But in her heart, she felt comfortable and warm. I'm not hung. Brr. Her stomach made sounds. She was surely hungry. Haha, don't lie to yourself, child. Eat. Iroh laughed and picked the dumpling and ate it with his tea. But soon he stopped drinking the tea from the shop and poured his own homemade tea to himself and Eri. I have spoiled myself. No tea except the one grown in my fields tastes good. Eri sipped and was shocked. It really tasted much better. She slowly started trusting him and opening up. So, where will you be going now, Eri? Iroh asked. I don't know, I have no family left. I was locked up in that building so I don't want to go back. She replied. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that and for your troubles. Well, I am traveling around. Would you like to tag along? We will eat lots of different food. Then I will take you to my friend who can help you with anything. He proposed. She thought for a few seconds and then agreed. She understood that she could not survive alone. She was just 6 years old after all and knew no one who would take her in. Good, then let's go shopping and buy some clothes for you. A child at your age should wear colorful clothes and should look cheerful. Iroh said. He put the money on the table and started to leave. But then he looked back and held his hand out. Eri understood and ran to his side. She held his hand in hers and walked with him. As Iroh was a firebender, his body was constantly warm. So, when she touched his hand, her cold weak hand felt the warmth. For some reason, she felt she could fully trust him. Finally, a small unnoticeable smile appeared on her face with that. Shihasaikai was a Yakuza organization. Originally, Eri's grandfather was the boss of it but when he fell ill his protégé took over. But, because of Eri's special quirk, he locked her up and did tests on her blood. The name of the man was Kai Chisaki. He was going crazy over the disappearance of Eri right now and had launched a full-scale search. Eri had tried to run away many times in the past but it was never hard to find her. This was the first time they couldn't find her and it worried him a little. Chronostasis, no matter what you must do, find her. Go. He shouted orders at his aide. He himself went out too. After all his plans were resting on Eri. You can see Eri on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 516. I know that face. Haha, yes, this dress is good. Now you look like a cheerful child. Let's go. We will go to the next restaurant. Iroh cheered. Eri ran up to him and held his hand and started walking. They hailed a taxi and went to the next restaurant where they were going to eat lunch. It was supposed to be the best in the city. What do you want to eat this time, child? Iroh asked. Apple pie. She replied quickly. Haha, it seems you like apples a lot. Okay, we will eat apple pie. Iroh agreed. Eri smiled happily. She was having the best time of her life right now. She was thanking God in her mind that she followed Iroh. He was really a very nice grandpa. Faham. Yes. Boss, we were successful. Look. Alfred cheered loudly. He came out of the lab and found Alexander in the kitchen. Alexander was cooking pancakes for everyone. You made the pills. Alexander was surprised. It had just been one day. He picked one and ate it, shocking Alfred. Boss, we haven't tested it yet. It's okay, I can reverse the time. It's a bit chewy. Oh, you added orange flavor. Good job, Alexander remarked as he chewed. After a while, he gulped it down. Just then something happened. Instead of going into his bottomless stomach, it somehow dissolved itself in his golden bloodstream. For Alexander, the power boost was not a lot, but he still felt it. Whoa! This is amazing, Alfred. If my instincts are right, we can truly make everyone strong now. Alexander cheered. Grandpa, is it candy? Ajax, Nell, and Yalo came to him. No, this is a medicine, Alexander replied. This made the three run away from him. Nobody likes medicine after all. Haha, it doesn't cure any disease, it makes you stronger. Alexander clarified. But he didn't give one to each because it would be very painful and he wanted them to grow up first. Only Yalo was an exception because even when Ajax would be an adult, Yalo would still be a toddler. Alfred, start producing as much as you can and also test if eating multiple ones can have some benefits, Alexander instructed for the next level of the research. I will go and give one of these to Ragnarok and Iroh. Dobby is already strong enough. Alexander decided. Dobby was really strong. Because Alexander considered him his right-hand man, he specifically focused on his development and helped him get stronger on every step. Alexander appeared in Drachium. He found Ragnarok sitting on his gold throne. But Ragnarok was wearing reading glasses and looking at some documents. He didn't look like the overbearing Ragnarok at the moment and instead looked like a competent statesman. Alexander had to pinch himself to check if he was dreaming. Since when did the mighty dragon start reading? Alexander asked mockingly. Ragnarok looked up and laughed, wahaha. I'm not as careless as you think. I am responsible for all dragons in Drachium. I still read the financial report of the planet every year. Even I, as the king, have to do this much. Alexander nodded. He was happy to know this side of Ragnarok. He went closer to him and handed him the red pill. This is the godly pill we made. It will make you stronger. Eat it. Alexander said. Ragnarok didn't think much and munched on it. After 5 seconds he suddenly fell to the floor and started shouting in pain. Mother of CKER. Alexander scratched his beard. Ah, I ate it before but didn't feel much pain. Never thought you'd feel this much. Well, go to sleep then. He made him fall asleep by magic and left him on his bed. He next went to find Iroh. Iroh brought little Eri to a 5-star restaurant. Initially, they didn't let him enter due to his dressing. They thought he was some beggar. But Iroh gave them a gold coin which changed the staff's attitude to a full 180 degrees. They were even given VIP treatment. Okay, bring me your best apple pie, tea, and some noodles, Iroh ordered. Eri started eating her apple pie with a smile. Hee, it is tasty, Grandpa. Sure it is, I heard this place has the best food. That is why I brought you here. Iroh remarked. After a while, they were done eating. So, what are you going to do now, Eri? He asked. He didn't know where to send this little girl to. Eri got nervous. Can't I stay with Grandpa? Iroh scratched his long beard and asked, but you must tell me about your family history and why you ran away. This way, I can legally help you. She meekly nodded and started speaking. When I was small, my quirk. I accidentally used my new quirk on father and it caused him to vanish. Mom got angry and gave me to Grandpa. Grandpa was the boss of a Yakuza group. He then gave me to his protege, Kai Chisaki. They tested on me to check my quirk and found out it was called Rewind. It gives me the ability to reverse a being's body back to a previous state. When Grandpa fell sick, Kai locked me up. He found that my blood had properties that suppress the body's ability to manifest the quirk factor. So he used my blood for his weapons. Kai has the ability called Overhaul. It grants him the ability to disassemble anything he touches, as well as reassemble it in any configuration he desires. Sniff. She was sobbing by now as big teardrops fell from her eyes. Her forehead was contorted as if she was in a lot of mental strain. Kai used his power on me. He collected my blood by destroying my body with his quirk, collecting blood and then repairing me. He did this hundreds upon thousands of times. Sniff. It was very painful, Grandpa. I tried to run many times but got caught. Only this time you saved me. Please don't send me back, Grandpa. I don't want to feel pain. Iroh's face had already turned serious. He went to her and gave her a tight hug. He caressed her hair and tried to calm her. It's okay, Eri. Don't worry, Grandpa will not leave you. In fact, my friends are also like me. They would love to take you in as a part of our family. One of them also has the power of reversing time like you. Eri looked at his face in shock. Really? Someone else has this power too? Yes, he is also very strong. Even All Might is nothing in front of him. He and I will defeat everyone for little Eri. Iroh assured her. Boom. Suddenly the door of their dining room opened and the person Eri feared the most came in with many people standing behind him. Kai Chisaki had come to get her back. Let's go back, Eri. Everyone was worried about you. He tried to act as if he was her family. You know her? Iroh asked. Yes, she's my daughter, she was lost, come Eri, Kai said. Eri jumped on Iroh's back and hit her face. Iroh took a fighting stance and his face showed a slight tone of anger. If you dare to take a step forward, I will burn you to ashes. Iroh was not worried at all. He was way stronger now. Alexander had made sure that he didn't feel left out in Fihame. Kai Chisaki sneered at him and ordered his men. Very well, kill him. Pop. IROH. My friend, I had a breakthrough. Here, eat this. Alexander appeared out of nowhere and faced Iroh. But Alexander then saw Iroh's fighting pose. Huh? Do you want to fight me? Sure, eat this before. Look behind, Alex, Iroh said. Alexander turned around and made 1-1 calculations. There was a scared girl hiding behind Iroh and there were people looking 99% like villains. Are you bullying the little girl, young man? Alexander asked. But as Alexander turned around, Kai Chisaki's heartbeat got faster. He cursed under his breath. He had seen Alexander on TV. I know that face. OFCK. You can see happy Eri and scared Kai on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 517. Following the follower. Who are these guys? Alexander asked Iroh. They have been keeping little Eri locked and experimenting with her to make a drug that can take one's quirk away. They want to take her back. Iroh answered. Alexander looked at the innocent face of the girl on Iroh's back. Then let's punish them. You must be the leader of this little gang. Eri is my daughter. Kai tried to explain. Oh, you don't look old enough to be her father. Eri looks 6 and you look nearly 22 years old, so does this mean you became a father at 16? Stop lying to me. Alexander scolded him and walked closer. He grabbed his neck and lifted him in the air. I was going to start a crackdown on all villain organizations. Let's start with you. Kai tried to use overhaul on Alexander but to no avail. Alexander's body was too strong for it to be disassembled. It won't help you. Nothing will. Alexander said and disintegrated him. He didn't make it look too painful as a little girl was watching. She was already traumatized enough. He also saw his sin percentage and it was not something to be proud of. Then he caught all the lackeys who came with the man. But he did read their minds first to see who else was a part of their organization. After getting the info, he sent 100 T-800 androids to wipe their base clean. Alexander looked back at the girl. Hey there little one. No need to be scared anymore. They will never come back to hurt you. Iroh laughed and helped her get down from his back. He's right. No one will come after you. Where do you want to go now? UA. I will become a hero, just like you too. She said excitedly. Alexander patted her head. Sure, I know many people there. I will introduce you to its principal. They headed out to the high school. But they were being watched. All for One couldn't trust anyone now. He didn't know the scope of Alexander's capabilities so he had to do everything himself. Hence, he came out to keep an eye on him. Luckily, he was in the restaurant for lunch where Alexander appeared. From there he decided to secretly follow him. However, he didn't know that he was being followed too. Dobby's task was to find this All for One. So, to catch your enemy you must know your enemy. For this, he did lots of research and it brought him to the base where All for One was staying. But he was heading out for lunch. Dobby also followed and came to the place where Alexander was too. HOH, so he's going to follow boss. Dobby chuckled after seeing All for One acting sneaky. He also acted sneakily and followed him. They soon came to UA, but All for One stopped there and didn't enter. All for One was confident in his abilities to defeat anyone at this point. Even All Might, who he thinks was still injured. But, he didn't want to fight inside the stronghold of so many heroes. So, he was going to wait. Alexander came to the principal's office. Hello there, Principal Nizu. I have something for you. Alexander said. Nizu, as always, was drinking his tea. He asked, what can I do for you, Golden Grandpa? This girl here wants to enter the U.A, Alexander said. But he also told him everything else telepathically. From her past to her abilities. Nizu nodded and looked at her kindly. Eri, we do not have a middle school or elementary school. But since you are so special, I will make an exception. Hero studies only start when you pass middle school. So, you will be doing your elementary schooling and middle schooling in the UA. I will be hiring special teachers for you. You will also live in the dormitory and make friends with all the new and upcoming heroes. Eri was elated with this news. She would be able to make friends and that was worth a lot more to her than anything else. She had only lived like a caged bird all this time so she was excited about meeting new people. Really? Thank you, Principal. She bowed a little. Nizu smiled, seeing her happy. Good, go and see your room now. There are UA students living there too, so introduce yourself. Alexander looked at Iroh and nodded. Let's go, Eri. We will select the best room for you. He took her with him. Now, only Alexander and Nizu were there. So, are you coming to the court today? It will be the day Endeavor gets legally punished. Alexander asked. Of course, I will come. This will set a precedent that no one is above the law. In fact, I think many heroes will be watching today's hearing. Endeavor didn't have very good relationships with other pro-heroes. Nizu explained. Alexander agreed to it. From what he had seen, Endeavor's attitude was repulsive. He would challenge anyone he felt was getting better than him. Also, there were rumors about him beating his family. All for One saw Alexander alone on his way to somewhere. He decided that he would not get a better chance than this where there will be no one to disturb him. He was using his airwalk till now. He quickly set his body's trajectory and launched himself towards Alexander at full speed. His hand was reaching out to catch him and take his quirk away in an instant. Like an aircraft diving, his body made the sound too. But he was not worried about it as his speed was too much for anyone to react to. He was already gloating over the fact that he was going to be taking Alexander's quirk and be godlike. Alexander was walking towards the courthouse when he suddenly noticed a coin on the ground. Oh, throwing money on the ground is bad. He said and bent down to pick it up. But before he could even touch the coin, a man fell in front of him, face first. The man fell so hard that it felt like a bomb was dropped. Hey, even if it is your coin, you don't have to rush so much for it, Alexander said, jokingly. Soon, Dobby also landed nearby. Boss, that's all for one. He was tracking you all this while to steal your powers. Dobby explained. Ha ha ha, I know. I can sense things all around the world. It'd be an embarrassing thing if I couldn't sense him following me. Since the restaurant, I knew what he was planning and I was waiting too. Now we have a recording of this embarrassing moment for him. We will make his image so bad that even villains will stop looking at him as a role model. There's nothing better in the world than humiliating a powerful villain in front of everyone, Alexander said. All for One was still on the ground. He surely must have felt some kind of injury. His arm was stretched out when he fell so it was obviously broken. Alexander walked up to him and stood beside him. Everything was fine. Your plan would have worked on anyone but too bad for you, your target was me. Now, let's go. I will expedite your trial in the court. He tied him with a rope and started to drag him along. It was humiliating for All for One. He tried to free himself many times but Alexander knocked him out. You can see Eri and All for One on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 518. Easy trial and baited. Everyone on the street stopped and looked at Alexander dragging another man. They talked among themselves and wondered who it was. But when they saw the large advertisement flag Dobby was holding, they all started cheering. The flag had some words written on it, villain terrorist, All for One got caught. Alexander dragged him all the way to the court. Nobody stopped him from entering or dragging All for One. He was unconscious at the moment. This was a bit different from the normal court. Because superpowered people who could harm others were involved, the judges and the rest of the staff also had a quirk that would let them defend or fight. They were all trained professionals. The public was not allowed to enter except a few individuals to avoid any hostage situation. However, it was all shown live to the world to keep things transparent. Alexander entered the courtroom and put All for One on the benches and walked to the front. I would like to initiate a trial for the terrorist and SS-ranked villain, All for One. He asked. Although, things had long procedures that needed to be followed. For example, a complaint to the police needed to be filed, then an investigation needs to be done, and then it would come to the court. But this case was special. All for One was thought to be dead but he was certainly alive and was even running a villain organization. The special court immediately expedited the process and reopened the old case running on All for One. But before All for One, it was Endeavor who was going to be judged. There were dozens of charges that Endeavor was being charged for. That included multiple counts of domestic violence, child abuse, sexual assault, and misuse of authority. The judge initiated the proceedings. He was a retired hero who later joined the government service. Mainly the Quirk Justice Department. The case number 42069 NG Todoroki aka Endeavor vs Rin Todoroki. Alexander simply laid out the whole case in front of them. These were all nothing but formalities being completed. The verdict was already decided because the evidence was irrefutable. What the defense lawyer could do now was to try to lessen the sentence. The defense lawyer for Endeavor stood up and spoke, Your Honor, my client has been a hero for more than 16 years, he has made a great contribution to the national security, please, that should qualify him to be not treated too harshly. Alexander stood up and countered, absolutely, he was a hero for 16 plus years and he even became one of the top ones. People loved him and respected him. But, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Endeavor broke everyone's trust. He was a monster at home and also at the office. This shows that his whole hero persona was made up to fool everyone. This means that he's been fooling everyone in the world till now. So, I want the harshest punishment to be given to him. The people need their faith in heroes restored. The defense lawyer and Endeavor glared at him but he didn't care. He was here to set an example out of Endeavor and that is what he was doing. He couldn't kill him but he could surely get him locked up for a long time. After a few hours of proceedings, the judge announced the verdict. After carefully examining the testimonies and checking the evidence, it is clear that Endeavor is guilty. Moreover, he did all this while being the number 2 hero of our country. He also committed many of these crimes multiple times. He is being sentenced to 30 years in prison. Out of which, 15 years are non-bailable and then the bail will be set as 200 million yen. Alexander had told the judge not to speak the Todoroki family name again and again because he didn't want people to make things harder for the Todoroki family. Also, the next case would easily suppress the news of Endeavor. Case number 20156. State vs. Shigaraki aka All for One is reopened. Alexander walked to All for One and woke him up by kicking his ass. All for One got up and looked around. Where am I? What happened? Haha, you are in your trial in the court. You should be happy about the special treatment you're getting. Not everyone can get justice this fast. Alexander mocked him. All for One's fist tightened and veins popped over his head. But his hands were tied with something he could not break out of no matter what he did. But his feet were free. He had super speed and tried to run away. No, you can't run away today. Alexander had grabbed him by his collar. He dragged him to the stands and opened his handcuffs. Alexander then shared a series of pieces of evidence that showed that he was the one who ordered the attack on the UA a few days ago. Then he called for Tomura to testify against him in return for getting his own sentence reduced to just a few months. All for One's crimes were very big and he had killed thousands in his lifetime. These thousands were just those that had received confirmation that he killed them. Hence, after a few rounds of questioning and using All for One's silence as yes most of the time, the verdict was announced. After carefully checking the evidence, All for One has been found guilty of 5,216 counts of murder, 256 counts of robbery, 56 counts of kidnapping, 2 attempts to overthrow the government, and 1 attempt at destroying the world peace. All for One is hereby sentenced to death. Alexander was expecting it. In fact, All for One's crimes were a lot more than what was said. It's just that in the past, these crimes went unnoticed or were not documented. All for One, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his eyes and started laughing like a villain. Ha ha ha, if you think you can kill me, then you are gravely mistaken. He announced. He suddenly opened his mouth widely and blew air out. It was his ability called air cannon. The air was strong enough that it destroyed that part of the building. Then, he used air walk and jumped out of the building. Alexander smirked seeing this. He was waiting for this all along. He knew that if things were to go according to the law then it would take years to truly get All for One punished. It would have cost taxpayers money too. But now, he had the perfect excuse to kill him and also make the world not feel bad for a man killed in such a way. He knew how dumb people were sometimes. There were people who were against capital punishment and he couldn't do anything to take off their shroud of self-created dream they were living in. As soon as All for One was out, he used warping to try to get away from there as much as possible. No. I told you, no running away. Alexander appeared behind him and pulled him by his leg. All for One used musculoskeletal coiling. This quirk increases All for One's physical prowess, as well as increases the power of his other quirks. He tried to kick Alexander in the face. But Alexander disappeared and appeared in front of him. You missed it. Bam. A slap was welcomed in the face by All for One. His mask got thrown away. Ooh, man, what happened to your face? Alexander asked in disgust. The man didn't have an eye or a nose. There was just skin tissue and even that was scarred. This seemed to be a sensitive topic for All for One as he punched Alexander. The whole fight was being shown live on TV. But, people were cheering as if watching a football match. Alexander looked like he was toying with All for One on the television. You can see All for One on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 519. Zote the Moth. Alexander read his sins while fighting him without putting much effort. All for One Category 4. Murder 205,485. Kidnapping 6,485. Robbery 789,456. Infanticide 82. Demon worship 1. Sin percentage 85%. Demon worship, Alexander was confused. Until now he had not found any evidence of any mystical power being present in the world and controlling it. He decided to investigate a little. He teleported beside All for One and grabbed him by the neck. Did you worship a demon? All for One didn't speak, but Alexander noticed a slight movement of his mouth. He quickly put on an illusion around them to not show the world what he was doing and punched All for One's stomach so heavily that his hand pierced into his skin. He soon grabbed his intestines. Every second you waste trying to keep secrets, I will pull your intestines 1 inch. He threatened him. All for One still stayed resolute and kept his mouth shut. Fine. Alexander pulled his intestines. Tissues started tearing apart and with that pain came. But All for One was used to pain and didn't react much. Alexander took out a vial of sensitivity increasing potion and poured it into his mouth. Let's see how long you can keep on. 5 seconds passed and his intestines had been pulled 5 inches. Alexander could have simply looked into his mind, but punishing him was better. The potion did wonders and now All for One was screaming his lungs out, pleading for Alexander to stop. If you want me to stop, then tell me about your demon worship. What did you do and which demon was it? Alexander inquired. I will tell you. I will tell you everything. Stop pulling my intestines. He cried. Okay, speak. Alexander stopped but didn't let him go either. If he felt he was lying, then the punishment would resume. 150 years ago, when I had started gathering my quirk powers, I met a man. I thought he also had a quirk and I decided to take it. But while doing so, he somehow took over my body. I was enslaved by him for 10 years. Finally, when he left my body, he told me that he came from another realm and that it was a god. I really believed him because of his mystical powers that didn't exist anywhere. He told me to become his follower and in return, he would gift me. I did as asked and soon started receiving information about various quirk users around the world. I killed all those quirk users and took their quirks. My brother's name was also on that list and that is why I went after one for all. Whenever I was in a situation where I would die, he helped me and saved me. Last time too, if it was not from him, I would have died by the hands of All Might. Alexander was a bit shocked but not too surprised. But now Alexander had a little bit of idea what the demon wanted to do. You fool, that was no god. It was a demon who was grooming you to become his vessel when the time will be right. He wanted you to become as perfect as possible so your body can make him stronger. Anyway, only 2 things can happen now. If he really values you, he will come to save you, and if he knows me, then he won't. I bet he's scared right now. Alexander said, hoping that this demon was hearing him. He will surely come. All for One said gleefully. Oh, really? But will you be able to hold on till then? Alexander asked and pulled the entirety of his digestive system. Ah, you still have lungs and a heart. Let's pull them out too. They have been corrupted by demons, I must clean them. Don't worry, I will put them back in. All for One's mouth widened in shock. But before he could do anything, Alexander had already pulled his heart and lungs out. He died within seconds. But Alexander was still waiting for the demon. Just then a voice started echoing around Alexander. Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself, God's son. You must have thought I was like other lower demons. But you are wrong. I am Zot the Elder Demon. I am the embodiment of all things that dwell in darkness. All for One was a mere object for me to have fun with. I don't need a vessel, for I exist everywhere. This realm is my playground and you are in my yard now. Alexander looked around him. The voice seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere. He noticed that all humans on Earth were also hearing it. So you were the one who brought quirk to this world? Alexander asked. True and not true. I am the reason quirk exists, but I am not the source. This planet was exposed to the particles of the higher realm when I crossed over. That mutated the people of this world. But, now they are my playthings. Zod revealed. It seemed he was not worried about Alexander at all and was entertaining him as if feeding a pig before slaughtering. So we are going to fight now? Alexander asked, preparing himself. He knew that if this was really an elder demon, then he was as strong or even stronger than an archangel, and Alexander was yet to know if he was as strong as an archangel. Ha ha ha, how will you fight something you can't see? Something that does not have a body? Zod inquired. Simple, I will purify this whole realm, Alexander replied with a smirk. Zod shut up for a second as he also accepted that Alexander could do this. And it would not be good for him, so he materialized himself in front of Alexander. The body of Zod resembled a head of an ant and the body of a man with wings like that of a moth. Zod the moth, let's fight. Alexander mocked his name and took out his sword. Haha, I will have the last laugh, godson, Zod smirked and charged forwards. Boom! Their first strike was to evaluate each other. They felt evenly matched, but they knew that the other party didn't use full power, and now it was a battle of who could push more. Because the battle was being shown live, the world heard the origin of Quirk and their status as a plaything. Soon, all the major heroes rushed to the site to help Alexander kill this thing. They were yet to understand the difference of power level between them and the demon and Alexander. They were all the top heroes of the world, so they were pretty confident in their abilities. Fahim, Ragnarok, Dobby, Iroh, Olivia, Douglas, Leonidas, Hats, and everyone else were eating the Goldie pills at the moment. They were rushing so they could go and help Alexander if needed. Each of them ate 50 pills and waited for it to dissolve in their bodies. We must hurry. I know Alexander won't die, but we need to make sure this demon can't escape either. He is a subordinate of Zulrich and his rank is very high. He is way stronger than me or slightly stronger than Alex because of his property to disperse himself into nothingness. Archangel Michael gave a crash course to everyone. How will we kill him if he can turn into nothingness? Douglas asked. He can disappear doesn't mean his body mass becomes zero. It's just that his body spreads around in tiny particles. To catch him, we need to catch him inside a container. Archangel Michael suggested. Everyone understood what needed to be done. A/N, hello, my dear readers. Today and tomorrow, I will only be uploading one chapter a day because I will be very busy during these 2 days. After tomorrow, I will return to 2 chapters a day schedule. Thank you for reading. You can see Zode on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 520. Headache returns. Alexander and Zoda's strikes were strong enough to tear the planet apart. But Alexander was suppressing it and Zode was taking advantage of it. There was still a city under their feet and he didn't want everyone to die. He quickly used his reality manipulation and made thousands of high-speed trains on the roads of the city. All the heroes of the city were given the task of leading everyone to evacuation. It would take at least 15 minutes for the city to become empty. Do you know why every few trillion years the cycle of God vs sinner repeats? Zode asked. Because sinners are shameless bastards and keep on coming back to get their ass whooped, Alexander replied, making Zode angry. Wrong. Because we don't care about these lowly humans. We don't go around saving them. We do whatever is necessary to win and destroy you and your father. Zode shouted and struck Alexander with his spear that came out of his own bones. Alexander shook his head and blocked. Nope, not gonna happen. I finally have a father-ish figure. He's a bit weird, but I won't let anything happen to him. I will destroy Zulrich and ensure no new Zulrich arises till eternity, and just know, I am not planning on dying anytime soon. Alexander punched Zode in the face. It didn't hurt him, but it threw him miles away. Alexander used his energy manipulation and threw a small sun on him. Ha ha ha, big words coming out of a weakling like you. God Zulrich is many times stronger than you. He will soon kill you and everything you love. Zode caught the sun and threw it back at Alexander after increasing its size multiple times. Alexander opened his mouth and ate it. Haha, thanks for donating your energy to me. Also, your Zulrich is no god. He's a demon who got his teeth knocked by father and is still hiding in his base. Don't think I don't know what happened in heaven. Alexander mocked him. Zode gritted his teeth as Alexander was telling the truth. He prepared to launch a major attack then. Blasphemy. I will gift your head to my god Zulrich then. The attack he was going to throw was something only elder demons like him could do. It consists of combining a part of his body with the dark energy of the universe, then detaching your limb and throwing it at the enemy like a bomb. The attack could easily kill any archangel in a radius of a few light years. The black ball of mass grew over the head of Zode. It soon got so big that it was stopping the sunlight from reaching the whole city. Finally, when the expansion stopped, Zode threw it at him. Die! The big black ball flew towards Alexander. He did not move and just anticipated its arrival. It was taking some time and things were getting awkward. Why is it so slow? Alexander asked. Haha, it may be slow but it will obliterate you. I the great Tititart will be the one to kill you. What? I thought your name was Zode. Alexander asked. Zode started to sweat. I am Zode. Wait, do you know someone named Pussy Tart? Alexander inquired with a funny feeling in his guts. What? How do you know my little brother? Wait, no. I don't have any brother. Zode got flustered. Ha ha ha, so bad naming runs in your family. Oh boy, I would have killed myself if I was named that. Alexander laughed loudly. Zoda's eyes twitched and he just waited for his attack to reach Alexander. Pop. Suddenly, Olivia, Dobby, Ragnarok, Douglas, and others came out. Where is the fight? Tell me. Ragnarok excitedly asked. you all have eaten the pills. Good. That is the bad guy. He has sent his attack towards me. I am just waiting for it to reach me now. Alexander explained. Everyone looked at Zote weirdly. Suddenly, Michael spoke, Tititart? What are you doing here? I thought you were assigned to watch over Hell. Hats and Douglas were the first to start laughing. They rolled in the air in laughter. Mwahahaha, who names someone Tititart? Hats laughingly asked. Olivia scolded Hats, don't make fun of someone's name. Bad manners. Hats looked at Olivia's face and stopped laughing. But he could also see that Olivia was suppressing her laughter and it made him laugh even more. Names don't make a man, his deeds do. Iroh quoted. Dobby shook his head and said, but here, his deeds are as degenerative as his name. True, Iroh nodded. Finally, after a good laugh, the big black ball attack reached Alexander. Finally, die! Zote shouted. He had withstood enough insults until now and was overflowing with rage. Alexander smirked and activated his god's eyes. The pattern appeared in his eyes and he lifted his hand up. He touched the big black ball and started absorbing it all. But it was very big and would take a lot of time. No. You were not supposed to do that. Zote shouted and came forward to stop Alexander. A part of his own power was still inside that bomb and it was supposed to return to him after detonation. But if Alexander were to absorb it all, his power would decrease permanently. He came to disrupt Alexander but was blocked by his family. I am the god of chaos, if you think you can cross me then you are gravely mistaken. Hats boasted. Olivia patted Hats' head, good boy. Hats got embarrassed and complained, Grandma, I was supposed to look cool. Now I look like a little kid. Olivia chuckled, no, Hats still look cool. Ragnarok was hungry for a good fight and didn't wait. He went straight to beat Zote. Bam! Fight me, demon, Ragnarok shouted as he punched Zote in the face. Zote struggled to get away from him. What the hell man, let me prepare my attack. Bam! Zote's cheeks swole up. He had used a lot of his power in his previous attack and he was now not as strong. Hence his current predicament. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Why can't you fight with your arms and feet? Ragnarok asked. Aye. Douglas appeared behind him with his scissor sword and tried to cut his neck. Zote barely escaped. What the hell? Zote was shocked. Douglas was disappointed, come on, just one little cut on your neck. Zote shook his head in fear, are you kidding me? That would kill me. The fight was not a fight anymore. It had turned into bullying and Zote was looking pathetic. Alexander was just done with absorbing everything. Stop it, everyone. He's too weak to fight us anymore. He was a previous staff member under Father. Let Father deal with him. Alexander said. Michael and Douglas nodded. Correct, he was supposed to be working in Hell but he must have escaped or gotten under the influence of Zulruk, Michael added. Alexander decided to call God. Pop. Oh. My hot and sexy old man? What are you doing here? Were you following me? If yes, then give me a smooch, if no, then give me 10 smooches. A voice came from a distance. Alexander looked at the two new arrivals. One of them was a man in a nice stylish suit and the other was the long-time headache that just wouldn't leave him. The man in the suit came up to Alexander with a smile. Ah, God's son. It's a pleasure to see you. I am Lucifer, at your service. Then Lucifer turned towards Archangel Michael and greeted him with a smirk, brother, it's been a while hasn't it? Michael wasn't very interested in him. Yeah, it has. Glad you started taking your job seriously. What are you saying? I was always serious. Your lack of faith in me pains me, brother. Lucifer shed some fake tears and looked at Zote. Time to go back home, Tititart. Just because that imbecile Zulruk gave you a new name doesn't free you from being a worker in Hell. You still need to keep records there. Lucifer spoke in a threatening tone. Who is he, brother Lucifer? Deadpool asked excitedly. This was his first field mission under supervision. Oh, he is the creator of Lusty Night of Dread Punishment, Lucifer revealed. There were stars in Deadpool's eyes. Senpai. A/N, most probably 2 daily chapters from tomorrow again. You can see Lucifer on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 521, 521. Yalo can speak, but... Alexander looked at Lucifer. This was a different Lucifer than the one he saw in the Marvel Universe. This one had class. What are you two doing here? Alexander asked. Lucifer answered like a gentleman. Oh, Hell comes under me and this guy here works for me. But a few years ago he went missing. Now that he took a physical form, I found him quickly. Alexander nodded. So you will be taking him back. Go ahead, but you must punish him accordingly. Haha, he will be punished for a long time, Lucifer replied with an evil smirk and looked at Tittitart. Okay, take him then. But make sure he doesn't run away again or this time I will not let him go. He warned while looking at Tittitart with a fear-inflicting gaze. Go away now and take the headache with you too, Alexander said, pointing towards Deadpool. But Deadpool blushed like a teenager in love. Ah, does this mean I'm on your mind? Lucifer simply dragged Deadpool with him. As soon as they disappeared, Alexander looked at the city that was now in ruins. It had been evacuated before he had started exchanging blows. Well, it seems I will need to fix the city now. Can't leave a bad impression of their favorite hero. You guys go back. Alexander said. Arg, why is everyone so weak? I just want to have a good fight, Ragnarok complained and left. Olivia also left with hats in her arms. Douglas and Michael went to report to God. Boss, what is the purity of this world now? Dobby asked. Alexander checked and found it to be nearly 78%. Ah, I guess that the current state of this world is not all due to that demon but because of the normal human actions. Alexander determined. Iroh also spoke, human mind is very hard to understand. But one this is common in all, that is, in every human, there lies a monster and a monk, bringing the monster out is much easier. Oh look, some people are coming here. Dobby pointed. There were many heroes. All of them were top-ranked ones from all around the world. It had taken them some time to gather up and they had thought that this battle would take some time. But they were late and the situation was under control. Ha ha ha, you all are late to the party. Alexander laughed. All Might was also there and asked, where did they go to? What happened to All for One? Dead, Alexander announced. All the heroes didn't speak for a while as they digested the fact in their minds. Alexander ignored them and repaired the city with magic. All the broken buildings and streets were repaired back to their original condition. But Alexander didn't know that the world was still watching all this on live TV. Everyone was now particularly confused about what quirk he had because all this time he had shown so many different abilities. Unknowingly, his status as a mortal rose to something higher and was automatically elevated in the minds of many. That day he changed from just being a hero to being a legend. It took him 15 minutes to repair everything. He looked at his watch and grumbled, Ah, Dobby, let's go back to the restaurant. It's time to open or else Oli will get angry. They quickly flew away while everyone else kept on looking at their backs. Next day. What happened yesterday reached every ear on the planet. Even those who weren't interested in hero or villain stuff knew about it because of the revelation the demon did. Their powers weren't originated from mice but instead, it was because of someone who was using them as his plaything. This made people feel less proud of their quirk. People like Bakugo who saw their quirk as something to be proud of because theirs was more powerful also calmed down. All of a sudden, lots of news media people gathered around the humble little restaurant. Olivia deployed hats to make them go away. Go away, we don't want to give any interviews. Grandma will be angry if you stay. However, you can interview me about my adventures. He politely warned them and proposed another solution. But when no one heard him and ignored him for being a little cat, he used his chaotic measures. He became invisible and tied firecracker strips behind each reporter. Then he lit them up. In just a few seconds, all the reporters were running to save their lives from the unknown gunner. While the reporters were jumping around, hats collected their cameras and other equipment. You will get your stuff back when you leave and come in 5 days. Until then, this is confiscated. He warned them and went inside. All the reporters left dejectedly. Grandma, I sent them all away. Where is my fish now? He asked nicely. Olivia gave him his deep-fried fish and went to find Alexander. Hats alone sat and ate his food. But soon he noticed that he was being watched. He looked and found it to be the tailed beasts. No. This is my treat. You go work and get yours too. Hats said and turned around. Kome huffed at him. Hey, we will just go to Grandpa and get it for free. The world's purity was at 78%. It was not going to be easy to increase it because there was no big villain to defeat. It was just normal people who needed to be changed. It needed to start with the hero organizations around the world. So, Alexander went ahead and formed the first ever World Hero Organization. It was a part of the UN but it would not work under it. All nations of the world were a member of it. They all sent their best heroes to join it and work in it. The primary task of this group was to act as an overwatch of all other heroes around the world and the removal of any villain organization in the world. They were also now under the category of public safety officials. They could also be called on for duty when there is a police case where their quirk could be helpful. For example, a quirk that could look into memory. A quirk that could look into the past and other powers like that. These organizations were also responsible for space exploration because in Alexander's eyes, researching and building technology for space exploration often leads to the creation of other technologies that may look smaller but could revolutionize the world for the better. Alexander didn't have much to do on his own this time, so he just stayed with his lovely family and spent time there. Now, his restaurant was world famous and it had increased the workload. Ajax, I received another complaint from your school. You broke the door again. Alexander spoke to Ajax, who had just returned from school. Ajax embarrassingly rubbed his head. Grandpa, I tried to control my strength but the gate was too weak. Alexander laughed and ruffled his hair. Haha, kid, even a metal door would be weak for you. Okay, go and wash up. Then he looked at Yellow. My little boy, come here. I heard you have started speaking more now. Yellow nodded and spoke. Speak more, I do. Alexander's eyes twitched. Yellow was speaking just like Yoda. Why do you speak with words in the wrong places? Alexander asked. I do not, purposefully do. Too fast, my brain is, slow my tongue is. Yellow answered. Alexander couldn't argue with that. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 522, 522. Endeavor's punishment. 1 year later. The UA Academy had organized a training camp for the students. It was supposed to be in a forest. Everything was originally going normally. But, some villains attacked them there. Ajax and Yellow were there and they quickly subdued them without letting anyone escape. They were currently the top-ranking students of their school. Many heroes were trying to get them to do internships under them. They wanted to use their strength and also get to know Alexander through them. But sad for them, the two would be leaving the world soon. Alexander was free so he came to handle the matter himself. But, a surprise was waiting for him there. He found a kid named Dabby. When Alexander ran his fingerprints on the National Citizen Database, he turned out to be Toya Todoroki, the eldest missing son of Rei Todoroki. Bam! Alexander knocked on his head to knock some senses into him. What kind of son are you? You have such great powers and yet left your mother to be abused by that man? Not just your mother but even your younger siblings. I have nothing to do with them. I have no family. Dabby/Toya argued. Alexander shoved the phone onto his face, yet your fingerprint says otherwise. You are Toya Todoroki. Do you even know how sad your mum was when you went missing? She thought you were dead. She lost her mental balance and was thrown into a psychiatric ward in a hospital. Did you ever even love your mother? Toya's face showed some change of expression. His face looked worried. Alexander then knew that the kid at least wasn't too far from returning to the right path. I do not know any Todoroki. Just kill me or leave me. He struggled to get free from the restraints. Bam! Your mom is coming. Before that, you are not going anywhere. Alexander scolded him and left him alone. But making sure he doesn't run away, he went to Ajax and Yellow. You two, prepare to return to Fiheim, we will be leaving soon. So soon? Grandpa, I was just starting to have fun. Oh well, I'll look for my tailed brothers. Ajax replied and disappeared after saying goodbye to a few friends he made there. Yellow did the same. After waiting for an hour, finally, the Todoroki family arrived. Rei was already crying. She just ran to Toya and hugged him. My son. Sniff, where were you? She cried. Toya had the usual angry face but when she hugged him his frown disappeared and in its place came a normal face. Why did you leave me, Toya? Did mom treat you badly? She asked. Toya shook his head. He couldn't see his mother take all the blame for something she didn't do. Endeavor made me what I am today. You just never saw it probably. I was your first son, Mom. Endeavor's hopes and dreams were supposed to manifest in me. So, when I couldn't produce both fire and ice, he beat me up to make me angry and hoping that I'd magically outburst into ice. I hated him every second I was near him. Then, Fuyami came, she was too harassed by Dad, then Natsuo, and finally Shoto. All of us were nothing but experimental subjects to him. I wanted to kill him but I was weak and becoming a villain made me stronger, so I chose this path. Rei took a long breath and hugged him tightly. But Mom always loved you and still loves you. Endeavor is in jail now, Toya. He will stay there for years. Please come home now, I miss seeing all my children play together. Fuyami also came with teary eyes. Big brother, let's go home now. There is no place for villains in this world anymore. Toya looked at the chubby face of Fuyami and remembered his childhood. She was always the strongest of them. Even after the abuse from their father, she never stopped caring for her brothers. He looked at the sky and sighed. Fine. Natsuo and Shoto also came forward and had a family hug. Ah! Ji-chan. We do a group hug too. Saiken, who had come out to call Alexander for dinner, spoke. He went to Alexander and hugged his chest. Even though he was the only one there. Alexander patted his back, haha, yes, we will have a group hug. Alexander walked to the small family. Toya, you did face many hardships from your father. I will remind him of his crimes later, but you don't need to remember those. I want you to live a normal life, so, I will heal your face and body, and repair the burned skin. He did his magic and soon Toya had red hair and normal skin. All the best, I will be going home now. Pop. He disappeared, leaving behind all other villains to be taken by the authorities. Fahame. Group Hugh. Saiken shouted. Like hungry bees after a juicy flower, all the kids and tailed beasts ran up to him. Some hugged his head, some his arms, and some his legs. He walked like a zombie to the dining table. Okay, let's have dinner now. Take your seats. He told them. They obediently jumped to their seats and started devouring food. So, we're leaving again? Olivia asked. Yeah. I know Oli, this is a tiring lifestyle. But, I recommend that you cherish while you can because when we will settle down you will complain that things are too boring. Alexander advised her. I guess you are right. She agreed. Anyway, you should go and give the restaurant to Fuyamai. I will also be finishing up my work and we will be leaving. Alexander recommended. Where is Ragnarok? Alexander inquired. Dobby answered, I don't know, he said that he is going out to finish his work. What the hell is that lizard even doing? Since we came to this world I have seen him disappearing from time to time. Alexander asked. But no one had an answer. After dinner, they all went to rest. Next day. Alexander came to the prison where Endeavor was kept. Why have you come here now? To laugh at a man's misery? Endeavor asked in a mocking tone. Alexander shook his head in disgust. No, and don't think this is your misery. This is your punishment for making others feel miserable. But, I won't go easy on you. I did not punish you all this time and I won't use my powers to do that because I have something better. Alexander set up a speaker outside of Endeavor's reach. Then, the recordings started playing. Toya, Endeavor made me what I am today. You just never saw it. I was your first son, Mom. I wanted to kill him but I was weak and if becoming a villain made me stronger, I chose this path. Shoto, father never really loved me, I was just a tool for him to defeat All Might. The sole reason for my existence was not because he wanted a child, but because he wanted a fighter who would win. Fuyamai, he was disappointed in me from the moment I was born. In his eyes, even if I had the power of fire and ice, I still wouldn't be able to defeat All Might because I was a girl. Natsuo, I don't think I even remember he ever smiled after looking at me. In his eyes, I was a failed product. Rei, I was forced into a marriage with him. I never loved him and neither did he love me. I was just a means to get strong offspring for him. Once I had given birth to Shoto, my value in his eyes was lowered to a nuisance that he decided to throw away. Switch it off. Endeavor raged. No. This is your punishment. Now your misery starts. This is all you're doing, hear it, accept it and repent if you get a chance. The recording will only stop at night for you to sleep, all the other time, it will remind you of your sins. Alexander said and left the jail. Come back. Roars of Endeavor kept on coming but he was locked underground in the safest and most secure cell. No one could hear him. A/N, hey, guys. My brother's engagement went well. Now, I will continue writing 2 chapters every day. Thanks for understanding the circumstances and thanks for all the support. You can see Toya Todoroki on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 523. Unplanned visit. Next day. Ajax and Yalo were getting a special graduation ceremony because they were going to be leaving soon. So they were at the school. Alexander was at the ceremony too. Olivia on the other hand was at the restaurant, telling Fuyamai about her ownership of it. You are the best chef I know here and I have trust in you that you will run this place with care. So, I am transferring its ownership to you. Olivia told her. Fuyamai was shocked. She had just been her cooking assistant all this time and only learned stuff from her. She never knew that this responsibility would be given to her someday. What? Are you sure, Grandma? She asked nervously. Olivia caressed her hair, absolutely, child. I have the utmost trust in you. Here, take these keys. But where are you going, Grandma? She asked. I will be going on a long trip with my family. We might not return anytime soon. Olivia vaguely answered. She knew that Fuyamai would become sad if she knew that she would be leaving the world. In the school, Alexander was speaking to All Might. It's okay, kid. How many times will you thank me? If you really want to thank me, then follow the ideals I am leaving behind. Being a hero does not just mean fighting villains. Even if you catch a petty thief, you are still a hero. Alexander advised him. Absolutely. You are my role model now. I will strive to be like you. All Might proudly said. Haha, good. Keep an eye on the students here too. Many of them have the possibility of someday reaching the peak. Now, I will be going. Take care. Alexander waved goodbye and left with Yalo and Ajax. Both of them were happily grabbing onto their graduation certificates. Grandpa, where will we be going next? Ajax asked. He and Yalo were sitting on each side of his shoulder. Alexander coughed and answered, Ajax, I have learned my lessons. I will not try to guess and jinx it. Hehe, well, I want to see a world filled with trees and animals. Trees and animals even in the city, Ajax loudly wished. Be careful what you wish for, Ajax, Alexander warned him. Soon, they reached home. Dobby, did you find Ragnarok? Alexander asked his elf friend. Yes boss, I found out what he was doing. He had bought gold mines around the world and was mining them all this while. Though I can't say he did anything bad because he generated lots of jobs and taxes. Now he has even handed the mines back to the governments and has returned home. Dobby explained. Facepalm. Sigh, and I thought he was secretly dating someone. How much did he mine anyway? Alexander inquired. Well, he now has a new tall hill beside his gold mountain, so you can guess. Alexander just shook his head and told everyone to enter Fihame. He had received the message that he was going to leave in a few minutes. He went to the terrace of the restaurant and waited there. Like always, a beam of golden light fell on him and took him along. Many people saw the beam of light, and adding to the fact that Alexander and his family disappeared after that, they believed that it was his doing and that he went to space. Alexander and his family were not seen after that day and they became legends. Grandma's Recipe restaurant also became one of the world's most famous restaurants. Alexander's methods to keep the world at peace really worked and no new megavillain appeared for years. All Might rose the ranks and in a few years became the #1 hero of the whole world. He also headed the World Hero Association and managed to keep the world at peace. Alexander was expected to reach the next world soon. He was just looking around boredly. He saw some worlds that were under Zulruk. They were in a blackish tint as if some character of a video game were yet to be unlocked. Soon, I will be coming for you, Alexander muttered and looked at the other side. That looked colorful and full of life. It was the side of God. Suddenly the scene around him changed and he found himself in a white room where he had arrived the first time after dying. God was waiting for him there. Alexander was surprised as he didn't know that he'd be called here. Seeing God, Alexander went ahead and gave him a hug. All this while he had really started seeing him as a father. Old man, you look the same as always, Alexander greeted God. Haha, of course, I would. Time can't touch me. Didn't I say? Yeah, time and space is your bitch. Alexander completed his words. God then looked at him for a second with a smile. I may have not changed, but you have changed a lot. I must say, you look exactly like how many perceive God, except the glasses and cigar. Your long hair and beard are good too. What can I say, I am learning from the best. Alexander jokingly said. Now, when will you introduce me to my great-grandkids? God asked. Oh, yeah. Wait, I'll call everyone out. Alexander quickly went to Fihame. In a matter of minutes, a big crowd came out. Alexander had all his grandkids and kids around him. Old man, this is Ajax, he's blessed with extreme strength. This is Thea, she can affect the mood of people around her. This is Yalo, he has telekinesis. You already know my son and wife. Here, these are my potatoes. Alexander introduced everyone and God caressed and patted their heads lovingly. Then God came to Ragnarok. I think I will officially make you the dragon god. It's time those arrogant dragons have a strong god to spank them. Wahaha, thanks, God. I will teach them a lesson. Ragnarok replied. He and God were very quick to become friends. Then God saw Dobby. You are truly the strongest elf I have ever seen. There have been many elf gods too, but never this strong. It's time you officially become the god of all elves. Thank you, boss of the boss. Dobby bowed a little. God laughed, haha, just call me father. Meow. Hats came and jumped on God's shoulder. How have you been, Hats? I hope you didn't cause too much trouble for my son. God asked. Hats proudly replied, of course I did, I am the god of chaos, I must do a little mischief or else I can't digest my food. God then walked to Iroh. Ah, you must be Iroh. Alex sent me your tea leaves and I loved them. I officially declare you the god of spirit and tea. I guess I am honored, Iroh replied. He was a bit confused by his title. Alexander chuckled. Is that a real title or are you just making it up? Of course it is real, God replied and ignored Alexander's question. Soon, he was in front of Douglas. Douglas looked at God with an embarrassing look. But, he received a hug from God. I am proud of you, child. I thought you would always be a good-for-nothing angel but look at you now, an archangel. Well done. He appreciated him. Olivia. My daughter. Thank you for keeping my son happy and sane. You tolerate him, that is enough to earn my respect. God said jokingly. Yeah, I somehow manage, Olivia replied as if she was really tired. Alexander's eyes twitched. Hey old man, stop bad-mouthing me. I speak the truth and only truth. God proudly denied the allegation. Come everyone, we will have a feast today. Alex, Dobby, Ragnarok, Iroh, Douglas, Olivia, Hats, and Michael, come with me. We are having a meeting with all the other gods. God invited them all. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 524, 524. Empty city. There was a huge hall with lots of chairs and tables. Many different looking people were sitting there. They were all gods from various pantheons and civilizations. Soon God started the meeting. Today I did not invite you all just for a party. I invited you to discuss the plan to end that sinner Zulruk. All of you are the ones who have luckily survived. He was recently been found to be focusing on decreasing my power by taking gods under me to his side forcefully. I have found a way to keep all of you protected even if he comes in front of you and tries to influence you, God revealed. Everyone else started murmuring among themselves. It is a simple bracelet. You just need to keep on wearing it at all times. If any of you still got influenced by him then you'd either be the biggest fool in the heavens or a traitor. God sternly announced. Now, eat all you want. God looked at Alexander sitting on his side. Here, there are 1,000,000 bracelets in this box. Take them and distribute them to your people. Alexander took it and asked, Old man, where is Jesus? Oh, he's still busy. His duty is very important in the Omniverse. He is supposed to spread the area of our influence. He is like the first emissary of mine to contact many species. Earth was the most complex one because there were already so many gods. But on many other planets out there were never any gods. God explained. So he's like the teacher to reach the various planets first and teach them about gods and all. Well, his job does seem important this way. Alexander muttered. After dinner or lunch, Alexander didn't know what time of the day it was. A person he had not met in a long time came to him. Hey, Alex. A voice came. Alexander turned around and saw his chubby friend. How's it going, Ganesha? Fine, I've been training these days for the war, Ganesha revealed. Oh, isn't your father the god of destruction? Why don't you try practicing with him? Alexander asked. I am, that is why I am getting stronger so fast. Well, nice seeing you. I gotta go for the next training session. Take care. Alexander sighed and looked around. Everyone there was preparing for the war. After spending some time in heaven, Alexander decided to continue on his journey. I have been alive for longer than I can remember, but I still feel great joy when I meet my children. Even more so when they are directly related to me. God started. Well, you can talk to my family whenever you miss them. They are free most of the time. Okay, old man, take care, Alexander waved to God. You too, son. Call me if you need anything. Also, say my hello to my great-grandkids. God waved his hand as Alexander disappeared. After crossing countless dimensions and worlds, Alexander opened his eyes and looked around to see where he was. The sun was setting in the distance. He was apparently in a city. But he saw that even though he was in a city that was most likely New York City, the whole area looked secluded and there was overgrown vegetation everywhere. It looked like the whole city was abandoned. Pop. Only Dobby appeared. Only you? Where are the other two? Ragnarok is processing the gold he mined in the last world and Iroh is harvesting the tea, Dobby explained. Alexander nodded and took out the phone to see the situation. The words written on it were simple and yet confusing. A mistake made by humans doomed the world. Now you must roam the empty streets all alone. But are you alone? You are an ex-soldier stuck in the city. World purity 60%. It seems we are in some kind of post-apocalyptic world, Alexander noted. Dobby nodded, yeah, I can see. They started walking around to see and investigate anything worth investigating. Boss, look. Traps. Dobby pointed to the distance. Alexander went to it and checked it. Yet, it is a trap. At least now we know that we are not alone. Let's make a campfire. It's going to be night soon. Dobby suggested. Alexander didn't deny it and started a bonfire in the middle of the crossroads. After waiting for 10 more minutes, the night was upon them. Ha! Ajax had told me that he would like to see a place like this. I guess he jinxed it. Alexander chuckled and called Ajax out. Soon, Ajax was looking at the tall buildings and grass all around. This looks nice, but it needs a little more plant growth to look even cooler. Yes, but there are humans in this world too. They must be hiding or concentrated somewhere. Alexander deduced. Grandpa, look, someone's looking at us. Ajax suddenly pointed his finger at the dark area of an underpass. Alexander and Dobby stood up to look. There were red eyes appearing. Not one or two, but hundreds of them. Growl. The glowing eyes moved closer to them at a fast speed. Alexander and Dobby didn't even care and simply flew in the sky with Ajax in Dobby's arms. Below, they saw the creatures in the light. Are they zombies? Dobby asked. Alexander shook his head, I don't know. They look too fast and responsive for zombies. Grandpa, look, that one is looking at us. Ajax pointed to one of the zombies in the crowd. Yeah, he seems to be their alpha. Alexander deduced. He loudly spoke, hey! Can you understand me? Bam! A brick was thrown at them. Well, that does not answer my question, Alexander commented. Look boss, they are not going very close to the fire. Dobby noticed. They all looked below and truly the zombies seemed to be scared of fire a bit. Alexander and Dobby were now fairly sure that these beings were not zombies as they showed too much brain activity. Alexander took out a vial from his pocket and then a spray gun. He loaded the contents of the vial into the spray gun and sprayed it all over the weird beings. Within an hour, all of them were asleep. Dobby, let's check their blood sample. We will find about their origins from there. Alexander ordered. For the next few hours, they collected a few samples and found out many things. For starters, these beings had human DNA as the dominant part. Then there was some kind of mutation that made their adrenal glands super active. In fact, they were always in an active state and secreted adrenaline. Grandpa, look, there is light coming from that building, Ajax shouted. He had nothing to do so he was observing the surroundings. He may have been brilliant in mind, but genetic engineering was still too advanced for him. Alexander and Dobby stopped their study and looked in the direction. There were indeed lights. Floodlights to be precise. Let's stop these tests and go there. It is better if it is a human. We will be able to know a lot more about this world then. Alexander decided. They left all the weird human hybrids asleep and went to the house from where the lights were coming. There was a doorbell so they rang it. Hoping that if it were a human, then he would come. Ding dong. They waited for a few minutes but no one came. They again pressed the bell many more times this time. After waiting for 15 minutes, finally, someone tried to peek from inside. Hey, we're humans. Open up. Alexander called out. Soon, the man rushedly opened the gate and let them enter. The moment Alexander was inside, he saw the face of the man and blurted his name out. Will Smith. A/N, guess the world. You can see empty city and the zombie-ish being on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 525, 525. Look here please. Will Smith? Who's that? Will Smith asked. Alexander quickly realized that he was in the movie called I Am Legend. A world that was ravaged by a man-made virus. It was meant to cure cancer but turned out to be much more than that. Due to mutations, humans started to turn into mindless monsters. Then the virus went airborne and spread around the world. The virus killed 90%, 5.4 billion out of 6.0 billion, of the world's population and turned 9.8%, 588 million, into vampiric, albino, zombie-like, cannibalistic mutants called Dark Seekers, who were extremely vulnerable to the ultraviolet rays and sunlight. The remaining 0.2%, 12 million, of the population was immune to the virus and is the prey of the mutant Dark Seekers. The humans in this world didn't just kill their own people but also turned themselves into a minority while creating a majority species who were their hunters. Ah, no. I mistook you for someone else. What's your name and what took you so long to open the door? Alexander asked as he walked inside. I am Robert Neville and my dog got infected. I was with her. Neville answered. Take me to your dog, I have a cure, Alexander told him. Suddenly, there was pain in Neville's eyes. I put her out of her misery. Doesn't matter. I can still save her. Take me to your dog. Alexander insisted. Uncle, just do as my grandpa says. He can save her, I promise. Ajax assured him. Neville, seeing even the kid insisting, decided to take them to his lab. There Alexander saw the corpse of the dog. He waved his hand and the time got reversed on the dog's body. She soon started breathing. He had reversed the time enough that the bite from the infected dogs had also disappeared. Neville looked at everything happening with a gobsmacked face. He was a scientist and what happened went against the basic physics and sense. Dobby chuckled, "Ha, this reaction never gets old." "What did you do?" Neville asked. "Grandpa just reversed the time of Doggy, simple," Ajax explained and went ahead to play with the German Shepherd. The dog also licked Ajax's face, making him chuckle. Ajax was too direct and now Alexander didn't know how to explain it. "Well, kid. Let's just say that I am no ordinary person. I can make miracles happen. Now, where is the live sample you had gathered?" Neville's mouth was still open due to the lack of words to speak. After a few moments of awkward silence, he replied. "I have her on the table." It seems he was still in disbelief and considered Alexander's miracle his hallucination. They went to the lab. "So, you gave it some kind of medicine?" Alexander asked. Neville nodded and was about to speak but was shocked to see Alexander freeing the Dark Seeker. "What are you doing? Don't!" He ran to him to stop him. But Alexander raised his hand towards him that made his body freeze. "Calm down, Neville. I am here. Also, I think you should learn more about them than just their biology. For example, their society and their nature." "What do you mean?" "They are monsters. They need to be cured." Neville asked. "Yes, monsters that you humans made in the first place. But, right now these monsters are like the early humans. Confused, angry, and hungry. But, I will show you something," Alexander said. Soon enough, the female Darkseeker woke up in shock. It soon got agitated. "Calm down, I am the one who freed you. I'm not going to hurt you." Alexander spoke in All-Speak. The language he learned from Asgard in the Marvel Universe. Alexander was sure that this language was like a universal tongue for all species because it uses magic to sound like whichever language the listener knew. She left a loud shriek and looked at Alexander. "They will be coming now. They must have heard me." It felt like growling to Neville but Alexander understood her. "Good, I want them to come. Now, tell me something, do you remember anything before you got infected with the virus?" Alexander asked. "Virus? What virus? I have always been like this," she replied. Alexander looked at Neville. "See, they don't remember the life they lived before getting infected and turning into vampire-ish beings. To them, this is their life and the natural order of things. To them, you are a predator who hunts them in the day. They hate you, Neville. They want to kill you." Boom. Soon loud thuds started coming from outside. Alexander let them come in by opening the door with a wave of his hand. As soon as they entered, one of them who was probably the leader came to the female Darkseeker on the medical bed and picked her up in his arms. "Take her, but do listen to me for once." "Yes, look here, please, right at this metallic tube," Alexander said as he took out the neuralizer he had taken from the men in Black World. Snap! All the Darkseekers stood there like confused dolls. Alexander immediately fed them words. "Nothing happened here, you all came here to drink water. Look at those glasses. All of you go and drink a glass each." The Darkseekers went ahead and drank the cure. They all soon started coughing. But Alexander let them be and flew out with Neville and his dog. "Kid, although I don't have any problem with humans going extinct. But it is also true that many are still alive. Not too many, but still, a lot. It is also true that humans and these new vampire-like people can't coexist. So, I will help and turn them back into normal people. However, there will still only be around 500 million people worldwide. I will confiscate all nuclear weapons first and also remove all kinds of borders. I will move all 500 million of you to America from where the seeds of humanity will sow again and expand. This way, all of you will already be used to living with each other." Alexander told him about the plan. But Neville was still shocked by the prospect of flying. "What are you? What would humans call a man who can make miracles, fly in the sky, and walk on water?" Alexander asked. Neville didn't speak for a moment and then blurted. "God." "Haha, took you long enough to decide." Dobby chuckled. "But God is not real," Neville said. "He was a scientist after all." Alexander looked at him. If someone asked you 4 years ago whether vampires and zombies were real, you'd have said the same thing, right? Yet they are among us now and have taken over the world. So, why can't God be real?" Neville shut up. It was indeed the truth. "Dobby, you go east and I will go west. Sprinkle the cure all around the globe at every place possible. Take Ajax with you. He probably wants to see the world. Alexander ordered. Okay, boss. Come on, Ajax. Dobby flew away. Alexander flew around with Neville and Sam. He didn't leave any place and sprinkled the cure everywhere. Because it was an airborne virus too, he needed to thoroughly remove it. Sigh. I hope you don't mess up the world again after I fix it, Alexander said. Neville looked at the rising sun on the horizon. I wish the same, but I can't guarantee anything. Human nature is not that easy to change. Haha, true, but if you set good examples, they tend to follow them. So, as long as the foundation of this new world is good, things will be all right. Don't worry. I will sort things out before going away. Alexander assured him. You can see Doggy, the Alpha, and the Neuralizer on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 526. Goddamn Vietnam. Alexander and Dobby spent 3 days fixing the world. Then it took another week for all the Darkseekers to turn back to humans. They were all naked when they woke up. But, they also didn't have many memories of their past life. Which meant that they didn't have any skill either that they used to have. Now, 90% of the world's human population was like a blank slate. They needed to be taught about many things to bring them back to their working efficiency. But Alexander helped them in this case. He planted memories of various working fields in their minds. But he also added the values of being a good citizen. Not to steal and murder. These were just ideas and there were bound to be some who would forget these. As he had planned, he gathered all the remaining humans in the world and put them in America. Not just the United States but the whole of North America. There was no USA anymore. There was just the Earth. But, still, the world needed to be named, so now the previous countries were just called super districts. For example, China District, Australia District, and so on. For starters, Alexander had to re-establish the rule of law instead of the rule of guns that had risen up due to not many people remaining and guns being the only way of survival. But, now that everything was normal, there was no need to be barbaric. He wrote them a new world constitution that would be applicable everywhere. It was created by taking little bits and pieces from the old constitutions from around the world. Alexander didn't become the president and neither did Dobby become one. Instead, he used his big brain to set up an elaborate plan. It was simple. He let out 100 T-800 droids. They all looked and behaved like humans, so it was not a problem for them to mingle with humans. All T-800 worked together and set up 5 political parties. Then they would hold elections every 5 years. Every time, no matter who wins, one of them will be becoming the president. They could also renew their identities again and become presidents for as long as they all want. This way the future of humanity for the next hundreds of years was secured. Alexander stayed there till the world purity reached 90%. Curing all the Darkseekers and turning them into pure humans without much older memory already had brought the purity to 80%. It took him 5 more years to bring purity to 90%. By that time, the whole population was literate. To keep this going, family planning was taught to everyone from the beginning. Still, the population was growing at a steady and healthy rate. 500 million people had produced 200 million babies in 5 years with 100 million still in the wombs. Alexander made sure that healthcare was well funded and accessible. He also threw away religion from this new society. Finally, the world was so united, he wasn't going to let them get it divided again, at least not so soon. After that, he said goodbye and left. He already knew the future of this world was going to be bright, so he wasn't worried about it. As expected, after Alexander left, his droids did a good job. They firmly held the world under their 5 political party order. They would compete against each other and win. But secretly, they all talked to each other and planned for the progress of the world. To the world, they just seemed like amazing politicians. Alexander had no hopes or expectations for the next world. His luck had been throwing him randomly around the multiverse, so there was no point in guessing. As always, after a while, he opened his eyes and he was standing inside a military camp. He was wearing a dark green uniform that he was very familiar with. There was a CAR-15 rifle strapped onto his back. Goddamn Vietnam! He cursed. Colonel, most of our troops are down. They can't fight off this ambush. Lieutenant Dan and his platoon has been obliterated. A sergeant reported to him. Alexander had no idea what world he was in, so he just gave a standard reply. Order them to return to the blue line for evacuation. The sergeant saluted and ran away to convey the order. Now that he was alone in his command tent, he took out his phone to see his background. You are a US Army officer in the 60s. The world will be known by you soon. World purity 70%. It didn't give him any clue and the past was not too elaborate. From this, he understood that he was currently in a small world where he wouldn't have to do much. But, he had to command his troops for now until he finds out which world he was in. He decided to leave it and go check what this ambush was. It must be important, that was why he appeared at that moment, he thought. With his gun and a boat, he traveled to the rendezvous point. There, he saw a few soldiers in very bad condition. Some had missing arms and some had no legs. Colonel. Alexander quickly went to the one who called him. Alexander read his name on the tag. Lieutenant Dan, what happened? He asked. We were ambushed, sir, he's still in there, he's running around. I have called an airstrike. The man informed him with horror on his face. From the man's face, Alexander felt like he had seen him before but couldn't pinpoint it. He understood that Lieutenant Dan was telling that his soldiers were still in the jungle, so he acted fast. Alexander didn't waste a minute and dashed in. Nobody will follow me. He sternly ordered them. No one dared to disobey him. He ran inside the jungle. But he didn't find anyone. There were just random bullets coming towards him. Alexander took out sleeping gas bombs from his dimensional pocket and just threw them in the general direction from where the bullets were coming. He noticed the jets on their way to bomb the place, so he ran back. On his way, he saw a soldier running with another soldier on his shoulder. Both of them looked injured. He didn't wait to see their faces. He just picked both of them on his shoulders and ran back to the safe zone. There he put them down. The soldier who was originally carrying the other one quickly held his fellow in his arms. It was very obvious that he would not make it due to deep injuries. But Alexander was there and his record was 0 deaths. Step aside, I can save him, Alexander said and started operating on the man right there. He took out 3 bullets from his chest and made him drink the blood replenishing potion in the name of an energy drink. Soon, he was out of danger. Alexander finally looked to his side at the soldier. He paused for a moment as he recognized the man. The soldier also felt that he should announce his name to the colonel, so he stood up and saluted. Private Forrest Gump, sir. At ease, lie down on your belly. It wasn't a bee that bit your buttocks. It was a bullet. Alexander ordered him. Forrest dutifully lay down on the ground on his belly. He didn't ask how Alexander knew, as he didn't think about it much. He was a simple man with a lesser IQ than others. But he was still one hell of a soldier. Alexander, meanwhile, was now 100% sure where he was. The name of this private was the name of the movie world. What am I even supposed to do here? The world is basically a normal Earth, he wondered. The world was exactly like normal Earth was in the 60s. You can see Forrest Gump on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 527, 527. Meeting the President. Forrest Gump was a simple-minded man. He clearly has an intellectual disability, but Forrest definitely had some cognitive hyperfunctions along with his disabilities that sometimes made him do tasks that normally other ordinary people couldn't. He had a seemingly unwavering focus on whatever he set his mind on doing. As Alexander noticed from Gump's records that he had even received the Expert Rifleman Qualification Badge, the highest marksmanship badge available in the army. It was even clearer now as Alexander was seeing him play ping-pong in the military hospital. He knew what was going to happen soon. Forrest would become a national ping-pong player. Alexander didn't meddle in his life anymore and went out to see what he could do about the world. 70% purity needed to be risen somehow, and there was no big bad villain to defeat. From what Alexander remembered, many conflicts were going on around the world right now. The biggest one was the Vietnam War. The war was continued to be fought by the US to avoid the humiliation of losing it. It was doing nothing but increasing the body count of both sides. North Vietnam was still winning, and South Vietnam, which was promised freedom and democratic liberty, was also not in very good shape because of multiple changes in administration in a span of few years. Alexander called Dobby out and asked him to start the plan. They were going to stop both sides from fighting. Dobby, take over North Vietnam and make the South stronger. Then establish a government. Communism sounds good on paper, but it never works out. Even if the first leader is good and truly makes his country great, the next one would come and destroy everything. Most government officials also don't practice true communism, as they are most of the time more interested in filling their own pockets while knowing they would face no consequences. Alexander instructed. Okay, boss. Dobby simply left. Alexander meanwhile went to the US. They were about to land on the moon and end the space race. What Alexander was going to do was keep the space race going. Not for the sake of war or superiority, but because it would be valuable for the future. So many inventions would be made. But, he would also need to visit USSR and do something to end the Cold War. It was time the countries stopped relying on their military power and instead focused on increasing their economical power. If the world was rich, people would be happy. But of course, the money should also be earned by the common folks too. Apollo 11 had successfully reached the moon and Alexander was headed to the White House to have a talk with President Richard Nixon. He went straight into the Oval Office. He knew the floor plan of the White House like the back of his hand. He didn't even remember how many times he had gone to this place. Now the whitish building didn't look as good as it used to initially to him. When he entered the room, the man was smoking a cigar and there was a glass of whiskey on the table. He knew that the man had a drinking problem. What is this? A gas chamber. Alexander grunted and went to the windows to open them. Nixon was shocked as he looked at the strange man walking around in his office. When the man sat on the visitors' chairs, he spoke. Who the hell are you? Alexander already had a plan. He lifted his one hand and showed Nixon his palm. Then suddenly a bright shining halo appeared behind Alexander's head. He looked godly enough to remind everyone who he was. What is this? April Fool's Day prank? Nixon asked. Sigh. Alexander then started hovering in the air. Ah, nice trick. I've seen this one too. You got a platform under your ass hidden inside those robes, don't you? Nixon retorted. Alexander had no other choice, so he just pointed his hand to Nixon. Soon, the president was also hovering in the air. Now you understand who I am? Alexander asked. Nixon was a Quaker. Quakers believe that there is something of God in everybody and that each human being is of unique worth. This was why Quakers value all people equally and oppose anything that may harm or threaten them. Though Alexander couldn't say that Nixon was a true Quaker. God? Nixon asked with widened eyes. Alexander nodded. He was a real god after all. Now his father had even made him official. Sit, Richard. I have something important to talk to you about. The heavens are very unhappy with you. At the current rate, you will be going to hell. You drink and smoke all day. And what's this, you have even expanded the Vietnam War to Cambodia and Laos. Is this how a man of God should act? Alexander asked. Obviously, he was making stuff up. But Nixon would still go to hell for his sins. Politicians rarely go to the heavens. Nixon was shocked. What? But how? I am fighting the communists. I have also worked so much for the education of our people. Alexander shook his head. But for a man sitting in the most powerful position in the world, you have not done enough. Now, do as I say and you may get a chance to go to heaven. Stop the Vietnam War, I will deal with all that, and soon you will be seeing the news that Vietnam was unified and has established a democratic government. After that, your job would be to help Vietnam grow as the US did with Japan and South Korea, but make sure you don't drown them in your debts. Then, I want you to continue the space race even after the moon landing. Soon, Leonid Brezhnev will be contacting you to sign a peace treaty and start a joint space program to reach Mars and start a colony there. USSR will be breaking up soon and then you will continue these treaties with Russia. I will make sure that no technology is used to make weapons. Your main job is to be a harbinger of peace, economic, and scientific development. I am telling you, Nixon. If you do as I say, you will be remembered as a legend for ages to come. Nixon tried to speak many times while Alexander was speaking but he didn't allow him to. Ring ring. The silence was broken by the telephone on the table. Pick it, it's important. Alexander nudged him. Nixon picked it up and only listened. He didn't say anything and just hung up. You really ended the Vietnam War and they want to establish a democratic government. How? Nixon asked. Alexander chuckled, did you forget who I was? Ah, of course, for a god nothing should be impossible. Thank you for enlightening my path. I will do as you said. I will send my best diplomats to Vietnam to help and I will also increase NASA's budget. Anything else I should do? Nixon asked. Now he had blind faith in Alexander. Oh, yes, you should focus on healthcare and education in the country. Healthy and educated citizens are the future after all. Also, there is a kind man named Forrest Gump whom you gave a Medal of Honor not long ago. I want you to hire him as the face of the American dream. Alexander advised him. That kid who showed me his butt? What's so special about him? Nixon asked. Haha, tell your men to investigate. You will find him to be very special. Alexander cryptically replied and flew up. Best of luck with your future, Nixon. You have the quill of your life. It is on you if you want to write something good or bad. Alexander warned him and vanished. Nixon gulped his saliva as he just realized the kind of encounter he just had. The moment Alexander disappeared, he picked up his phone and called people frantically. You can see Nixon on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 528. 528. Giving a second chance. Nixon did as he had promised and Alexander kept his end of the deal. In a few days, the Cold War ended and the world was shocked. Even the war in Vietnam was over and the popularity of Nixon soared to the sky. Alexander did all he could to stop conflicts all over the world and deter any plots of any party from starting a war. All this while, he saw the news on television about some hurricane and only one shrimp boat surviving. Alexander knew that it was related to Forrest Gump. Forrest was now a national celebrity after the president ordered a detailed background check of Forrest. It turned out to be a miracle story of a boy who went from zero to hero. A boy who couldn't even run and was cognitively challenged became a college football player, joined the army, became a war hero, became a national champion in ping pong, and represented the country in China. Then he opened a shrimp business and created a national brand. If this was not the embodiment of the American dream, then nothing else could be. Nixon quickly made him the face of the American dream. That showed that even a boy who had nothing, no money, or even good health could achieve such results. Hence, everything related to Forrest was now shown on national news. Isn't that kid's mom sick? Well, I guess I will help him. I can't see him being left alone in this world. Especially when he has friends like Jenny who always ignored him and when needed him came running after. Alexander muttered to himself and left for Alabama. He didn't know the address and he had to go to the military base nearby to check the records. After that, he immediately reached the place. Ding dong. Soon an uptight man came and opened the door. Forrest, being habitual to salute whenever he saw Alexander, saluted. Colonel Universe. Haha, calm down, kid. You are retired and I am not on official business. I came to check up on you. How are you? Alexander asked. I am fine, Colonel, but my mama is not, Forrest replied, without understanding the grave condition his mother was in. Well, Forrest. I have medicine that can treat your mom. Do you want me to give it to her? He asked. Do you? Then come in, sir. Forrest quickly led him upstairs to his mother. Mama, Colonel Universe is here to see you, Forrest said. Of course, she didn't know him. But she understood he was Forrest's senior in the army. She tried to get up but he stopped her. Forrest is a national celebrity and he is also very respected in the army. I came to help you, Mrs. Gump. The army has medicine that can help you in your condition and heal you. I have come to give it to you. Alexander revealed and used a bit of his magic to make it all sound believable. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. She thanked him repeatedly. Here, this is the pill. Just one is enough. Alexander handed it to her. He was the inventor of cancer cures so he knew what was best. He had made his cure even more potent now as he had a better brain. After that, Alexander left the family alone. He didn't want to meddle too much. Forrest already had everything, money, friends, and a mother. Even his friend Bubba was alive. Lieutenant Dan though, still didn't have legs. Alexander had just exited the house when he saw Lieutenant Dan coming towards the house in his wheelchair. Lieutenant Dan. Alexander greeted. Colonel. Dan greeted with a straight back. Alexander took pity on him and gave him a card. Here, go to this address. They will give you metal legs that will work just like normal legs. Don't worry about money, as long as you show this card it will be free. Lieutenant Dan looked at the card and said thank you. He didn't think much right now. If in the future if he wanted legs he would go to this place. Alexander returned to his work. Increasing the world's purity slightly every day. The last thing he needed to do before he went away was to meet this Jenny girl. He found her working in a restaurant. In the news, a story about Forrest was running. Forrest even named Jenny in his interview. Alexander ordered a coffee. When she came to give him coffee, he spoke while looking at the TV. Ha, whoever this Jenny is, she gotta be the dumbest girl alive. She left a real diamond for dirt pebbles. Then he suddenly looked at her face, right, Jenny. She was taken aback by this. But Alexander snapped his finger. Quickly their surroundings changed and they were standing inside the school bus on which Forrest and Jenny used to go to school. Little Forrest and Jenny were sitting in their seats. Jenny was looking out of the window while Forrest was looking at Jenny. You were his first friend ever. Then the scene changed to their high school days. Things were still the same except they were now walking side by side. Jenny was looking forward, while Forrest was looking at her face with a warm smile. He didn't know what love was or how it felt but it just happened. Then you became his first love. From there, the scenes were divided in two and kept on changing as he described them. When you were in college, he was in college too. When you were thrown out of the college, he was fighting a war. When you were doing nude shows, he was already a war hero. While you were injecting heroin in your arm, he was receiving the Medal of Honor. When you were roaming around the country aimlessly, selling your body for lifts on the roads, he was already a national sports champion and the owner of a successful business. Jenny had tears in her eyes at that point. She had already realized that her life was pathetic and pointless as compared to Forrest, whom she is someone who can never achieve something. When she was small she also liked Forrest, but as she grew, she realized Forrest had problems. Even though she liked him, she tried to distance herself from him because she felt like she was using him as her father did when she was a kid. Forrest loved Jenny with all his heart, but Jenny didn't love him back. Because Forrest was too simple-minded and had no future. Now that Forrest has everything, Jenny named her son after him, so maybe in the future, Forrest would take the boy in because Jenny got hepatitis C from drug abuse by using a used syringe and would die soon. I am sure the simple-minded Forrest would adopt the boy because he has the heart of gold. But if Jenny gets a second chance at life, would she stay by Forrest's side? Alexander finished speaking. He looked at Jenny to see her response. She was a crying mess right now. Who are you? She asked with teary eyes. Alexander waved his hand to tell her to look around. I think you already know. This is not something happening inside your head. Can I really be with Forrest? Can I really go back to how it was before? He will hate me for what I have become. She cried. Then I guess you still have not realized Forrest's true nature. He is a man who does not care about the world. If he thinks he wants to do something, he would do it even if he has to stand against the world. Forrest already gave his heart to you, Jenny. He won't take it back. No matter what you do or say. I know you had a rough childhood and then even rougher adulthood. But, you still have a place to go. Alexander told her. I'm sorry, Forrest. I wish I could go back in time and be with you. She cried and sat down. You can. Remember all that happened here, child. I am giving you a chance, don't waste it again. Alexander warned. Boom. With a thud, Jenny found herself standing at the restaurant again. In her hand was a coffee mug. On the table was an empty glass. Under it was a newspaper with big words written. Don't waste this chance. She quickly untied her apron and didn't rethink her decision. She quickly picked up her son and took a bus back to Alabama. Alexander was happy and he had done his job perfectly. He was leaving behind one T-800 droid as it would be enough to keep the world in the right order. As soon as the purity reached 90%, he packed his bags and left the world. Forrest and Jenny lived together happily for years to come. She had learned her lesson and knew the kind of people to trust this time. A/N, okay, Full Metal Alchemist arc starts now. You can see Forrest and Jenny on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 529. Mandalorians? Alexander opened his eyes and looked around to see where he was. It seemed to be some kind of a desert with lots of ruins of various buildings. There was sand all around with little to no vegetation. Damn, I guess people here did some voodoo stuff. Alexander wondered while looking around at a circular pattern on a wall. It looked beautiful but meaningful too. He quickly took out his mobile phone and instantly memory started flowing in. It was like a monologue with some pictures. A long time ago, this too was like Earth. But, thirst for immortality brought doom to this city and created something that wasn't supposed to exist. Something that changed humans by introducing the forbidden knowledge. As a true god, you reign supreme, but will you still be bound by the laws of equivalent exchange? Things may not always be as simple as they seem to be. Many plots happen under the shade of ignorance. You are an employee of Amistris's army. You work in the archaeological department and are responsible for securing relics. You came to the lost city of Xerxes for research. But there is a surprise here, waiting for you. World purity 50%. Alexander was a bit shocked seeing the world's purity. Ah, this world is full of sinners, Dobby. Dobby had arrived outside and he looked around. It does seem to be full of sin. Well, I also feel the presence of dark magic here for some reason. As an elf, Dobby had a higher sensitivity when it came to reading the air around them. Oh, wait. Let me check my clothes. I don't remember putting them on. Alexander said. He was wearing simple grey pants and a white shirt with grey robes over it. He had a bag tied to his back. He searched it and found his identification card. Ha, I look handsome in this. Let's see. Ames Tri's Army, Major General, Head of Archaeological Department. Well, it seems I am kind of a successful person. From my memories, I at least know that the level of technology in this world is that of the early 90s from the real world. But I was never interested in archaeology. Why am I head of this department? Maybe because in this department you will have the freedom to travel wherever you want, Dobby suggested. A good possibility. But let's not fret about it and let's explore. Alexander cheered and flew up in the air to look around. He started looking around at the area and the ruins. It seemed like Persian architecture. Whatever happened here must have been sudden. Oh, what do we have here? Is this some kind of a canal? Alexander wondered when he came to the perfectly dug-out canal-like area. For some reason, the sand inside it was hard, as if it was burned. Let's get a bit higher to have a better look, Dobby suggested. They flew higher and saw the whole structure. Dobby, I am having a bad feeling about this. This does not look like a canal. This looks like the same voodoo pattern we saw in the ruins. Except, here, it was dug to surround the city. Were they trying to protect themselves with some magic? Dobby wondered. Well, we will find out soon. That's how things go on. All I know is that this place must be important if we want to solve all the mysteries in this world. Alexander commented. Boss, look, there are some tents. Dobby pointed to smaller ruins. They both flew to it and found people there. All of them had white hair and red eye. They all looked pale and weak. This looks like some kind of a refugee camp, Alexander said and went closer. Wait. What are they doing? The people were all Ishvalan refugees. Since the time of civil war, they had found refuge in the ruins. Ishvalans were indigenous people of the nation called Ishval, which would come to be a region in the southeastern area of Greater Ames Tries. The Ishvalans were an ethno-religious group identified by their ethnicity but unified by common religious beliefs. The culture of the Ishvalan people was steeped heavily in their religious ideology, which marks the earth god Ishvala as the sole true god and lord of all creation. They were called to pray fervently to Ishvala and live lives of simplicity and righteousness as part of his creed. It was likely that Ishvalan's strict code of religious conduct was born from the severity of the land they lived on, which was not largely farmable and contained very few natural resources, if any. Ishvalans considered their names sacred, as gifts from God, and usually wore sashes striped with burgundy and gold, presumably as a sign of their faith. However, the most contentious point of the Ishvalan religion was its rejection of the craft of alchemy, considering it a practice based in hubris, perverting the natural creations of Ishvala into unnatural forms and thereby suggesting that human hands are more capable. Alchemy was so hated by the Ishvalan people that those found practicing it were exiled from the community and branded with a mark of shame that prohibits faithful Ishvalans from interacting with them. After the annexation of Ishval by Amisris, Ishvalans became normalized Amistrian citizens by law. But their radical cultural differences, particularly their aversion to alchemy, put them at odds with the rest of the Amistrian population until tensions on both sides culminated in the Ishval Civil War in 1901. Then it all led to a full-scale eradication of their ethnic group. Those that remained were still hated and hunted in Ames Tries, so they found refuge wherever possible. When the people living in the camp in the ruins saw Alexander, they thought that he was a wicked alchemist. But, as Alex Adner came closer, they saw his features. Tall, white hair and golden eyes. Now, none of them knew what their god looked like. But for some reason when they saw Alexander, they felt that God must look like this. So, while Alexander hovered over their heads, they all kneeled to the ground and started chanting their god's name. Ishvala! 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 Alexander didn't know if he should be happy or sad. He always tries to not act like a god, but just after looking at him, he was branded a god again. Boss, I think they see you as their god or something, Dobby pointed out. I know, Dobby. I know. Sigh. He landed in the middle of an empty area. The people quickly came to him running and kneeled. Please help us, God Ishvala. My son is sick, God. Please save him. Please enlighten us, great Ishvala. Alexander looked at their ragtag clothes and shrunken bodies. It was clear as day that they had not eaten anything in a long time. But Alexander didn't know anything about their culture. So, he looked at the memory of the oldest one of them and saw the world history through his eyes. Quickly, he found out everything. About them, the Civil War, their extermination, and the main bad element in all this was called Ames Tries, for whose army he seemed to work. Well, I guess I'll be a secret god now. Silence. I know you're in great pain, that is why I will build your homes here. I will build wells for you and make some land fertile. I can only show you the way, you will have to help yourself after that. That is the right way. Alexander told them. All of them cheered and started chanting something that made Alexander chuckle internally. This is the way. This is the way. Alexander just shook his head and got to work. Did I make Mandalorians here? You can see ruins and Ishvalence on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 530. I eat Philosopher's Stone. Alexander didn't do much. He just repaired the housing district of the old ruins. Made a large area of land fertile and erected boundary walls around their nice little settlement. He also made some wells for water. Then he donated some camels and other cattle to them. He didn't know if they had enough skills to survive, so he also left 4,800 droids. They would help them and teach them various survival and crafting skills. From their looks, their religious practices were keeping them from going out to hunt and feed their people. All the people awed at his skills and the magically appearing things. They were now sold that this was the real god and what he was using was not alchemy but his godly powers. They were right about this. Okay, give me your little boys and girls. I mean, bring the sick kids to me. Then the adults can come. Alexander instructed them. He set up a small medical room and healed all the sick ones, one by one. He also created a population register with all their details like names, age, gender, height, and weight. This way, it would be easier to keep a track of the population in the future. He taught them the concept of body mass index and told them that they were malnourished. After he was done, he gathered everyone in the newly built public square. Okay everyone, I have done my part, now it all lies on you. My only advice is to not hold prejudice against anyone. No matter if it is an Ishvalan, Amastrian, Cretanian, or Drachmanian. No matter what god they pray to or even if they are alchemists. Because, no matter who, in the end, all are children of God. Your belief tells you not to practice alchemy, someone else's could tell them to do it. Not to mention, there is seeing, where a medicinal form of alchemy is practiced. All things are the creation of gods, even alchemy, so, to hate something is to hate the creation of God. Rest, you should find yourself. Take care, my children. After announcing that, Alexander made himself shine bright and operate from there to miles away. Sigh. I never like playing God like this. Being a hero was much better. At least they don't kneel and chant. Since that's CUNT business, I'm always worried about what might come out of their mouths next. Alexander sighed with frustration. Ring ring. Alexander picked up his cell phone. Yes, Ollie's husband is speaking. Hats and Ajax are nowhere to be seen here. I think they are out there. Can you go and see if they are okay? Olivia asked worriedly. Oh, sure, Ollie. I will go and find him. You don't worry. He hung up and looked at Dobby. Well, let's hope Hats doesn't corrupt Ajax too much. He said. There is a high possibility that your hopes will be destroyed this time, Dobby replied. More of a reason to find them early. Ajax was now 5.5 years old and had grown to be 4.5 feet tall. It was a lot for his age, but he had come to a realization that he had hit a dead end now and he won't be getting taller anytime soon. But he wanted to become big like his dad and grandpa. So, he went out to explore and also practice. He couldn't tell anyone about it. But he also wanted some company. Yalo didn't speak, Nell was always busy playing with the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts were too simple too. So, he picked the most useless person in Fihaim, Hats. Hats was also a cat, so him roaming around with Hats was also not an issue. He just told Hats not to show his big smile. He had learned about where he was. He was in East City in the eastern region of some country called Ames Tries. Where should we go, Hats? Ajax asked the lazy cat sitting on his head. Hats yawned and replied, well, I'm just a cat so I don't know. I will only use my cat tongue now. Meow. But you sound like a person impersonating a cat, Ajax argued. Well, kid. I'm a cat, they will just think that I'm weird but will never question my identity. Hats replied. Ajax looked around to do something. He didn't see any kids around there. But then he saw someone. Oh, look, that kid is nearly as tall as me. I should talk to him. He ran up to the blonde boy and the tall man behind him in metallic armor. Hey, wait, Ajax shouted. Edward Elric and Alphonse Elric looked back and saw a young boy coming to them. Hey, can you help me? I can't find any kids around here. Ajax said. Alphonse quickly replied, because this is a military district. Not many kids live here. Ajax nodded, that's a problem. How will I explore then? Well, I guess I will follow you, you have a kid with you after all. What did you say? You're a kid. Edward shouted and was about to pounce on Ajax but was stopped by his younger brother. Of course, I'm a kid. I'm only 5 years 6 months and 2 days old. Grandma says I will grow a lot taller if I drink more milk. Ajax proudly declared. Edward stopped jumping when he heard Ajax's age. So you really are a kid? Well, I am 15 years old and my little brother here is 14. Ajax looked at the two with question marks on his face. What? But you're the little one. Edward's eyes twitched. Go away, kid. We've got work to do. No, I will follow you and have adventures. I am Ajax and this on my head is my cat, Hats. Ajax introduced themselves. Meowth fuka. Hats weirdly meowed with his one arm waving at them. Hi, I'm Alphonse Elric and this is my brother, Edward Elric. We are state alchemists and are on an important mission, Alphonse explained. Oh, so you two are government employees. But what would be so important that the government would let kids handle it? Ajax asked. Edward got angry again at being called a kid. We are researching the Philosopher's Stone. I bet you haven't even heard about it. Ha! Ajax's face lit up. Oh, I know about Philosopher's Stone. I've eaten them. They taste sweet. We are not talking about candy. Edward retorted. I know, it's a red stone that can make gold and also an elixir of life. My grandpa has lots of Philosopher's Stone. Ajax replied. He was not really lying. They regularly ate Philosopher's Stone as candies in Fihaim. There were so many of them that some unflavored ones were even used as light bulbs. All this happened because Alfred became too serious about creating the godly pill. They didn't have enough Jesus blood and ended up with too many leftover Philosopher's Stones. Alexander simply poured flavor on them and gave everyone to eat them like candies. Of course, he had tested them first and found them safe. Oh really, then tag along and enlighten us with your knowledge. Edward sarcastically said. Sure, lead the way. Ajax agreed. Edward's shoulder fell in defeat and he started walking. Brother, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think Nina would love to see more kids around her age. Alphonse tried to calm his brother. I know, but the only problem is, he looks too big for his age, Edward replied with a hint of jealousy. I guess it's the genes, Alphonse muttered as they led the way. He would constantly try to calm Edward because Ajax would keep on calling them kids. You can see Edward and Alphonse on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 531. A new little sister. Ajax followed Edward and Alphonse Elric to the big house in the city. It seemed too big for a family to live in and looked more like an office building. Oh, why are we going here? Ajax inquired. Edward was ignoring Ajax but Alphonse wasn't. We are here to read books in Mr. Tucker's library. We think we can find a clue about the Philosopher's Stone here. Do you know how it is made? Ajax asked. If we knew, why would we be looking for it? Edward talked back. Fair enough. Let's read some books then. Ajax cheerfully entered the building. They entered and saw a little girl and her dog waiting for them there. Big brother and little big brother. She came running to them. She called Alphonse big brother and Edward little big brother. Hi there, Nina. Let's go to the library. Oh, he's Ajax, he will be coming with us. Alphonse introduced Ajax to the little girl. Ajax came forward and patted her head, even though she was nearly his age. Hey there, you must be Nina. Well, I'm Ajax and this cat here is Hats. Nina smiled widely and looked at her dog. He's Alexander. Meow ah ha ha ha. Hats started howling in laughter. He enjoyed this disrespect to Alexander. Ajax's eyes twitched when he heard the dog's name. Oh, Alexander is a nice name. Right? I named him this. Okay, let's go in. She cheered up. Once in the big library, they all picked up books and started reading. Though Ajax was not as interested in just read the history books there as he wanted to know about the world he was in. Alphonse was talking to little Nina all the while. Asking about her life. So, your mother left 2 years ago? Alphonse asked. Daddy said she went back to live in her parents' house, Nina replied. It must be kinda lonely with just you and your dad. Alphonse sympathized with her. Nina denied, not really, Daddy is so nice plus I have Alexander to play with too. But lately, Daddy's been studying in his lab all the time, I guess that does make me lonely. Edward suddenly closed his book and got up. He felt like Nina was just like him and Alphonse. Their dad too was like this. Always researching and never playing with them. Ajax quickly got up and said, yes, let's go out and play. It's a nice sunny day outside. I also heard that sunlight is full of vitamin D and it makes bones stronger that can help people get taller. Edward was more motivated now. Yeah. Let's play in the sunlight. Hats jumped from Ajax's shoulder and sat on the dog's back. Nina was quick to caress the cat. Oh, Mr. Hats wants to play with Alexander. Hats were enjoying the moment. They went out and started playing around. They played tag and other things. Ajax really liked playing with Nina. She was very cheerful and full of positive energy. Her laugh made them laugh. Okay, I will show you how strong I am. Edward, can you make me a steel rod? Ajax asked. Sure, Edward used alchemy and conjured a metal bar. Ajax took it and showed it to all of them. Okay, can any of you bend it into a pretzel by just using your physical strength? Sure, Edward was the first to try and he also failed miserably. His face turned red from the constant attempt to bend it but he couldn't even make it budge. Then Alphonse tried it but he also failed. Ajax took it back with a smirk. Nina, do you want to try? He asked. Nina shook her head and chuckled, if even big brother can't do it, how can I? Haha, now look at this, Ajax said. He simply started bending the metal rod and turned it into a pretzel. The whole time, Ajax didn't even break a sweat. He looked like he was bending a piece of cloth. Shocked by this, Edward quickly took the rod back and checked it. Huh? This is real metal. How did you do it? I didn't see any trace of alchemy either. He loudly wondered. Ajax proudly put both hands on his waist, ha ha ha. I am simply too strong. I don't need to use alchemy, not that I know how to anyway. Whoa, you are like Major Armstrong. No, maybe even stronger than that. Alphonse exclaimed in shock. Who's this Armstrong? Another kid who can bend metal? Ajax asked. He thought it was a competition. No, he is a very tall man and likes to get naked to show muscles, Alphonse explained. Ajax's face turned pale. That seems unhealthy. I don't think I would ever want to meet this guy. How are you so strong? Edward asked. He was really interested now. A 5-year-old having such strength shouldn't be possible. Oh, I drink milk twice a day. Also, Uncle Saitama makes me do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 pull-ups, and 10 kilometers run. Ajax revealed his secret. Bam! Alexander, dog, jumped on Edward and pinned him down. Haha, let's play. Nina came to them, jumping around. They played till the whole evening and then they were invited inside the house by Nina's father for some tea. They happily accepted it. Then Nina's father started telling him about his life. Before I earned my state alchemist certification, our life was terrible. We were so poor in those days, my wife couldn't stand living that kind of life. So she left us. Xiao Tucker made a sad face and continued. I can't afford to fail this assessment. I don't want to go back to those days again, I don't even think I could. Nina, who was playing with Alexander, dog, turned around to cheer her father. Don't worry daddy, it's okay, if those people do tell you no, then me and Alexander will growl at them until they say yes. All three chuckled at it, except the man. I don't have a good feeling about that bastard. Hats spoke to Ajax in his mind. What do you mean? He's a hard-working father. Even though he looks shady, we can't judge people by their looks, Ajax retorted. Yes, Nina, I will go with you and make them say yes. I will ask my grandpa to scold them too. Ajax encouraged her. He already saw her as his little sister. Just like Thea. Everyone suddenly wondered who his grandfather was that he was so sure about this. Hey, Nina, I got an idea. Do you want to play with Daddy, tomorrow? Xiao asked. Really? Nina was overjoyed with this plan. Her eyes shined at just this simple idea. She happily ran over to her father and jumped on his lap. After that, it was turning night, so the three left, promising to come the next day. Outside. So, where do you live, Ajax? Alphonse inquired. Do you know any nice hotels? I want to rent a room. Ajax replied. You mean you don't live around here? Edward questioned, looking at him with suspicion. Well, I live in Central. There should be a house for my grandpa there. But I am sightseeing, so I need to stay at hotels. Ajax explained. Then you can stay with us. We have an extra couch. Alphonse offered. Really? That's very helpful of you, thanks, Alphonse. Ajax followed them back. Make sure your cat doesn't litter in our apartment, Edward warned him. Hats huffed, hey, now I'm gonna take a big dump right on top of your face. You can see Nina, Alexander, and some more pics on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 532. He will be angry. Next morning. That damn KAAAAOT. It was a fine morning with the loudest alarm clock in the neighborhood being Edward. Edward found a pile of the SHT on his head that morning. The worst thing was that he had tried to scratch his face in sleep and had smudged his whole body in clothes now. Hats was lying near the window, having a sunbath. Ajax quickly woke up and asked, "What happened? Your cat shat on my face?" Edward barked. "That's not possible. He's far too intelligent to do something so backward." Ajax defended Hats and Hats also nodded. "Then what is this?" Edward shouted. "Brother, I think this is what's on your face." Alphonse came with a squeezed mustard sauce bottle. "Ha!" Edward quickly smelled his t-shirt and found out it really was the mustard sauce. "See, Hats is not that bad, though he might have been the one who dumped the sauce on your face," Ajax said. Gritting his teeth, Edward ran to take a bath. "Alphonse, I will make breakfast today. Let's go." Ajax excitedly entered the kitchen. But even after he made such tasty boiled eggs, Alphonse didn't eat them. But Ajax didn't mind and they headed to play with Nina. It suddenly started raining as soon as they left the apartment building. The day seemed too gloomy for some reason. How can a mother leave a sweet child like Nina? Ajax sighed. Some people are like that, Ajax. The world is not always as nice as we expect it to be. Edward spoke with a serious face. Meow. Hats affirmed. Alexander and Dobby arrived in the border town called Uswell. It was the closest area to the eastern desert. It was a coal mining area and the people living here were also employed in it. "Ah, I hate sand. Let's have a bath. There must be a nice hotel or something." Alexander decided and headed to the most crowded street. "Hey there, young man, do you know where the hotel is?" Alexander politely asked a dark blonde-haired man with a beard. The man turned around and looked at Alexander with slight greed in his eye. "Oh, welcome to Uswell, I am the owner of an inn here. My name is Halling. Please follow me." "Oh, nice. Lead the way." Alexander agreed. "By the way, what does Mr. do?" Halling asked. "Oh, I'm in the army," Alexander replied. Suddenly, Halling stopped in his tracks. "I'm sorry, all the rooms in my inn are full." Alexander was surprised by the sudden change in the man's tone. He was now scornfully and angry for some reason. "What's the matter? Why such hate against the military? What did they do?" Alexander asked. "What did you all do?" "Haha, maybe you should go and ask this to your man in charge of this town." Halling replied loudly, gaining the attention of everyone nearby. They all stopped and looked at them. Alexander took out his identification card. "Look, I am a major general. Do you understand what this means? I can help you with any problem you have. I have the authority." Halling looked at the identification and couldn't help but gulp his saliva. Such a high-ranking officer had never come to their rundown town, so he thought Alexander was also some low-level runt of the military. His tone quickly turned a bit softer but still angry, nonetheless. "Sir, for some time, the land upon which the town and mines are built belongs to Lieutenant Yoki, who exploits the townspeople by frequently raising taxes while simultaneously lowering wages in order to line his own pockets. As such, though there are shops and inns for tourists and travelers to use, the prices are excessively high because we need to earn money somehow to pay the taxes. This is the reason there is a general distrust for military personnel among the villagers." Alexander nodded. "Okay, does this Yoki know alchemy or employed anyone who knows it?" Halling shook his head, "Not that I know of. He only has a few soldiers with guns." Okay then, let's go to his office. I will give a befitting punishment," Alexander announced. With Alexander leading, a big crowd walked to the military office of that town. The guards there haughtily stopped them, but Alexander just showed them his identification that made them stand straight and salute. "Come out. Yoki." Alexander called the man out. Soon, a man came out in military clothing. His face was average, but the striking feature was his pointy mustache. "Who's the hell is barking?" he shouted while coming out. "Your court-martial," Alexander replied with his identification still out. Yoki's shoulder fell at that moment. Alexander looked into his mind and found out that what the people said was true. He was really exploiting them. "Yoki, I want you to return the land to the town. I will graciously pay you 1 sen for it." "Sen is equal to yen," Alexander said evilly. Yoki was about to pass out, but Alexander held him. "Dobby, take him to the bank, take out all the money in his account and change the land deeds, and put them under the townspeople. Then throw him in jail to be taken to the center for court-martial." Dobby dutifully went with Yoki to arrange everything. Alexander looked back at everyone. "Everyone, he won't be troubling you anymore." Yay! People started jumping and cheering with tearful eyes. Many of them were even forcefully bankrupted and they finally had their justice. Yoki had millions in his account and that was enough for Alexander to help the town. East City. Edward, Alphonse, Ajax, and Hats reached Nina's house. "Nene, we're here," Ajax shouted from the gate. "Weird, she should already be at the gates," all excited. Alphonse wondered loudly. He touched the door and it was already unlocked. "I feel ominous," Hats said telepathically. They entered the building while calling Nina out. But they couldn't find them anywhere. Soon, they came to the underground lab. It was dark inside when they opened the door. Ajax could only see the reflection on Mr. Tucker's glasses. "I did it, boys. I finally did it. A chimera that finally understands human speech. Here, let me show you." Xiao Tucker mumbled. Xiao sat down and talked to the creature. "Listen to me, that person over there, that's his Edward." With a muffled voice the creature spoke, "That person. Ed. Ward. Yes, that's very good. Well done, Dot." He patted the creature on its head. Edward was in awe. "That's amazing, it can actually talk." Xiao proudly stood up. "Now I don't have to worry about losing my certification." But then suddenly, the creature turned its head towards Edward. "That person Ed. Ward. That person Ed. Ward. That person Ed. Ward. Big brother Ed." There was silence in the room. Edward and Ajax's eyes shrunk in realization. "Mr. Tucker, when did you get your state certification?" Edward asked. "Let's see, it was 2 years ago, I believe," he replied. "And when did your wife leave you?" Edward asked further. Ajax didn't know about this but now he realized it. "That was 2 years too." Xiao Tucker replied quickly. "Where are Nina and Alexander?" Ajax burst into anger. "Damn brats figuring it out so quickly." Xiao cursed. Edward went ahead and picked the man up with his hand. But Ajax saw the pain in the creature's eyes. "You did it again, didn't you? 2 years ago it was your wife, this time you used your own daughter and her dog to transmute a talking chimera." Edward raged. "I don't see any problem with that. This is how we progress. Human experimentation is a necessary step. I would think a scientist would understand." Xiao rambled. "Shut up. How could you toy with someone's life? That was your own daughter." Edward shouted. "Someone's life, you say? Haha. You'd know all about that, wouldn't you? Look at you, Full Metal Alchemist. Look at your leg, your arm, your own brother. Those things are all the result of messing around with somebody's life, aren't they?" "Shut up." Edward punched him. Xiao started madly laughing. "Haha, we are the same, you and I, we are ready to do the ultimate taboo because we saw the opportunity and we took it. We are the same." Boom. Ajax punched the air. All the walls and the part of the building behind Xiao disappeared with a loud noise. Ajax's eyes were red with anger. He tightened his fist. "Shut up. Edward, stop, you are hurting Nina." Edward looked back at the scared creature and let Xiao fall on the ground. Ajax continued to speak, but now it was a normal yet fear-instilling voice. "I promised Grandpa that I will never kill people. But he will come now and he will be angry. Yes. Very angry." Hats spoke, shocking everyone. All this time, Hats was hiding his huge grin but now it was clear and it was terrifying to Xiao. Alphonse kneeled down in front of the chimera and caressed the head. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Even with all our power, we can't do anything to change you back. I'm sorry." Alphonse dropped his head in disappointment with himself. "Can we play, now? Can we play, now?" The chimera repeated. Ajax went over to her and wrapped his arm around her neck and hugged her. There was a small drop of tears in his eyes. He was just 5 years old after all. He couldn't imagine the pain and fear she must have felt. She just wanted to play. "It's okay, we will play with you. Don't worry, Grandpa will fix everything." Sniff, he assured her. He then looked at Hats, who was silently staring at the beaten Xiao and scaring the crap out of him. "Hats, can you bring Grandpa?" Hats didn't say anything and just disappeared. "Use well. Wahaha, now we get to stay in a free hotel. Ah, no matter how rich you are, free stuff always feels good." Alexander laughed. "Boss, technically it was not free, you worked for it." Dobby corrected. "Bravo, way to ruin my joy." Alexander's laugh disappeared and he boredly looked behind. "Pop. Old man, Ajax needs you." Hats appeared. Alexander was already looking at him because he felt someone was going to appear. Maybe it was his omniscience at work. "Oh, what is that little rascal up to? His grandma is worried about him. He's upset." Hats replied seriously. Alexander immediately stood up. "Let's go, Dobby. You can see Chimera, Xiao, Yoki, and some more pics on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 533, 533. Cured. Alexander followed Hats and appeared where Ajax was. He saw Ajax hugging a dog and had tears in his eyes. Alexander went closer and caressed his head. He asked softly, "What happened, Ajax?" Ajax looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "Grandpa, please look at my past 2-day memories." Ajax didn't have the strength to tell him everything. Alexander understood that something emotional must have happened, so he softly saw his memory. It was something he never did with his family, but they knew he had this ability. Some of them even ask him sometimes to help them erase a memory they want to forget. For example, Komei sometimes asks him to make the memory of his favorite cake's taste disappear so he can experience it for the first time again. Alexander saw everything. By the end, he sat down on the floor. He looked at the pitiful Chimera. "Poor child, you have been wronged." He caressed the Chimera's head. "Dobby, call whichever officer is in charge of this area," Alexander ordered. "No need, I have already done it." "Who are you?" Edward asked with darkened and sad eyes. "He's my grandpa," Ajax introduced. Alexander ignored them and walked to the sinner man. He looked at his sins quickly. Xiao Tucker Category 3. Uxoricide, wife killing, 1. Murder by experimentation 5. Experimenting on daughter 1. Torturing daughter 1. Stealing 55. Kidnapping 5. Sin percentage 61.25%. Alexander knew that the man was a lost cause. He was ready to go to any length in order to not lose his state alchemist certification. "Your presence makes me sick," Alexander muttered and walked back to the calmly sitting Chimera. But he also put the man under time torture. In it, he would never be able to get state certification, and whenever he would try to experiment, the experiment would somehow backfire and he would end up becoming a Chimera himself, then die from various painful diseases. That was not it, Alexander also gave him a physical punishment. No matter what, he would die, but simple death was too easy. Alexander put a curse on him. It will activate the moment he's taken away. The curse will make him feel pain as if every single cell in his body was exploding. It would be a pain that no medicine or treatment could heal. The curse also makes him unable to take his own life. He will spend the few days he is left in intense pain that will keep reminding him of why he's feeling all this. "Can we play now?" Chimera asked him. "Ajax, go with her to the other room and play with her. I will come to treat her soon," Alexander instructed. Ajax nodded and took her to the next room. Hats also followed as he also felt bad for the little girl and the dog. Less for the dog though. Alexander waited for a while, and after some time, a few people in military clothes came there. "What happened, Full Metal?" Colonel Roy Mustang asked sternly. He was in an important meeting when he was called here in the name of an emergency. "Colonel, Mr. Tucker," he lied, Edward said dejectedly. "What do you mean? Speak clearly, Ed." Riza Hawkeye spoke. Alexander was looking at the two new arrivals. The man was a colonel from his dressing and the name was clear from his nameplate on his chest. While he gave off a selfish and narcissistic aura, but Alexander felt there were other feelings under there too. The girl on the other hand was a lieutenant. She seemed strictly disciplined and extremely rational, but Alexander felt something else. She seemed to like the man beside her. "Colonel, Lieutenant, Mr. Tucker was conducting experiments on humans. He did it on little Nina. He transmuted her and her dog to make a talking chimera. We found out this morning. He most likely did the same with his wife 2 years ago." Edward dropped the bomb. Roy was a little bit shaken. He had met the sweet little girl. "Where are they?" Alexander came forward. "The man is sitting there, Nina, the chimera is in the other room. She still retains some of her memories and wouldn't be able to see her father being taken away." "And who are you?" Riza inquired while stepping in front of Roy as his bodyguard. Alexander was in no mood to joke around and took out his ID. "Here, I am Major General Alexander Maxim Universe. That is my adjutant, Colonel Dobby." Both Roy and Riza saluted him. "Sir. As you were, come with me and file a report," Alexander ordered and walked in. He brought them to the room Ajax was playing with the chimera. The chimera was running behind Ajax with a smile. "Brother Jax. Brother Jax. That is my grandson, playing with her. Put in the report that Xiao Tucker also confessed to me for killing his wife." Alexander said. "Yes, sir." Riza sternly obeyed. "Sir, which department are you from? I have not heard of you in my entire career." Roy asked him. "I am the head of the archaeological department." I mostly travel the world to investigate any unusual happenings or any discoveries. I was in the lost city of Xerxes for the past few weeks. Alexander revealed. Roy immediately understood why he had not heard about Alexander. He had not even heard about this archaeological department and he guessed that it must be a false name for some secretive department that investigates weird things. He was wrong but Alexander was happy with such a misunderstanding. Then, can Nina be healed? Roy inquired. No, not with the current alchemy knowledge, Alexander replied, making everyone sadder. But my knowledge is vast and transcends alchemy. As long as you have the knowledge, nothing is impossible. You hold on to Xiao Tucker, I will heal her. Did you bring a photographer with you? Take a few pictures of her as proof. He ordered. After that, he went to the Chimera. Come with me, Alexander said and took her with him to a secluded room. We play? She asked. Alexander patted her head, yes, we will. You, me, and your dog. Alexander used his powers to rewind the time of her body and returned her to the state before she and the dog were transmuted. It was exactly 15 hours he had to rewind. In the end, there were 2 bodies in front of him. Both were passed out. Nina didn't have clothes so he conjured clothes on her fist. Then he picked the dog and Nina in his arms and brought them out. Everyone was waiting for him outside. When the door opened again, it had just been 15 minutes. They didn't have much hope. All of them there were knowledgeable about alchemy and knew that such things could not be reversed. Grandpa, how is she? Ajax asked even before the door opened. He was 100% sure that his grandpa would be able to do it. Haha, yes, she is fine now. Alexander came out with 2 different figures in his arms. Edward and Alphonse's eyes widened when they saw them. Even Roy and Riza's. They are tired and unconscious, they need rest. Show me the bedroom. Alexander said. Alphonse led him to the bedroom where he put the little girl and her dog. It will take a few hours for them to wake up. The mental trauma she went through would need to be slowly washed away. How did you do this? Edward asked him. By reversing the transmutation. It is purely theoretical knowledge in the military research department. Except for me, I don't recommend anybody doing it unless they are extremely proficient in it. Alexander revealed. He didn't tell them the truth but what he told them was also possible and would have treated Nina. That's amazing, Roy muttered. No wonder I didn't know his name. He must be involved in some secret researches, Roy thought. But this made him vigilant towards him as he didn't know if he was a man who was loyal to the military first or his personnel goals. Alexander sighed, I want that Xiao Tucker to be given the death penalty. What he did was the greatest taboo, and it becomes even worse when we take into account that he used his own immediate family. That poor child deserved all the love and care in the world but what she got was hell. Dobby, hand them the evidence. Those documents are about 5 more people that went missing in the East City in the past 2 years. They were all done by Xiao Tucker. They were all a part of failed experiments. Alexander explained it to them. Roy read all of them and was shocked. He remembered all these kidnapping cases. They tried to solve them but couldn't and then the kidnapping suddenly stopped. Sir, don't worry, with all this evidence, no one can save him from the death penalty. Good, you go, I will come by your office later. Alexander dismissed them. Roy and Riza didn't stay there after that. When they got into the car, Roy spoke. I want to know everything about him. If he is really this knowledgeable then why is he roaming around the country like this? He should be in the central city, conducting research. I don't feel right about him. Yes, he's certainly mysterious, but I don't think he's bad at all. I am your bodyguard, sir, my job is to read people and feel the surrounding. From my evaluation, Major General felt like a kind old man, an old man who is strong, but ruthless to the likes of Xiao Tucker. But don't worry, I will submit my report to you as soon as possible, sir. She said firmly. Let's hope you are right. Roy sighed. You can see Xiao Tucker, Mustang, and Riza on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 534. Miracle Man and attacked. Nina slowly opened her eyes. She saw Edward, Alphonse, and Ajax sitting near her and looking at her face. She rubbed her eyes and got up. Quickly, tears welled up. She hugged Ajax as playing with him was the last memory she had. Big brother. I was scared. It was scary. I felt like I was stuck in a tight box. Why? She cried. Ajax patted her back lightly. It's okay, Nina, everything is okay now. Everything is fine. Woof. Nina turned her head and looked at her dog. Alexander, you're fine too. You called me, Child. Alexander, Grandpa, came. Nina looked at him and felt his face looked familiar. No, I called Alexander. Yes, I am Alexander, Alexander replied. Nina shook her head, no, you are not my dog. He is. Yes, I'm not a dog, but I am Alexander, Alexander argued. No, my doggy is Alexander. Nina persisted and hugged her dog. Then Nina realized, oh, can it be, your name is Alexander too? She inquired cutely. Yes, my name is Alexander. He affirmed. Then, you will be Alexander too and my dog will be real Alexander. She replied proudly. Why am I number 2? Alexander asked, funnily. Because you came after him. She replied. No, I am much older than him. I am more than 70 years old. How old is your doggy? Alexander inquired. Nina put her finger on her lips and thought, he is 10. I think. See, then he will be Alexander too. Oh, in fact, we can shorten his name to not cause confusion. Let's call him Alex from now on. Alexander suggested. Alex. Nina whispered the name. Woof. Do you like that name? Nina asked her dog. Woof woof. Oh, that's settled then. You will be Alex. She hugged her dog. Alexander took a sigh of relief. He had to bribe the dog with a promise of 10 treats to make him agree to this name. Of course, all this negotiation happened telepathically. Nina, you can call me Grandpa. Do you want to see a beautiful place where you can play all day with lots of friends? Alexander asked. Without her father and any immediate family, he had no choice but to take her in. He couldn't bring himself to leave her in an orphanage. Grandpa! Nina shouted. Ah, my heart, don't die on me. Alexander touched his chest from the cuteness overdose. Ajax, take her home and introduce her to your grandma and everyone else. Show her all the tailed beasts and unicorns. Alexander instructed his grandson. Yes, Grandpa. Ed and Al, I will see you later. Ajax held Nina's hand and ran out of the building. Hey, where did he take her? Edward asked. Alexander stopped him. Wait, kid. I am adopting her. She has no family now and I have the power and money to give her a good life. Also, I have many grandkids. She can play with them. Don't worry, she will forget about her dad soon. It is for the better. Yeah, it is for the better. Alphonse agreed. Let's go, brother. We should rest for today. We will report to Colonel Mustang tomorrow. Alphonse decided, he saw the sad mood of his brother and thought this would be a better option. These two seem to have been touched by a spirit of some kind. I feel its mark on the small kid's arm and leg and all over the body of the bigger one in the armor. Alex Nader noticed. But he didn't ask as he didn't feel it was a demonic presence. Dobby, let's go to the Eastern headquarters. Let's understand the working of this world. Alexander decided and headed out. At the Eastern headquarters. The highest-ranking person there was called Grumman. He was a lieutenant general and for some reason, he was sitting here in the Eastern region. As soon as Alexander came to the building, he was invited by Grumman for a chat. He was kind and with a abundant sense of humor. He was a jovial kind with an easygoing mind, so he was very excited to meet the miracle maker. Roy had already passed on to him the file containing the information about this major general. It was very interesting to Grumman. The man came out of nowhere and climbed the ranks like they were really just a ladder for him. He wouldn't be surprised if he somehow became lieutenant general in some days. Grumman had found out that Alexander had a 100% success rate in every mission and 0 death of his men in any armed conflict he participated in. He had a love for science and discovering new things, which was why he was the head of the archaeology department that only had 5 people in total as staff. If he were to be in central command as a real official, his authority would be immense as he had respect from all. He was a state alchemist codenamed Miracle Man. However, what made him the most accepting of Alexander was his record of always doing what was right instead of just blindly following orders. Now, he had enough authority that not many could order him around. He greeted Alexander entering his room. Welcome, General. He was easygoing and didn't mind ranks and such things. He even jokes around with his subordinates. Not to mention, Alexander was just 1 rank lower. Haha, hello, General Grumman, a pleasure meeting you. Alexander shook hands and they sat down. There was already an open chessboard with all the pieces in place. I guess General is interested in talking while playing a game of chess. Alexander asked. Well, I am old and need to utilize every chance to use my brain so it doesn't get rusted. Grumman joked and sat down. It was nothing but just an official visit, so Alexander just played and talked. He even took out his cigar and fire whiskey from his bag and they both had fun. But, something more fun was going on where Dobby was. He was a colonel, so he was invited by Roy Mustang to his office for a tea break. Roy was an ambitious man and had dreams of becoming the Führer someday. He knew the importance of having allies and networks. So, this was an amazing opportunity. He was even more motivated after finding out about Alexander's background. But all his plans were foiled when his old friend and an officer from the Central, Lieutenant Colonel Moss Hughes, also entered the meeting. Hughes jumped around while talking. He approached Dobby and showed his wife and daughter's photo. Look at them, aren't they the sweetest? Ah, my little angel. She is the cutest, isn't she? He shoved the photos in Dobby's face. Dobby started laughing. He didn't know there were guys like this in the military. So, Dobby also took out a photo of little Thea. Her cuteness was immeasurable after all. There was also a photo of Amy when she was a child. Look at these are my nieces, aren't they cute? Dobby said. Hughes' eyes lit up as if he found a man with a common interest. He looked at the photos and his heart melted. Ah, they are such angels. I am happy for you, Colonel Dobby. Just call me Dobby. Dobby corrected him. Roy was just sitting in his chair with a frown. It was supposed to be his networking meeting but Hughes hijacked it. Knock knock. Riza entered the room and gave some documents to Roy. Ray coughed and spoke, Colonel Dobby, some orders have arrived for General, straight from Central Military Command. The group known as Central Command consisted of the Führer himself along with a group of generals directly under the Führer's control. So, their direct command must be meaning it was something big. Roy didn't dare to look at what it was. He just passed it on to Dobby. Dobby opened it and read it loudly. Major General is to head to the southern border to the Erugo war front and make the Principality of Erugo surrender. The less bloodshed the better. Roy and Hughes' faces turned serious. They had one thought in their minds. What can one man do to change the war? I guess he will be getting promoted soon. Dobby sighed and got up. This way, they will be able to investigate what's happening in the south officially. The life of people inside Ames Tries was very calm right now and Alexander didn't want to make any harsh movements that would put people in danger. He had already felt that there was some kind of mysterious powers working in secret and he just needed to find them. Okay, folks. I'll be going now. See you later if things go smoothly. Dobby left. Alexander and Grumman were laughing while drinking. Alexander liked this man. He was a good military officer. Well, General, I dealt with some problems in your Uswell town. A lieutenant in charge was exploiting people there. Oh, less work for me then. I guess I owe you a drink. Grumman joked. Also, checkmate. Alexander made his last move and defeated Grumman for the 5th time. Just then Dobby came and he got up to leave. It was nice meeting you, General. Let's catch a drink later someday. Grumman was also very excited, likewise, all the best on your mission. Alexander left the building and stretched his shoulder. So, what did you find out, Dobby? Boss, this Erquo is a principality ruled by a prince. They are much smaller than Ames Tries but are still holding up. They had supplied weapons to Ishvalence in the Civil War but later denied the Ishvalence refuge. They were originally a trading economy but now, due to war, it is in shambles. But the biggest motive for Ames Tries is something else. If Ames Tries can take over then it will have a coastline and will be able to trade from the sea. Increasing the business opportunities for Ames Tries by a lot. Dobby explained. Are these Erugo people ethnically different? Alexander inquired. No, there aren't, Dobby answered. Good, let's take over this small country and make them surrender. Indirectly, we will run Erugo and help its people while gaining a stronger footing in this world. Alexander planned. That is doable. Dobby agreed to the plan. East City. Ajax had returned as Nina was now sleeping in Fiheim. She had tired herself by running around with various animals. He went back to pestering the Elric brothers. He followed the two around the city. Nina was very happy at my place. She happily slept after playing. Ajax told them. Edward sighed happily, that's good for her. Your family is good, Ajax. Brother. Look out. Alphonse shouted suddenly. Edward jumped to the side. But Ajax didn't move away and the white-haired glasses-wearing man attacked. It was a powerful punch that struck Ajax's stomach. Boom. Ajax was thrown away so hard that he collided with a wall and even destroyed the walls and entered the building. A big cloud of smoke was there. Ajax. Edward and Alphonse worriedly shouted. Alphonse tried to rush towards Ajax but was touched by the attacker. In an instant, Alphonse's armor got disintegrated from the spot. He fell down. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Alphonse asked the attacker. This is the right order of things. As long as there will be creators like you there must be destroyers. He proceeded to touch him again. But Edward jumped and stopped him. You bastard. Too slow. The attacker shrugged and stopped Edward's metal arm with his palm. Boom. Edward's metal arm got disintegrated as he fell to the ground. Edward was terrified now, he didn't know what was going on. Brother! Alphonse shouted in worry. Now you will not be able to use your heretic alchemy. I will give you a moment to pray to God. The attacker said. Ha, I don't pray to God. Tell me, are you only going after me or them too? Edward asked. You are the full metal alchemist, only you will die today. But if they interfere, they too shall die. The attacker replied. Then I want your word, prom. Cough cough cough. Whoa, that was a strong punch. I feel like my food got digested. I'm hungry now. Ajax walked out of the rubble while coughing. Alphonse was the closest to him, so Ajax looked at the armor. There was no one inside and it was broken. Ajax's face turned serious. Brother Alphonse got kidnapped. He shouted in shock and worry. Hats, who was lazily resting not far away, face-pawed himself. Ajax looked at the attacker and jumped at him. Where is Brother Al? Bam! The attacker tried to stop Ajax's punch with his left hand, but his arm's bones were crushed from the impact. It took a second for the pain to register in his mind. Arg! The attacker screamed in pain and agony. A/N, for those who don't know. The attacker is Scar. You can see Nina and her dog, Grumman, Hughes, Scar on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 535, 535. The three subordinates. The man fell to the ground. Where is Brother Al? He's right there, what are you talking about? He groaned in pain yet spoke to save his life. He knew that the next punch he would receive would turn him into a paste. But the armor is empty, Ajax argued. Ajax, I'm fine. Alphonse's voice came. Ajax looked back in shock. Al. Yeah, it's a long story, but it really is me, Alphonse said. But then Ajax looked at Edward on the ground with a missing metal arm. He looked at the attacker angrily, bad man. Bam! Ajax slapped him, knocking his glasses away from his face. Boom! A gunshot noise came. They all looked at the side and found many people in military uniform standing there, blocking the road. Surrender, Scar. I'm taking you into custody, where you will answer to the murders of at least 10 state alchemists. Colonel Mustang announced. He also noticed Scar's red eyes and understood that he was an Ishvalan. Scar got up from under Ajax's soul-piercing gaze. His arm was gravely injured. Alchemists alter their bodies, perverting themselves into something vile and grotesque. As an agent of God, I am here to hand down the judgment. If you interfere I will eliminate you as well. Scar threatened. Ajax was still standing close to him, are you sure? You couldn't even take a punch from me. Ha ha ha, foolish boy, that was my left hand. But you are right, I can't fight like this. Scar said and ran to the side. Mustang ran forward to stop him. You're not escaping today. He snapped his finger to make fire but he had forgotten it was raining and his flames wouldn't work. Bam! Riza kicked his legs making him fall and saved him from Scar's right hand. This gave Scar enough time. He destroyed the ground and escaped through the tunnels. Right in front of everyone. He didn't even try to fight. You are useless in days like these, Colonel, Riza said while helping Mustang get up. Ajax, meanwhile, ran to Edward. Are you okay? Edward got up with the help of one hand. Yeah, I'm okay. Al. Check him. The two quickly went to check Alphonse. He was sitting by the wall. Edward quickly checked the seal in the armor and took a sigh of relief. Major Armstrong and Riza helped Alphonse and Edward up. They all gathered inside Colonel Mustang's office where he told them all about the Ishvalan civil war and how the state alchemists were called to exterminate them. In a way, his revenge is justified, Mustang said. But Edward disagreed, no way, there is no justification in taking revenge on people who had nothing to do with it. He's just killing in the name of revenge for his own twisted love for God and calling himself an agent of God. Ajax didn't agree with Edward. Well, you are thinking from one dimension, Ed. From what I read in the library, it was Ishvalan culture to not accept alchemy. Their religion told them to hate it. Then their country got annexed by Ames Tries, all the while knowing that they will not accept Amestrian culture. Then, what did we do? We exterminated them. Who knows, Scar may have had a family who was also killed in the Civil War. Maybe, he also had a brother. But, still, what he is doing is wrong and he should be stopped. Edward understood what he was trying to say. Edward would have gone after anyone if they did anything to Alphonse, be it a single person or even a country. Mustang nodded, that is why we can't let ourselves be killed for his cause. Next time, there will be no more talk. Hughes looked at Edward and asked. Well, Ed, Alphonse, what are you going to do now? What's the plan? We're going to keep moving. We cannot just sit around, not as long as we're still alive. But first off, I need to get my arm fixed in order to get your body back to normal. Edward firmly decided. And we got no choice. It's been a long time since we needed to pay a visit to our mechanic, Edward said with a happy face. Nice. Let's go to another adventure. Ajax also cheered. Everyone stopped murmuring and looked at him. Colonel Mustang quickly spoiled his mood. No, you can't go with him. He is a state alchemist, but you are a civilian. We cannot put you in danger, considering who your grandfather is, this could be problematic. People might target you. Hey, you saw me punch that guy, Scar, didn't you? I can handle myself. Also, because I am not a government employee, you cannot order me. I can just follow Ed and Alphonse. Ajax replied, making Mustang frown. Surprisingly, Edward spoke in his support, yet, if it weren't for Ajax, Scar would have gotten me. He is really strong. Let's not forget the house he blew up belonging to Mr. Tucker. He did that? Major Armstrong asked in wonder and excitement. He dashed to Ajax and shook his little hand. Strong-arm alchemist, Alex Louis Armstrong is happy that the future generation also focuses on muscles and the strength of the body. Ajax looked to the side and made a run for the door before the huge man took off his jacket. Let's meet outside, Ed and Al. The next day, they got on the train to their home. However, an unwanted person was tagging along with them. Edward looked at Hughes, who was standing by the window outside the train. Would you mind telling him what he is doing here? What would happen if Scar came after you again? Hughes asked. Ajax jumped, that's what I was here for. I would have defeated Scar. Come on, take Major Armstrong with you. Children can be so stubborn. Major Armstrong muttered. Edward didn't like being called a kid. Hey, shut up, I'm no child. And it's you who takes his clothes off at any chance you get. I am shocked that nobody calls you a pervert. Ajax retorted. You won't understand it. It is an art. Train whistle. Okay, you boys have a safe trip. If you come to the central city, stop by my place and say hi. Hughes wished them and saluted each other. Ajax was instead excited about the steam engine. Although the steam engine is backward technology, it's got its own beauty. What do you mean backward? It is the best technology we got, Edward asked. Haha, sure, best. Ajax mockingly laughed and ignored them. Alexander and Dobby headed to the southern border. They were told that the other members of the team would be there waiting. But when Alexander reached, he was a bit shocked. The three new members were Ragnarok, Iroh, and Leonidas. Ha, Ragnarok and Iroh are colonels and Leonidas is a lieutenant colonel? How did this happen? Alexander inquired. Well, we found ourselves in these clothes in an office. We were then sent here. Ragnarok had experience in such things, so we followed his lead. Iroh explained. I don't even know if we need this much firepower. Well, anyway, let's go and see what we need to do. I'm your boss. Alexander said, pointing to his shoulders and showing them his rank. I used to be a general and now this. This is a big demotion. Iroh muttered. I am a dragon. Since when did I follow others? I should at least be a mighty general. Ragnarok also voiced his dissatisfaction. Haha, stop crying now, follow me. Alexander laughed and led them to the small town called Belak. South Ames Tries was mainly grassland with vast prairies. They were going to go to the forward front through River Aries. You can see Scar and Major Armstrong on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 536. The Legend of Zero Deaths. 536 The Legend of Zero Deaths. Oh, this brings back bad memories, Iroh spoke while looking at the battlefield. There were lots of soldiers, sitting in trenches. Their eyes looked hopeless and their bodies looked weak. There were also some cries coming, screaming to go back home. This is humanity for you. War and fighting are in the blood. Leonidas commented. Sad, but that is also why humanity always progressed. Because of the desire for more, for something better. Ragnarok added. At the moment, there were no active fights going on. Both sides were under a mutual ceasefire. But still, small skirmishes would happen along the border. But they were also understaffed and not well funded, which in turn created more problems. Dobby, you come with me. You three, stay here, and organize the army, help the wounded. Cheer them up, give them some good food. Alexander instructed them and left to cross the border and meet the Prince of Erugo. He went to the border where a gate was made for the exchange of prisoners of wars from both sides. I am Major General Universe. I am sent by the Central Command to negotiate with your prince. Inform him to set up a meeting. Alexander said to the Erugonian soldiers. He was going to solve this problem peacefully. It was going to be the return of the legend of 0 deaths. We have been ordered to deny any such demands. Prince Claudio Rico will only talk to the Führer. Well, I guess I have no choice then, Alexander muttered and used his Jedi powers. Go and inform your prince that Miracle Maker is here, Alexander ordered. He knew that this nickname of his was more famous in the world than his real name. Alexander waited for a while and sure enough, the soldier returned and brought him to a temporary building inside their area. It was surrounded by soldiers and tents of other soldiers. The building showed Alexander what kind of prince this man was. The building had decorations made of gold, silk curtains, and other overly expensive items. This was when the people of the country were suffering. Alexander was surprised thinking that the army was still following him. Can he still pay the salary? Alexander and Dobby were led inside a big hall. There was a golden throne at the end on which a brown-haired man/boy was sitting in regal attire. So, the mighty Führer sent one of his pawns to talk peace. Prince Claudio spoke proudly. I don't even know what this Führer looks like, Alexander thought. Yet, he sent me to talk to some corrupt prince who ignores his people and uses tax money to make gold chairs. Are you that prince? Alexander asked. You have nerves coming here and disrespecting me. Prince Claudio replied with a smile. Alexander chuckled, of course, I have the strength to back my words. Kneel. You are in the presence of Prince Claudio Rico, the ruler of Erugo. He loudly claimed. Dobby chuckled, add Narcissus to his titles. Alexander walked closer to the spoiled prince. Guards. Prince Claudio shouted but nobody listened to him, nobody came. Alexander waved his hand and 2 more chairs appeared in front of the princes. Listen here, kid. I didn't come here to play king and peasant here. This is a modern world we are living in. The way you have treated your people is a big enough sin that you should kill yourself in shame. But, I noticed that your EQ seems pretty low so you probably don't feel remorse. Here is the simple offer, you are going to concede your claim to Erugo and let Ames Trizon exit peacefully. What will you get by doing this? Well, for starters, you will be pardoned and be left to live a comfortable life. The war will be finished and your people will prosper. Alexander offered him. And why would I do that? I don't see myself losing the war. He rebuked. No, you lost the moment you let me enter your country. The clock is ticking, decide what you will do. Alexander told him and took out a teapot. You can't kill me. They will not let you leave. Prince Claudio said, but his voice was breaking in fear now. He had heard the name of Miracle Man. He had supposedly never lost a mission. He felt his life was in danger. He made a run for it and dashed to the door. But, one wave of Alexander's hand made him fly back to his seat. Claudio's face looked scared now. He had tears and snored on his face. Please, let me go. Don't kill me, I will give you money. Sigh. Bam. A light slap made him come out of his pathetic state, you fool. When did I say I would kill you? No, I'm just asking you to sign these papers. It's a win-win situation. You get to live happily for the rest of your life in luxury, the war ends and your people get jobs and live a happy life. But what about my power? I will be powerless then. Claudio argued. Then you will die. But you said you wouldn't kill me. Claudio cried. I wouldn't. But if you don't sign these papers, then the war will continue and some soldier might shoot you accidentally. Or maybe a revolution will happen and your own people will chop your head off in good old French style. Alexander said, scaring him even more. French? Claudio was confused but he understood the meaning. Claudio read the document seriously now. It stated that he would receive protection and be able to live luxuriously. All he had to do was give up his small principality. His hand shivered as he lifted the pen to sign the papers. He was terrified by Alexander's powers that could make things out of nothing and make him fly. You have a philosopher's stone, don't you? He asked Alexander. Alexander looked surprised. Well, I have many of those. Gulp. I surrender my authority over Erugo. He signed the papers and laid back on his chair. Alexander loudly whistled and soon a few guards came in. Claudio was shocked as he thought that they were dead because they didn't answer when he called them. But it all didn't matter now. Soldiers. Prince Claudio has signed the papers to allow Erugo to come under Ames Trizon. The war is over, you all can go back home and soon, lots of jobs and trade will go through this land. People won't suffer anymore. Alexander announced. The soldiers were shocked and they looked at the prince but didn't get any reply. Don't look at him. He will live as a normal but wealthy citizen now. You all will be reemployed soon and keep on receiving salaries, so be at ease. The widows and orphans of dead soldiers will also get compensation just as they do in MisterImmortal. Alexander assured them. All the soldiers were feeling better now. They soon sent men out to announce the end of the war. The news spread like wildfire all over the front. They were shocked and happy that they now get to live without the worry of dying anytime. Ajax was sitting on the train alone as everyone else had gone out after some Dr. Tim Marco. He was sleeping at that time and they didn't wake him up. Pop! The snoring bubble burst and he woke up. He looked around confusedly. Hats was sitting on his right. He really sat like a human and looked weird. Where is everyone? Ajax asked. They went after some guys. They said they'll be back soon. Hats said. Wait. Didn't they ask you why you could speak? He inquired. They did. I just told them that I'm the soul of a dead man living inside the body of a dead cat. They believed me as there was a living armor with them. Hats explained. Haha, you are a genius, Hats. Ajax laughed. Hat, I guess I am. Hats smirked and crossed his legs smugly. Ajax then noticed Edward outside the window. Hey, how could you leave me like this? What if someone had kidnapped me? The only one in danger were the people on this train. Edward barked at him. I guess you are right, little big brother, Ajax replied with a smirk, making Edward frustrated. You wait. I'm coming in now. Edward shouted and ran inside the bogie. Alexander is gathering power right now. Soon, the first conflict will happen and he will find out about the homunculus. Someone on web novel asked me why Alexander sometimes acts like a god in Worlds and sometimes acts like what he's doing right now. In short, it all depends on his preset identity. If he is already some kind of a king and established god, then he will directly act as a god. If he is a normal man like right now, then he will first start influencing the world to make them see him as a good and powerful person, then he would rise through the ranks. All this so that people believe in his actions. This condition does not apply in short arcs. You can see Prince Claudio on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 537. Ajax's trick. Ajax and his friends reached Resemble. It was the home village of the Elric brothers. When they reached the destination, a little old lady was waiting for them. She was really small. Hey, Ed, I think you have your grandma's genes, Ajax said. Misunderstanding that she was his real grandma. What are you trying to say? Edward asked, although he had an idea what he meant. You know, she's not tall and you. Don't you dare. Edward growled. Ha ha ha, you are still as loud as before, kid. The old little lady spoke. Granny. Edward greeted her. What have you done now? She asked him while smoking her pipe. A lot has happened, can you fix this up? Edward said. He then introduced the two companions. This is Major Alex Louis Armstrong and this is our stalker Ajax. Hey. I'm your protector. Also, this is Hats, Grandma. Ajax sweetly introduced Hats too. The old lady shook Ajax's hand. I am Pinako Rockbell. She then stepped back and looked at Edward. I know I haven't seen you in a while, Ed, but you have gone and grown smaller. Wahahaha. Ajax rolled and laughed. Wahahaha. Even Hats laughed uncontrollably. Hey, Granny, you've got it wrong. You're supposed to say how big you've grown lately, Ed. Edward gritted his teeth and corrected her. And why would I say something so clearly untrue? She asked. Edward started growling, I'm still taller than you, mini hag. Ajax and Hats were still laughing at him and making him angrier. Bam! A wild wrench came and collided with Edward's head. Then came a girl on the balcony of the house. After a few more chats, they were invited in. Edward showed his shattered arm to Winry. It wasn't even recognizable and looked like pieces of junk metal. What is this? She screamed after seeing the condition of her handmade prosthetic arm. Yeah, sorry, it's a little smashed up, Edward said while sipping on coffee. A little? Do you even see what you've done to my beautiful creation? I slaved over this. Winry cried. Sib. It's basically the same, just in smaller 3 pieces. Edward smugly said. Bam. Al, are you a little smashed up too? She asked, looking at Alphonse sitting in the box. Hee hee. Bam. Then she looked at Ajax and Hats sitting on the sofa and eating biscuits. What about you two? Ajax quickly replied, oh, I am fine and dandy, also, I'm a 5-year-old kid, beating me would be child abuse. And beating me would be animal abuse, Hats added. Sigh. Well, it's hard to believe. A 5-year-old and as tall as Ed. She muttered. Then a talking cat, but honestly, after knowing Alphonse, nothing surprises me. After that, Granny checked the work that needed to be done and gave them a 3-day estimate for the repairs to be done. Meanwhile, they all went to look around the little village. Ajax went out to see the farm with Alphonse's injured armor being pulled by him on a small cart that he made himself. I must say, this little village does seem peaceful. The air is so fresh too. Much better than the East City. Ajax commented. Yeah, it was always like this. We grow our own food here and only go to the city to buy tools. Alphonse reminisced about his old days. Hey, Al. What happened to your body? You said you'd tell me later. Ajax asked. He was dying to ask this question since he found about the empty armor body of Alphonse. Sigh. Alphonse made a sound of sighing even though he could not breathe. Well, a few years back. Our mother passed away in a plague. We didn't know where Dad was as he had left us a long time ago. Ed and I decided to use human transmutation to bring her back to life. But, what we didn't know was that doing this requires a cost. A cost we couldn't pay. He lost his one arm and leg and I lost my whole body. We are now trying to get our bodies back somehow. That's it. Why didn't you tell me all this when my grandpa was here? He could have given you your body and Ed his limbs. Well, anyway, we'll do that when we see him again. Ajax said as a matter of fact that his grandpa can fix everything. Can he really do it? Alphonse asked, not seriously believing him. Of course. Hey, what is this place? Ajax asked when they reached the ruins of a house. Edward came from behind and answered him, this used to be our home until we destroyed it. Oh, bad memories I guess. But, didn't it also hold happy memories for you too? Ajax asked. It did, but what's done is done now, Edward replied. He knew that it would take a lot of time to build it back and he wasn't in the mood to spend that much time on this yet, not when he still had to get Alphonse his body back. What are you saying? Wait, I'll show you a trick. Just watch. Ajax announced and enthusiastically went ahead and stood in the middle of the ruin. My grandpa taught me this because I break stuff too much, Ajax said. He closed his eyes and focused. He started waving his hand around. To the shock of the Elric brothers, the stones and wood on the ground started moving and soon the house started to fix itself. Little by little, all kinds of broken wood and stones stuck under the ground also came out. It all looked like magic. After waiting for 10 minutes and gawking, there stood a house just like their own. Ajax also made slight changes to make it even better. For example, a better bathroom. A good bathroom was always a good addition to a home, after all, that's where you spend some of your life's most satisfying moments. Like when you pee after holding for too long and when you let yourself loose after waiting to reach home and do it. Ajax thought. It was all small joys of life but had a bigger meaning. Soon, the front door opened and Ajax walked out with a big smile on his face. So, did you like my trick? What? How? Hehe, I told you not to underestimate me. Ajax proudly laughed. Edward ran into his house and it was the same as before. Except for all the personal belongings that they had taken away, all the furniture was the same. This is amazing. You really rebuilt our house? Alphonse exclaimed. No, not rebuilt, but returned it to its earlier state. I just made the objects stack themselves up as they were. Ajax explained. Wait. Why didn't you fix Edward's arm then? Alphonse asked. You can see Grandma in Old House on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 538. The Great Eternal Poet. Ajax rubbed his head embarrassingly. Well, I am still not very confident when it comes to items related to organic matter. I wasn't sure if I could reattach your nerves with the armor. Still, this is a magnificent ability you got there. Can you fix Al too? Edward asked. Ajax shook his head. No, this ability only works if the broken parts are also close to the main focus area. Al's part of the armor is just gone. Sigh. It is still fine, I will do it later. But, I guess we've got a home now, Al. Edward cheered up. Yeah, brother. But I would still prefer it if we lived with Granny, it feels much livelier there. Alphonse suggested. Of course, we will live with her, this place will be our little retirement home. We will only live here when we both have our bodies fixed. Edward confidently decided. After that, they returned home. It took Winry 3 days to completely make Edward's arm and upgrade his left leg for the measly 5 mm increase in his height. 3 days later, they were saying goodbye to Granny and Winry. But while leaving, Ajax noticed something. Oh, Could it be, Edward likes Winry? Ajax asked loudly. What are you saying, you're just a kid, don't talk about stuff you don't know. Edward shunned his doubts. But Ajax wouldn't stay quiet and said something that shocked them. Ha, I know a lot about love. Oh really? Then tell me, where do babies come from? Edward asked him with a smirk. Brother. Alphonse was concerned. Ajax proudly answered, easy, I asked this question to Grandpa Raggy, he said that babies come out when a miner mines a tunnel and works hard. Then after 9 months of hard work, he gets the reward in the form of a baby. I'm still confused but I think there is someone in the tunnel that is smuggling babies. I will catch him someday, I just need to find the tunnel. They all had stopped and looked at each other's faces. The first person to laugh was Hats, who sat on Major Armstrong's massive shoulder. Soon, others also joined in and laughed. Edward came forward and patted Ajax on his head. Oh, Ajax, you are too innocent. Let's go, we need to get to the central. Hey, wait, what do you mean innocent? Was I wrong? Ajax shouted. After a day of the journey, they finally reached Central. It was the seat of government in Ames Tries. The National Central Library, Central Command, the 5 national laboratories, and Amistris Parliament were all located in Central. Aside from its symbol as a military headquarters, Central was also a bustling metropolis and arguably Amistris' largest city, complete with nearly everything Amistrian society had to offer as well as a lasting and rarely disturbed sense of peace created by its proximity to the government's imposing presence. The second they reached there they headed to the first branch of National Central Library. But, to their surprise, it was burned down in a mysterious fire just a day ago. No. Dr. Marcoa's research, it's all gone, into the ashes. Edward screamed. Ajax, tell me you can fix this. He remembered Ajax's power. Well, I can surely fix its structure but not the thousands of books inside. I'm not strong enough for that. Ajax replied honestly. He also didn't want to show this power to too many people. He was advised by Hats and his father. Oh, no. Edward went inside and checked if anything was in good shape. But a thought clicked Ajax. Ed, don't you think this is too weird? What do you mean? Edward asked. I mean, isn't the central city the most secure place in the country? Also, the National Central Library is very important to the state. So, why is it that just before we arrived, it was burned and specifically this library? Ajax questioned. There wasn't much proof and there was a big possibility of this being an accident. But still, a doubt took place in the minds of Edward, Alphonse, and Major Armstrong. A bit too speculative, but possible. We must stay sharp. Major Armstrong warned them. Major Armstrong. 2 soldiers, a man and a woman appeared behind them and saluted. Ah, Second Lieutenant Maria Ross and Sergeant Denny Brosh, to what do we owe this pleasure? Armstrong asked. Second Lieutenant Maria Ross spoke, you have been ordered to report back to the command center, sir. We'll be taking over the supervision of Edward Elric and his brother effective immediately. The other one added. Very well, they're yours. Armstrong left them. Edward just whined about having more bodyguards. Nice, this means I'm not supervised because I was not named, Ajax smirked, making the 2 brothers jealous. After that, they were in a military car. The 2 new bodyguards told them about there being someone who could help them and they decided to go there. Alphonse noticed Sergeant Brosh staring at him. Is something wrong? Alphonse nicely asked. Oh, nothing, though pardon my impudence, but why are you wearing a suit of armor? He asked. The 2 brothers immediately started sweating. Haha, you don't know? He. Edward pressed Ajax's mouth. Oh, these 2 have a fetish for all things metal. Hats completed the sentence. But the 2 bodyguards were more interested in the cat now, the cat spoke. Haha, of course, it did, I taught him to speak, Ajax replied. Bam. They were suddenly pressed against each other due to a hard stop. What happened? Lieutenant Maria asked the driver. Ma'am, people are celebrating on the streets for the victory in the south. The driver replied. They all peeked out and saw people flowing in the air and just jumping and singing. What happened in the south? Edward inquired. Lieutenant Maria explained. Oh, you don't know? Miracle Man led Ames Tries to a flawless victory against Erugo. The best part was, there was no fight, 0 deaths, and the Prince of Erugo was so scared by Major General that he signed the surrender. It has also been announced that he's going to be double promoted and made a full general now. What? Edward exclaimed. But it had been just 5 days since he left for the battlefield. Alphonse was also speechless. But only Ajax was silent. He sat cross-legged and proudly said, Haha, that's my awesome grandpa for you. What? Are you? Major General's grandson? The 2 bodyguards asked him in shock. Ajax just nodded and it made them straighten their backs like he was their superior. Edward and Alphonse nodded their heads. Well, now there be a bit less war in the world. I guess many people owe the general now. It took them a while to reach where the ex-employee of First Branch was. It was an apartment complex, but when they entered the apartment, it was filled with books to the brim. They looked for the owner and soon found her stuck under lots of books. They had to dig her out. It turned out to be a meek little lady with big glasses. She kept on apologizing to them for getting stuck. It seemed she didn't have much self-esteem. So, are you Sheska? Edward asked. Yes. Edward then told her about what he was looking for and Sheska told him she remembers it all. She had the ability to not forget whatever she read. So, they had to wait 5 more days for her to write everything. Ajax in the meantime helped tidy the apartment by organizing the books. Ah, now it looks like a human's home. But when they looked at the notes, they turned out to be food recipes and there were thousands of pages. Sheska, are you absolutely sure that this is a flawless copy of Dr. Marcoa's notes? Edward asked her. She looked a bit dejected by not being able to help. Oh, yes. I am 100% certain. She confidently confirmed. Then thank you very much. All right, let's get these to the central library. Edward thanked her. But Edward stopped midway and took out his notebook and State Alchemist silver pocket watch. Oh, I almost forgot Sheska's fee. Second Lieutenant, this is my registration number and pocket watch for ID. Withdraw that amount from my annual research grants and make sure Sheska gets it. He ordered. A State Alchemist by default had the same rank as a major, so he could order her. Second Lieutenant repeated what he said and looked at the note in her hand. There were too many zeros. Both she and Sheska were shocked. While leaving, Ajax also stopped. Here, this is payment from me for letting me eat at your place. He handed her a gold bar weighing a kilogram. Sheska was shaking in shock while holding it. What? Where did this come from? Second Lieutenant Maria asked. Oh, my grandpa has lots of these. Ajax nonchalantly replied. You mean the general? She inquired. No, my other grandpa, Grandpa Iroh. Grandpa Raggy doesn't let me take the gold, but Grandpa Iroh is nice. Ajax muttered. But suddenly, Sheska's eyes lit up. Wait. By Iroh, do you mean the great eternal poet? Ajax was confused. When did Grandpa Iroh come here? You can see the library bodyguards and Sheska on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 539, 539. New librarian. You know Grandpa Iroh? Ajax asked. Of course, he is the greatest poet. The soldiers especially love his song called Leaves of the Vine. Sheska replied enthusiastically. Yup, definitely Grandpa Iroh, Ajax thought. Haha, that's nice. Okay, see you later. He left not wanting to be questioned more about his grandpa. The next day, the three were gathered in the central library. They were looking into the documents they had brought from Sheska. What are we even looking for? I've read the recipe for 100 dishes by now. I think I can open a restaurant now and also make it the best seller. Ajax complained. Keep on looking, there must be something, Edward said. Come on, why are you still searching for Philosopher's Stone? I told you already, my grandpa can help you in getting your limbs and Alphonse his body. Ajax nagged. Stop joking, Ajax. Human transfusion is a matter that should be taken very seriously. We need the stone to bargain in order to get back our body. Alphonse explained. Bargain with whom? Hats asked with interest. The truth, a godlike being who governs the laws of the world. He is the embodiment of the law of equivalent exchange. We didn't know this in the past and lost so much. Edward gritted his teeth. Oh, so he's like some kind of a deity? Well, don't worry, I'm sure Grandpa can beat him too. Ajax confidently claimed. He's really spoiled by his grandpa, it seems, Edward thought. Excuse me. The door opened and Sheska entered with a bow. Oh, big brain lady, Ajax exclaimed. She bowed and thanked them. Thanks to all the money you gave me, I was able to move my mother to a better hospital. I really appreciate it. Nat, it was no big deal really. Edward shrugged. Ajax nodded. You are really a kind-hearted lady, not many people come to thank others once they have received benefits. I like you. Hee, thank you. Have you had any luck deciphering the documents? She inquired, and this made them drop their heads on the table. Have you found another job yet? Alphonse asked her, and this time she was upset. Anyway, you three made me feel better, it was nice to know that a pathetic mess like me can help out sometimes. So thanks for that as well. She bowed again. Alphonse stopped her from demeaning herself. You are not a pathetic mess. I think the dedication you showed in reading is a great talent. Yet, not many can do what you do. Being able to remember everything, I would have had it so easy passing Aunt Amy's school classes if I had it. I think I can find you a job in the greatest library ever to exist. But I will have to ask my grandpa first. Ajax said and took out his mobile phone. Bam! The door shot open and Moss Hughes walked in. He came to them and slammed the table. But his face quickly turned smiling. Come on, I told you guys to come to say hi when you visit Central. Well, Shao Tucker has been sentenced to death by the military court. But the first branch also burned down somehow and we lost all case records. It's a real mess in my department, he complained. Hey, Lieutenant Colonel, I think I got the perfect person for you, Edward exclaimed. Grandpa! Ajax shouted when the call got connected. Everyone turned to look at him weirdly. Hey, are you really talking to Major General through that? Edward asked. They were looking at the small object in his hand. Ajax nodded and kept on talking. Grandpa, I found the perfect person to be our librarian. The whole library at home is a mess, right? There are millions of books and we need to make a catalog. Oh. Okay, I will take her to her new workplace and also get her mother healed. Bye-bye. Ajax hung up. Sheska, my grandpa has now hired you to become the librarian of the Endless Library, Ajax announced. What? Edward stopped him. Wait, let Sheska help create the burnt records, you can take her after that. I'm fine with that. Ajax agreed. Hey, Ajax, can you give us that device too? I know Major General is very far away and for you to talk to him, this must be a big invention. Hughes drooled over his phone. Ajax hit it. No. Only Grandpa can decide about this. Alexander hung up the phone and sighed. This little rascal is having his own fun. Well, boss. This is the first time he went out on an adventure of his own. Let him have fun, Dobby said. I am letting him do that. Okay, our tactic was successful, Dobby. I knew that the military would not give me a promotion, but by spreading rumors around the country that I brought the big victory and that I'll be promoted to general, they will have no other choice but to promote me if they want to save face. Alexander said with satisfaction. And that is why they want you to go to the Krita border now. Krita is very powerful, and the Central Command probably wants you to die there. Dobby said while reading the official letter sent to them for further instructions. Haha, they are just giving me more opportunities to take over lands. Erugo is already under us now with the silent inclusion of our T-800 droids as high-ranking officers in the country, we are under full control. We will do the same with Krita as well. Do you know anything about that country? Alexander inquired. Well, from my evaluation, this Krita is supposed to be the United States of this world. Krita is a federal state composed of several nations reunited under a union. The central government has kept a close watch on the state's affairs, allowing a level of autonomy to each local leaders and keeping them as representatives of the former tribes in the central government. This decentralization of power has been a trademark of Krita and has brought many conflicts and problems over the years. The tribes that compose Krita are culturally diverse and are known to be extremely unfriendly to each other. This animosity has made the central government create borders controlled by the central government between the tribes' territories in order to keep physical and influential space between the local governments, acting as a shield to avoid civil conflicts. Those conflicts, however, still exist, keeping the central government on permanent alert. Dobby explained everything he knew from the records. It is possible that it represents North America, more specifically, the United States. It is even more obvious because their cultural diversity and hostility are very similar to America's past of segregation, Alexander deduced. Where is the current conflict going on? Alexander inquired. Oh, it is some town called Pendleton, Dobby told him. Good, let's go there. Alexander packed his bags. But unknown to him, someone had sent two not-so-human-ish beings after him to finish him off. You can see Big Brain Lady and Hughes on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 540. Ajax and Hat's Secret. After hours of desperate research and brainstorming, Edward and Alphonse decoded the papers. Though it was mainly Edward and Alphonse, as Ajax didn't know much about alchemy. But he was there for their moral support. The two brothers fell down on the floor as the truth was in front of their eyes. They lost all hope of getting their bodies fixed. Ajax looked at the notes they made and found out why they looked sad. So the main component of a philosopher's stone is a human sacrifice? Well, this is dirty. This is evil. How can the government do this? Edward muttered. What happened in here? Why does everything look so messy? Second Lieutenant Maria asked as she entered the room with her partner. They cracked the research. The main ingredient of the Philosopher's Stone is human sacrifice. Ajax replied. He was also a bit saddened by this. He remembers that the Philosopher's Stone in Faheim didn't require any sacrifice. After that, Ajax followed the Elric brothers to their room in the hotel. The two brothers, depressingly, sat and didn't speak. Ajax was getting uneasy as he was very hyperactive. Come on, just wait for a few days and when my grandpa is here, everything will be okay. You don't need human sacrifices. Let's go out and have some fun. It will cheer you two up. Ajax suggested. But both of them still chose to stay depressed. Ajax decided to go out and have fun on his own. Fine, I will go myself. He went out to see what was going on in the city. He saw Major Armstrong in the hotel's lobby. He sneakily avoided him and left the hotel with Hats. They roamed the streets of the central city, looking around at various tall buildings. It was beautiful. Everything looked as if it was planned. They roamed around the city for hours. Where should we go, Hats? He asked. Hats pointed his paw at a closed gate. There. But it says, keep out, Ajax argued. But Hats convinced him, well, it roughly translates to, quick, come in and see my secrets. Ajax, a man has to take some risks sometimes. This is your time. Just do it. I'm probably going to regret this, but let's go in. Ajax excitedly jumped over the wall, bypassing the guards. This building looks abandoned, Ajax muttered. No, I can feel the vibrations on the ground. There is certainly something going on here. Follow me. Hats pointed out at a shaft at the side of the building. They were small so they easily crawled through it. There were cobwebs and some insects. It was all dark. Bam! Ow, what was that? Ajax cried as something collided with his head. Ajax took out his phone and torched his front. There he saw Edward unconscious, possibly due to being struck by Ajax's mighty skull. Hats went forward and licked Edward's face which woke him up. What the hell are you doing here? Edward shouted. Calm down, shhh. I am just exploring. What are you doing here? Ajax asked. This is where they make the Philosopher's Stones, Edwards revealed. Oh, let's go then and see what's going on. We will catch them today. Ajax said and took a right turn. Edward didn't argue and just followed him in. They soon dropped down in a big hall. There, a badass-looking armor was waiting for them with sword out. Hats sat on the side while the armor attacked Ajax and Edward. Who are you? Edward asked. I am number 48. The armor replied. Sorry, but I didn't order a pizza. Ajax joked and jumped straight towards the armor. Number 48 tried to slice him but in the end, Ajax just grabbed the blade of the sword and broke it. Aha! Ajax cheered. Boom! Out of nowhere, two figures appear, one was a pretty woman and another was a manly woman/man with spiky hair. They went after Ajax while Edward was busy with number 48. Haha, now comes the big players. Ajax chuckled, sensing their aura. You two aren't humans, are you? He asked. You know too much, kid. The spiky-haired one said and appeared in front of Ajax at a very high speed and tried to strike with her knee in his stomach. Bam! Ajax also clashed with his knee. The result was that the spiky-haired one felt pain. More than Ajax. What is wrong with this kid? He's too strong for human standards? Father never said there was another of us. She muttered at the pretty woman. The beautiful one had spear-like nails on her hand. Indeed, he isn't normal. But, he knows too much now and needs to die. She said. She dashed towards Ajax and slashed her nails at him. Which Ajax easily dodged. But then the short woman was also there, ready to punch him in the face. He dodged this again and kicked back. Haha, power is not everything, kid. Too slow. The short woman disappeared from his vision. Ah, help. Suddenly Edward's voice came. Ajax looked to the side and saw Edward on the ground, in a pool of blood. Ajax quickly jumped to him and tried to hold him. But suddenly Edward unnaturally smiled. Ha, got you. Edward changed into a short spiky-haired woman. Before he could react, two long spear nails had penetrated his stomach. Ajax! The real Edward shouted. He had defeated number 48 just a second ago but he was also injured. Oh, what do we have here? Our number 1 sacrifice is hurt. The spiky-haired woman said and walked to Edward. Bam! She punched his stomach and made him fall to the ground. Edward's mechanical arm was not working properly so he was helpless. The beautiful woman, who still had her spear nails stuck in Ajax's stomach, spoke, We won't kill you today because we allow you to live. This one, though, needs to die. Ha, I wouldn't be so sure of that, Ajax smirked. Clank. Suddenly, a shadow blurred past her, cutting her nearly indestructible nails. What the hell, Hats? Why didn't you help earlier? Ajax asked. He had some blood dripping from his wounds. Though it was a very small amount and he wasn't gravely injured. His body was naturally strong. Well, I had forgotten how inexperienced you were in the fighting. All you know is basic punch and kick. Hats complained. You too, if you think you are some kind of classy villains then you are in for a show. Your existence is not even worth being noted in my eyes. Hats spoke as he showed off his pitch-black claws. Both women showed an expression of fear suddenly. They felt the vast killing intent and power of Hats. It was dark and chaotic, much more than even their father. What are you? The pretty one asked. The one who's going to scar your pretty face. Hats smugly replied and disappeared for a millisecond before reappearing in the same place. Arg, the beautiful woman cried in pain as a deep long scar formed on her face. That will be permanent, it doesn't matter if you have regeneration. Mwahaha. Hats evilly chuckled. The two realized that the game had been reversed. They cannot fight this cat. So, the short one put her hand in her pocket and pressed a button. Boom. The building started shaking and falling apart. Just in the second of confusion, the two ran away. Ajax took out the spear nails stuck in his wounds and went to pick Edward on his back. He had passed out. Hats, don't tell Grandpa or he will ground us. Ajax pleaded. But Hats also pleaded with him, yes, you too, don't tell him or he will hoop my ass first for bringing you in here. Ajax nodded, this secret dies with us. Okay, let's just throw Edward out of the building secretly and run away from here. We can't let someone see us. Good idea, Hats agreed. A/N, Chapter 1 of my new FIC, HP, Blood of the Dragon, is up on Patreon. Once this novel finishes, I will start uploading it here. You can see the Sad Brothers, the lab, and attack on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 541. Krita. Ajax threw Edward at Alphonse, who was standing outside the building for some reason. He sneakily ran away with Hats. They were careful and ran as far away from the site as possible. Let's hope the old man doesn't find out. Hats said. Me too, he would ground me if he found out. I can already hear him say, a 5-year-old has no need for fighting experience, Ajax mimicked Alexander. Haha, but you do need experience. Your kicks and technique were lousy. She pierced you so easily. Hats scolded him. I know I need to train more but everyone in Fihame refuses to train me. They say that I'm too small and I should just have fun. Ajax pouted unhappily. Well, I will train you then. You will be my student, I will be your Shifu. Got it? Hats asked. Yes, Shifu. Ajax saluted. Good, now, let's go and see how the Elric brothers are. Hats led the way. Alexander was at the Krita border. Unlike Erugo, a full-on war was going on at this front. People would die every day from both sides. Although Ames Tries was only using its western forces in the war, it was still dealing a heavy blow to Krita as they were forced to use a large number of military men. They didn't have a big enough army as Ames Tries. Ames Tries had been using the western town of Pendleton as a morale booster for its army because it was the first town Ames Tries won in the border war. How are we going to deal with this one? Ragnarok asked. Well, I'm gonna give these men what they crave for. Peace and life security. Krita has been fighting this war for a long time now. While Ames Tries keeps on getting stronger, for some reason, Krita seems to keep on getting worse as they increase their military spending. We need to give them hope that if they surrender, they won't be treated harshly. I don't know who started this war but I just want it over. Alexander said firmly. But we will eventually have to find the reason behind all this. Ames Tries is at war with all its neighbors. This can't be a coincidence. Leonidas added. Yes, it is suspicious indeed. Alexander agreed and headed towards the border with others. Unlike the Erugo, Krita didn't have a prince who could decide things. Krita had a central government that was only responsible for administration work. Then there were also semi-independent state governments. Raggi, Iro, Leonidas, and Dobby, I want you all to spread out and stop the fighting going around the borders. Meanwhile, I will go and try to contact the central government of Krita. Alexander instructed them and went away. He ran fast towards the border. There was a fight going on and he kept on casting freezing charm on everyone around him to stop them from firing any more bullets. He also deflected any bullet flying towards any soldier. He found the current commander of this front. He was a lieutenant general responsible for the Western Command of Tri's army. I see that you are having a hard time here. Alexander greeted the old man. He was currently surrounded by his soldiers from all sides, and they were helping him stay alive. Ah, General Universe, they must have sent you to relieve me from this war. He greeted him back. No, they didn't send me to relieve you. They sent me to end this war. You stay put. I will go and deal with it. Don't do anything stupid till then. Alexander warned him and kept on going towards the enemy lines. Dobby and others were doing the same. The soldiers were in a crazy state at the moment and wouldn't hear to anything they said. The only option was to use magic and freeze them. In just 1 hour, the whole battlefield became so silent that it was chilling and creepy. Only the Mystrian general and the Cretan general were left moving. What is going on? The Mystrian general panicked. Calm your pants, we did this. Just stay put here now. Dobby appeared beside him. Alexander reached the Cretan general. Oh hello there, Alexander appeared. Who are you? The general asked. A friend from another country. I have stopped the war from intensifying. Take me to your government so we can talk about a peace deal. Alexander demanded. And why do you think we should do this? We have already accepted that this war will only stop when we have either destroyed the Tries or we no longer exist. The general claimed. Sigh. Come on, you and I both know how devastating that would be. Also, do you really think you can destroy Tries? They have just ended their war with Erugo, now they can send their southern army here. You couldn't even stand against their western army, what gives you the confidence you will win then? Is your government really that keen on getting your people killed? Don't you value the lives of your soldiers and people? Surrendering and losing a war is better than getting utterly defeated and then having no say in the ending of the war. If your people surrender now, then you can at least get some favorable treatment signed in the form of agreements. Alexander advised him. The general stayed quiet for a while. He was an old man and also had kids and grandkids. He refused to think that his little grandkid would also die someday after they lose the war. Follow me, then. He agreed to take him with him to the central government's Secretary of War. Alexander was taken not far from the battlefield. It was a big government building. But, in their way, Alexander saw the condition of the people living there. He was saddened by their state. The people were looking at the military car from the sidewalks. They wore ragtag clothes and looked sick and malnourished. They looked at the car with hopeful eyes that they might be given some leftovers if they were lucky. These people, is the condition of Creta so bad? He asked. Yes, sadly this is the reality. We were forced to put all our resources into the war. If the Tries wanted they could have defeated us long ago but they dragged the war so they can force us to empty all our resources on the war, so when we are finally defeated, we'd be fully at their mercy. The general replied. Normal people are the ones who suffer the most in these wars. Don't worry, no matter what decision is made today, I will make sure that enough food is donated to these people. I am a bit influential, you know. Alexander assured him. His decision was even stronger when he saw a woman holding the hands of her weak daughters and looking at him with hopeless eyes. He waved his hand and their clothes got patched and rice balls appeared in their hands. Nobody noticed this. Soon, he reached the office of the war secretary. Join my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. For 30 advanced chapters and more FICS, check out patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 542, 542. Under attack. Alexander saw the Secretary of War and he looked just like he imagined him to be. Fat, greasy, and arrogant. He reeked of corruption. Ah, so the Mystrian are ready to talk to us now? I thought we were too lowly for them to talk to us. Well, you are welcome then. My name is James Robertson, he proudly said. He read his sins first. James Robertson Category 4. Murder 5. Indirect murder 51,000. Forced hunger 200,515 people. RPE 6. Extorting money 50,456. Warmongering 5 times. Torture of humans and animals 546. Stealing 4,789. Corruption 100% corrupt. Sin percentage 72%. Oh my god, what is wrong with this man? And I am Alexander Maxim Universe, also, are you delusional? Alexander inquired. What do you mean? James asked him with a frown on his face. You know, you seem too proud for a person whose country is on the brink of a collapse. Whose country's people are on the brink of death due to starvation. But I see you have enough food to feed hundreds. Alexander said while looking around at the office. There was even a big cabinet with various alcoholic drinks. You are not the one who should be talking about this. It is your country that has done this to us. If it was not for Ames tries, Krita and her people would be living in prosperity. James shouted. Alexander scoffed, from what I know, your states are also in a constant fight with each other, even before Ames tries, your people were dying. But I do agree that Ames tries is also the reason for lots of deaths here. They just acted as the catalyst and made your country go bad much faster. That is why I am here with a deal. The war can be over as long as your government agrees to it. Alexander made his intention clear. He was also not going to negotiate with this man as he was not going to be living for long with his sins percentage. What is this deal? James asked with greed in his eyes. Alexander simply looked in his mind to see what was going on. Alexander didn't like what he saw in there. The man was planning on hijacking the deal if it had money involved. Then he would try to mold things so he would gain the most out of it. Alexander looked at his past to see how does he have such guts. It turned out, he was the leader of the political party that was in the power in the country. The president of Krita was a young man in his 30s and he won fair and square, but now, he's being pressed and forced to let James do whatever he wants or else he would lose the support of his party. James was influencing the national federal government by indirectly using the president as his pawn. The president wanted to end the war years ago, also, because of the war, they had postponed the new elections indefinitely. James wanted to stay in power. He diverted the funds sent to help people fight hunger and towards the war effort. But that was futile because they were going to lose no matter what. Alexander remembered the Vietnam War but even that was nothing as compared to here. Alexander felt disgusted by him. You are just the Secretary of War. I need to meet the President and his whole cabinet. The main decision makers of this country. I will tell them my deal personally. Alexander said. James sneered but agreed. He still wanted to be the puppet master so he needed to act like one. Okay, I will relay that the envoy from Ames tries wants to meet the President. He picked up his phone and called the President. After a few minutes, he looked at Alexander, let's go. We need to reach the capital. It won't take too long. You came alone. Yes, I am alone. Alexander nodded. James laughed while going out. Haha, your Ames tries government is either crazy or they think you are some kind of god, to send their envoy alone in an enemy territory. They took a seat in a car and headed to the capital city of the country. They were supposed to go through a jungle. There were about 10 more military cars escorting them. Things went on normally most of the way. But, trouble came when they reached the jungle. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the loud noise of explosions started coming from forward. Alexander peeked out of the car and saw the cars in the front escorting them were being stopped by a single man, getting turned into scrap under the strikes of his hands and then being swallowed by it. That is certainly not a human, Alexander thought. Did you plan all this? James questioned him scaredly. No, I didn't plan anything. I don't even know what is going on. Alexander clarified. Boom. Suddenly the door from James's side was pulled out and there it was. A short but huge human was standing there. He was bald and had a big round nose. He had some kind of red line going down from his shoulder to his whole arm. Are you the miracle man? My sister said I can eat him. The man asked James. He caught James in his hand and brought him close to his face. James was close to peeing in his pants. No. I'm not the one you're looking for. It's him. That guy. But the round man still opened his mouth to an unnatural width. Oh, then I will eat him after eating you. James cried in fear, save me, General. But Alexander instead put him in time torture. Where he was to live the life of every single person he wronged in his life. He'll be the woman he arped, the child who died of hunger, the soldier who died due to war, he continued. I don't think I will, Alexander said and ignored him. He looked back and there were still many soldiers remaining. They were scared but still held their guns out. Then the strange man swallowed James and looked at Alexander. Alexander asked him, what is your name? I am Gluttony. Are you the miracle man? Gluttony asked. Yes I am, but if you want to eat me, then you're gonna have to fight for this meal, Alexander replied with a smile. Hehe, then I will, my sister said I can go all out today. Gluttony cheered. Where is your sister? Alexander asked. Behind you. A soft voice came from behind him. Ting. A beautiful woman stood there with her claw-like long nails, trying to pierce his skin and penetrate his heart. However, the nails clanked on his skin as if he was made of iron. Alexander chuckled, haha, you're gonna have to do a lot more than that if you want to defeat me. The woman looked at him with shocked eyes. Then she looked at her nails. Join my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. 430 advanced chapters and more FICS, check out patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 543. A simple-minded monster. Alexander turned around and looked the woman straight in the eyes. So, what's your motivation in attacking me? I can already tell you were specifically targeting me, so who sent you after me? Oh, you are stronger than I thought. This is the second time someone didn't die after I launched my ultimate spear at them. She muttered. Haha, ultimate spear? They are just nails. Though do tell me who this other person is who withstood this. Alexander asked. He did feel that these nails were very strong. It's just that it was him and he wasn't affected. Now that you say it, he did look like a small version of you, she confusedly said. Alexander laughed, realizing who he was. That must be my little grandson, Ajax. Haha, you were bested by a kid. She felt irritated, then I will enjoy watching him cry while your body will be lowered into the grave. Confidence is good, but overconfidence gets you killed, Alexander warned her and suddenly teleports in front of her face. I presume this scar on your face belongs to a cat? Alexander asked, recognizing Hat's work. You. Bam. Alexander slapped her so hard that she was thrown away towards the trees where she collided with dozens of them and broke them down on her path. Gluttony, who saw everything, got enraged and ran after Alexander. He somehow opened his mouth and also a major part of his front body. His ribs and bones acted like pointy teeth. Then there was also a creepy big eye at the center. It was like a black hole and a strong suction force was coming out of it. Alexander also noticed a strange tattoo on Gluttony's tongue. Same as he saw on the woman's chest. You hurt my sister. I will eat you, Gluttony shouted and ran after him. A beam of light came and touched Alexander. He didn't think it could harm him in any way. But Alexander quickly found himself getting sucked into the creepy eye in the stomach of Gluttony. Even though he weighed hundreds of kilograms, he was still sucked in very quickly. He didn't even react as he didn't feel any danger coming from it. Soon, he found himself in an entirely different place. After a while, the woman in the red dress walked back to Gluttony in anger. Her hair was messed up and her right cheek was swollen. She was frustrated and was breathing heavily. Good job, Gluttony, no one survives entering near the ground, though I did want to kill him myself. Now, let's see what we should do about the leftovers, she said. Yes, he was tasty. Gluttony cheered. Alexander looked around. This seems to be an entirely different dimension. What's this? Blood? So much? How many people did he kill, he wondered. He even saw the ruins of the lost city of Xerxes and also the remaining half-eaten transmutation circle from the ruin site he saw when he came to the world for the first time. There were also many human skeletons. So he has eaten so many things? His sin percentage should be very high. He thought and decided to look at Gluttony's sins after he's outside. But, this showed that these people were probably also involved with whatever happened in the lost city of Xerxes. He looked at many other things. But all of it was trash. He looked around for one last time and then took out his anywhere door and crossed the dimension. Outside, the situation was very bad for the remaining soldiers who were escorting them. They were scared and their legs had frozen after seeing Gluttony's monster form. Gluttony was moving towards them slowly while eating all the vehicles in his path. It was terrifying seeing being eating trucks and cars. The woman and Gluttony looked at the people at last. Can I eat them? Gluttony asked. Yes, don't leave even the stains. The woman ordered him. Yay! Gluttony slowly jogged towards the people. They panicked and started firing at him like crazy. But, just as the bullets would touch Gluttony, it would also heal up. The wounds were non-existent. What is this thing? The soldiers screamed. Door opens. A magical door appeared suddenly and the door opened. Alexander came out of it. Oh, why are you firing at me? General, look back. The soldiers shouted. Alexander put the door away and looked back. Gluttony was running towards him but he looked shocked now. What was that sad kid's electrifying move? I remember, Chidori, Alexander muttered and waited for Gluttony to reach him. How are you here? Gluttony asked. Alexander pushed his thundering hand down into Gluttony's open throat. I missed seeing your head on my fist. Now, if it was ordinary lightning, Gluttony would have been fine, but here, the lightning was 50 times hotter than the sun. Gluttony started burning from inside and started making a noise as a moth stuck in an electric mosquito swatter racket. He screamed. But Alexander was busy looking at his simple yet terrifying sins. Gluttony sin percentage 4. Murder by eating 1,546,896. Sin percentage equals 90.15%. Just 1% away from category 5. You may be a simple creature who only wants to eat, but my potatoes are also like you and they chose not to eat humans, unlike you, Alexander said and increased the intensity. It hurts. Gluttony cried in pain. Alexander looked into his mind to see what he was and who he was. The first thing he saw was Gluttony's innermost thought and memory. It was the memory of him being born and looking at his mother's face, not long after, seeing his mother getting killed by a blonde man with a long beard and being taken by the man, only to be turned into this abomination. It turned out, the blonde man was experimenting on the woman and seeing if a homunculus can be made by natural means. So, the moment he was born, his mother had no use. Gluttony was really simple-minded. He only wanted to eat and didn't even know what was right and what was wrong. He just did as asked by his siblings. But, when Alexander tried to look deeper, he felt like a glass broke somewhere inside Gluttony's body and the mind of Gluttony went blank. Then he heard names. Father, pride, envy, wrath, lust, greed, and sloth. Gluttony had familial feelings for all these. Alexander decided against giving this creature time torture and simply ended his misery. He disintegrated him into ashes, but not before giving him a different time torture. In Gluttony's mind, he went through the life he would normally have if he was a normal kid with a normal life. He grew up being loved by his mother that he didn't even remember and lived happily, then died of old age. By the end, Gluttony's eyes had tears. He looked at Alexander before completely disintegrating. That was beautiful. Thanks. He was gone. Not even ashes remained. Alexander then looked at the remaining woman. From the way you act and speak, you must be Lust. Well, let's finish you too. Lust was scared so much that her legs were frozen, her face went pale. She had not felt this even in front of father. Don't come closer, she shouted. Calm down, I won't kill you. Not yet, I want your father to come and see me. If he doesn't, then I will start hunting you all. I will start with you. I know everything about you from Gluttony's memories. Slash. Alexander just waved his hand towards her and the airwave cut her face in a way that, now with Ajax's previously gifted scar, it made a cross. She didn't even have time to scream in agony and she ran away. Sigh. Now I know why I came to this world. You can see Gluttony and Lust on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. For 30 advanced chapters and more FICS, check out patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 544. Ajax's bargaining. After Lust had run away, Alexander looked at the soldiers. Well, your boss is dead, can you take me to your capital? I have a meeting with the president. The soldiers now saw him in a different light because he saved them and they knew that without him they all would have died. All of them started taking their positions slowly as they overcame the shock of what they just saw. The highest-ranking man of them came forward. Yes, sir. We will escort you. We also need to report this incident as well, he said. But he felt ashamed when he realized that they were supposed to escort him and he was the one who saved them. It didn't make sense to keep on escorting him as he was clearly a one-man army. Now he understood why Ames Tries sent him alone. They sat back in their cars and continued on their journey. They didn't even feel bad for the death of James, their Secretary of War. He just so disliked by all. They moved along the way and no problem arose this time. They safely reached the capital and his escort headed to take him to the president. But first, the soldiers notified the president through official channels of what happened and why the Secretary of War wasn't here. The president honestly took a breath of relief when he heard that he was dead. Now he had one less bone stuck in his throat. Now he could truly be the president of his country with ultimate power. But a new bone had arrived with this good news, the envoy from the Frickaing enemy. But he calmed himself and went to greet him. He arrived at the office where Alexander was drinking coffee. Hello, General Universe, I am grateful for you saving the soldiers from the attack. They told me everything that happened. They were also trying to kill you, it seems. I will launch an investigation, don't worry. He assured Alexander to butter him up. He knew that whatever was going to be talked about would shape the future of Krita. Alexander shook his hand and laughed, ha ha ha, it's okay, young man. You are really the youngest president of a country I have ever seen. Just 38 and at the highest office. The president's name was George Scroopington. It turned out, Alexander had saved his younger cousin brother's life who was also a soldier in the escort. His name was Abraham Ford. George took a seat and asked, so, what do I owe this pleasure to? Well, I came here to propose a deal to Krita. As you know, you cannot prolong this war indefinitely. A famine is at most a year away from hitting your people. Your people will die of hunger. Wasn't the war originally to save people? Now, this war from your side is the reason they are dying. I can end this war and even make Ames Tries give away food to all the people of Krita. George gulped and thought that whatever this deal was, it must not be simple. If it were, then he'd think Alexander was a demon and was going to take his soul for this deal. What's the catch? He asked. You must surrender and concede the country to Ames Tries. It will be annexed and become the extension of the western region of Ames Tries. The people will be equal to all Amstrasians and will have the same rights. They will get jobs, food and a happy life. Alexander offered. But he saw the hesitation in George. However, he knew that George was a good man. He was just made a puppet by the real villain all this time, otherwise he would have already surrendered in order to protect his people from poverty. Look, the defeat of Krita is imminent. Right now, you are being offered all this. Later, you might not even get this. The people of Krita might just be turned into second-class citizens by the Central Command. Right now, you will be showing good faith from your aid to the Central Command. I can promise you in writing, everything I said. Alexander said. He was able to guarantee all this because this region will unofficially belong to him. Then, can you guarantee that you will feed every person in Krita? George asked with nearly pleading eyes. He was very well aware of the state of the people in his country. Alexander could not say no to something like this. Feeding hungry and poor was his secondary job. Absolutely, I will even guarantee to help people restart their farms and make homes for the homeless. It's all written on the paper. Alexander assured him. George eased up. He nodded, okay, I will speak to my cabinet and then with all the members of the federal government. I don't think they'll have any problems. Good, let me know if anyone creates any trouble. I will deal with them. Alexander said and left to stay at a hotel. It took 4 days for the right things to happen. First, there were some people from James' faction who wanted the war to continue, they wanted to follow what James had planned. But then they would suddenly go missing. Only to find themselves drifting through space for a millisecond before dying a painful death in a vacuum. After that, it was smooth sailing. All the bills were passed and the official declaration was made that Krita would be combined into Ames Tries. The people couldn't say anything. They just stayed silent and hoped for the better. If nothing changes then they'd have Ames Tries to blame and attack. Now from the inside. But that didn't happen. Even before the bill was passed, they had started receiving food and other helpful items. This won the goodwill of everyone. Now they look at Alexander as the unofficial leader of the country. With newfound fame, Alexander made his T-800 droids take jobs in all crucial sectors and positions of the government. Now, it was time for him to return. Dobby, leak the rumors. Let's get our promotions. I'll also spank that little rascal. He didn't tell me he fought someone. Alexander rubbed his fist to warm it. Ajax must have felt this even from thousands of miles away. Dobby chuckled. Ajax felt it. A slight panic built up in his young heart. Hats too, but they shrugged it off because they were at the hospital to meet Edward. I'm telling you guys, Edward is delusional, I wasn't even near that exploding lab. Ajax tried to change the story. Edward told everyone. He's right. He was buying me cat food that day. Hats added. No, I'm 100% sure you were there. Edward stood his ground. Ajax looked at Edward with pleading eyes. He whispered in Edward's ears. Come on, brother Ed. Agree with me and I will pray to God that he will increase your height by 5 centimeters. No, 10 inches. Edward negotiated. Damn, this is a daylight robbery, okay, 10 inches, Ajax conceded. Edward smugly smiled and nodded. Ah, I think Ajax is right. My memory is a bit blurry. Sigh. Sigh. Ajax and Hats took a sigh of relief. But they didn't know what was coming their way. A/N, some things are happening in the background because Alexander is changing things so much. Erugo and Krita were not Amistris territory in the original but now they are. You can see Edward on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 545, 545. Troubled Alphonse. Major Armstrong and some other military officers were present in the hospital. But, Ajax found that Alphonse was behaving a bit differently. He decided to look for him. He found him sitting in an empty corridor with dim lights. What's this? Are you in love or something? And she said no. Ajax asked jokingly. Alphonse lifted his head and looked at Ajax. Ajax felt a bit of sadness in the red light like Alphonse's eyes. What happened? He asked seriously. Do you think I am real? Alphonse asked. Well, not any less real than me and this cat. Our body is only a vessel. Our soul is the main component. You too have a soul. The only difference, for now, is that your vessel is made of metal and ours is made of weak mushy flesh. Honestly, I'd rather have a metal-strong body. Ajax said. What if I am just a creation made to be controlled? What if my memories are fake? Alphonse asked. Well, we are all the creation of a higher being. Memories can be faked, but feelings can't be. This is a fact. If you think your memories are fake, then you just need to meet people in the memories. Making memories is possible but making people is impossible. Ajax said at length. Alphonse had to agree. This last argument was very convincing. Kid, did you have some funny ideas about your brother or something? Hats asked lazily while drinking milk from a cup. I don't know. Someone told me that I could be a construct made with alchemy. Alphonse said. Who was it? Ajax asked. Barry the butcher, Alphonse replied. Phew. Hats threw up the milk and asked. And you believed him? Who is this Barry the butcher? He was another soul trapped in armor back at the lab. He was made by the researchers at the lab, Alphonse explained. He was a criminal, that means? He must have been playing with your mind. Ajax suggested. He had long ago realized that Alphonse was a good-natured man/boy and was easy to be manipulated. Alphonse suddenly realized something. Why am I taking the words of a serial murderer so seriously? I guess you are right. Let's go and meet Ed. Alphonse got up with a sigh. Ajax, despite being small in height, patted Alphonse's metal legs. Don't worry, you will have your body soon. Let's go. They went inside the private room and saw a big crowd gathered there. Winry was also there and she was at the moment beating Edward. She was also crying, it seemed. How dare you do this to me? Why can't you take care of yourself? She cried as she beat him. She had been with the two since they were small. They were like family now, and seeing Alphonse and Edward struggling for their bodies was already tough on her. Now seeing what they had to do in the military was even more worrying. They were just young kids, what military makes kids fight? Winry, I am still injured. Edward cried in pain. Oh, hey, Edward's girlfriend. How are you? Ajax asked. It seems he had inherited Alexander's ability to embarrass couples. The two's faces turned red and they looked at opposite sides. Stop fooling around, Ajax. You know who she is? Edward barked at him. Ajax smiled smugly. Yeah, I know who she is, and that is why I can say, she will be an amazing wife to you. She will give you your daily beating because without it you can't work properly. Bam. Moss Hughes walked in a black suit. How are you, Ed? Oh, who do we have here? Your girlfriend. After another moment of embarrassment, they calmed down. Hughes spoke, you don't have to worry about your escorts now. You will be free again. Escorts? Winry asked as she realized that Edward was again in trouble. What trouble did you get yourself into? She asked loudly. It's nothing. Edward shrugged it. Sigh. I don't even know why I bother with you guys. You don't tell me anything. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Winry plainly said and picked up her bag. I'm going to go and look for a place to stay tonight, she huffed. What? Hughes voiced. Come on, stay at my place. My wife and daughter will be delighted. All right, it's settled then. He dragged Winry with him. After they were gone, Ajax looked at Edward. I am younger than you and can still tell you that you did something wrong, and she is angry. Brother, I think we should have just told her. Alphonse voiced. Hey, where are you going, Ajax? They asked. Oh, I have been invited to a birthday party. I must go. There will be cake. Ajax replied and left. It seems that all the kids in Fahim shared Kome's love for cakes and ice cream. LT. Colonel Hughes's house. Pop. Pop. Confetti was blown and loud cheers of kids came. It was the birthday of the daughter of Hughes, named Alicia. A cute little girl, only 3 years old. Ajax walked over to her and gave her his gift-wrapped box. The box was even bigger than Ajax. Inside it was a 4-foot-tall Barbie doll model with lots of different moving and working parts. She would not get bored with it for at least a few years. It was made in Fahim, so it was unique to the world. Thank you, big brother. Alicia cutely thanked him with a peck on his cheek. He happily patted her head. What did you wish for when blowing candles? Ajax asked. I wished that Papa would get thrown out of the military so we could spend all the time together. She innocently revealed. Ha ha ha, then I guess I will ask my grandpa to do that, Ajax replied. Hughes, who knew who Ajax was, came to him. No. Please don't, I still need to feed my family. Oh, come on, Mr. Hughes, I was just kidding. If anything, you'd be promoted. Ajax announced. Soon, the party turned normal and the kids went to play. Ajax sat with Winry along with Hughes. Why the long face? Hughes asked her. Well, I was just thinking about Ed and Al. They never tell me anything. I just want to help them. She said. Hughes laid back. Well, that's what boys are like. They don't like to say things loudly. You've been with them since they were small, so they think you already know everything. They just don't want to worry you because they care about you. Ajax nodded and added, yeah, they do care about you. But you can always beat Ed and make him spew everything. Haha, yeah, I guess I can. She chuckled as her mood got better. That whole evening, Ajax spent his time eating and playing. Unknown to him that a beating was coming soon. You can see Alphonse, Winry, and the birthday party on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 546, 546. General Universe. Alexander had ended the war with Krita and the transfer of power was buttersmooth. Due to the fruition of Alexander's efforts by spreading facts in the form of rumors, the Central was forced to promote him to the rank of general because his feats were public now. Now, he was invited to the Central to receive his promotion. The news had already reached all the people, much to the frustration of the Central Command. They were still unable to understand how their meetings were getting leaked. Unknown to them, one of the higher-ups had a habit of talking to his dog about his work. The dog then tells everything to an elf seraph. He was on his way back and the moment he entered Central City, there were already people standing on both sides of the road and waving at him. He felt like some kind of king or something coming around to meet people. He wondered if even the Führer received such treatment. Alexander also had big banners behind his car. They had 0 deaths written on it. Dobby, find out where that little rascal is. He got into a fight and got injured, he didn't even tell me. Alexander told his elf friend. God knows how Ajax found out that his grandpa had returned to the city. He knew he was going to get a beating. He was not a man/child to run away due to fear or from conflicts, but Grandpa, his grandma, and his mom were an exception. He barged into the private hospital room of Edward. Ed, wherever do you want to go? I will sponsor. Just tell me. But he stopped as he saw that Edward, Alphonse, Hughes, and Armstrong were standing there like a stone, and in front of them was a man with an eye patch. Oh, who is this man? He asked. Haha, I am Führer King Bradley, nice to meet you, young man. You must be the grandson of General Universe, he is a remarkable man that I feel honored for him to be born in our country. Bradley said with a smile. Are you really a king or king is a part of your name? Ajax inquired. It's just in the name, Bradley replied. Why are you wearing an eye patch? Ajax asked further. Because just like you right now, I was also very adventurous when I was small. Okay, see you all later. My personal time is over. Take care, you four. Remember my words and be ready. Bradley reminded them and jumped out of the window. How can you be so relaxed in front of him? Don't you feel nervous? Alphonse asked him. Why should I be nervous? He's just a man and any man can be brought down with enough force. He just has a very high rank, that's it. Ajax nonchalantly replied. Very nice, I like your confidence. Hughes walked to him and patted his shoulder. But Hats quickly meowed and brought them out of their thinking. Let's go. Where do you want to go now, little one? Doubleth. We need to meet our teacher there. Edward revealed. Then Winry also came and showed them the tickets. Cool, let's go. Quick. Ajax helped them pack their bags and didn't stop until they had sat on the train and it started moving. Hey, Ajax, why are you in such a hurry? Winry asked. You won't get it, Winry, I am running from pain, Ajax replied and closed his eyes. Alexander went straight to the Central Command headquarters where he was involved in a ceremony. Surprisingly, the uppermost tier of the Amastrian military was there. In a private yet big ceremony, Führer came to put the 3 stars on his shoulders each. He was now a full general. Higher than Lieutenant Inet General and just 1 rank lower than Führer. He was going to be the only full general in the Ames-Tries military. The last one was the patriarch of Armstrong family but he had retired. By the information in the official records, Alexander was at the moment, 69 years old. This age was considered very old. There were rumors that Alexander was still very strong, but they were just rumors, everyone thought that he had godly negotiation skills, that is why he won all the time. But, a few knew the truth that he was far from weak and old. Now, that he was the 2nd highest ranking man in the military. He could go anywhere, do anything, and order mostly anyone. Many wanted to suck up to him now to further their careers. Bradley put the stars on his shoulder and spoke calmly. Loud enough that only he would hear it. I heard that you were attacked in Krita by a strange creature. Oh, your intelligence unit is fast. Yes, I was indeed attacked by a weird creature with a tattoo of Ouroboros on the tongue. Their powers were weird too. Alexander replied while looking at Bradley's face and then just looking at Bradley's eye patch. What caused such an injury to his eye? He seems pretty strong. Meanwhile, Bradley thought that Alexander was onto something and was now having some kind of doubts. And what did you do to that creature? Bradley inquired. What we do to our enemies. I killed it, destroyed it to smithereens, not even ashes remained. However, there was also a female with him. I couldn't kill her but I did put a scar on her face. I will quickly put wanted posters of her. Alexander replied with a smile. Bradley was not smiling much. It seemed their plan was under a threat now. But Bradley couldn't say no to Alexander. Of course, we must catch them. Then Bradley gave promotions to Iroh and Ragnarok, who now became Major General. Dobby was made Lieutenant General and Leonidas was made Brigadier General. All of them received a double promotion. Alexander then took the mic. This old boy finally got promoted again. Well, I will be holding a party. Do come with your family. After that, the ceremony came to an end and the party started in the adjacent Great Hall. All the high-level military officials were there with their families. Alexander was having fun showing magic tricks to lots of kids who were grandkids of old military men. All these old men were impartial and didn't take any sides because they knew they were going to retire soon. But, after seeing Alexander, they also felt like supporting him because he represented their generation and he was pretty strong too with an impeccable track record. While this happened, a crisis fell on Lt. Colonel Hughes. He found out about the secret plot of whoever was responsible for the instability of the country. All these mass killings happening. In Ishval, liar, the fact that the ingredient for Philosopher's Stone was human sacrifice. This is terrible. Who could have planned all this? I must tell Führer. He muttered in the archive room. But, Lust came to the room. She had a big cross-shaped scar on her face now. Even the power of the Philosopher's Stone couldn't heal her. Ironically enough, she was supposed to be the embodiment of lust and induce lust in others, but she was now not pretty enough for people to even look at her face. Nice to meet you, Lt. Colonel. Well actually, farewell. She closed the door behind her. Slash. She attacked him and injured his shoulder. However, Hughes was good at throwing knives and threw one at her forehead. He injuredly walked out and reached the phone booth in the streets. Suddenly, he felt a gun touching his back. The person was trying to impersonate Lt. Maria, but he immediately noticed she was a fake. In return, Hughes found out that these people were able to take other people's forms. What are you? He questioned. Oh, don't you recognize me? A familiar voice came. Hughes looked at the face and it was his wife. He couldn't bring himself to attack her. Ha, foolish humans. Bang. You can see Bradley Hughes and attacked Hughes on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 547, 547. Heaven? Hughes was lying in the telephone booth, bloodied and lifeless. His eyes were still open, looking at where the imposter looking like his wife stood. The last memory he had was of his wife, murdering him. It was sad. Alexander stayed until late at the party. It went well and lots of people were wanting to lick his feet. There were even small rumors circulating that he was going to be the new Führer. Dobby, what do you think about that pirate? Alexander asked. Talking about Bradley. Suspicious and the way he acted looked fake. He seemed to be calculating everything he was doing. Dobby evaluated. Indeed, the way he seemed concerned about the people who attacked me in Creta was even more suspicious. Keep an eye on him. He instructed him. They were walking towards the house allotted to them in the central city. Boss, look. Isn't that? Dobby pointed to a phone booth with blood visible and a body lying inside it. That's Lt. Colonel Hughes, Alexander exclaimed and quickly ran up to him. Alexander checked his pulse and found him dead. Let's go to Fihaim. The two vanished with Hughes. Alexander put Hughes's body on the bed and reversed his body's time and turned it to before he was shot. But then he saw that he was still wounded. Alexander again reversed time and the wounds vanished. Alexander didn't wake Hughes up and left him to sleep and rest. Next morning, Hughes woke up without his glasses. His blurry vision stopped him from realizing quickly that he was not in the home. He tapped his hands around and finally felt the familiar frame of his glasses. He put them on and looked around. The air felt more fresh than normal. He quickly understood he was not at home and also remembered what happened last night. I never knew being dead would feel so alive, he muttered to himself and walked to the window. To his utter shock, he saw outside a gigantic monster running behind kids and little weird animals. They all seemed to be giggling. Then there were unicorns grazing the fields and phoenixes roaming in the sky. The sky also showed a sun and many more planets at a distance. Then there were weird trees made of meat. Heaven? How? I have killed people in my life, innocent people. Ishvalens, he wondered and went out of his room. He also went down to look around. The moment he went downstairs, he was greeted by an amazing aroma of freshly baked bread. His stomach grumbled. Don't tell me this is hell where you can only smell good food and never get to eat it. What are these voices, he wondered. Grandpa, look, I cooked this bread for you. Nell showed Alexander a badly baked bread in the shape of a face. It was supposed to look like him. Haha, this looks tasty. I'll eat it. Alexander ate it to make her happy. Waaaa. Little Thea, who sat on a baby chair, spoke from beside Alexander. Okay, Thea will also get soft bread, Alexander replied and materialized a piece of bread. This bread was just energy and would dissipate in her stomach instead of being in matter form. She was too small for hard food, so he was doing this. She ate it happily and nodded, eaa. Oh, thank you for the praise. Hee. Alexander chuckled. Just then, Hughes reached the kitchen. But, to his shock, he saw a few people sitting in a big modern kitchen and eating. He even saw a familiar person. General Universe? I thought you returned victoriously? Don't tell me, they got you too. Too bad, you were probably a nuisance to their plan too. Hughes said with a sad face. Alexander had a half-eaten piece of bread in his mouth as he looked at Hughes. He quickly finished it and talked to him. Ah, LT. Colonel Hughes, you're up. Come, have breakfast. Alexander invited him. Hughes silently came forward and took a seat. He looked at his plate filled with all kinds of tasty food. Oh, my wife and daughter would have loved this food. This. I will never get to see them again. I just hope she stays fine. I hope she leaves Ames tries as soon as possible. He cried. Alexander patted his back. Step out of it, you're not dead. You are just at my home. This is where I live. What? But the monster I saw outside. Oh, that was just Noodles playing tag with others. Don't mind him, he gets scared by even a little mouse. He's as harmless as a puppy, Alexander calmed him down. But nobody seemed to believe that Noodles was harmless. What is this place? This doesn't feel like the real world. Hughes inquired. Alexander took out a piece of paper. I will tell you, but first, a confidentiality clause needs to be signed. Hughes read it aloud. Let's see. Whatever I am about to see and already know about Mr. Universe, I will not reveal it to anyone unless granted permission to tell others. If I break this vow, I will forget all things bound by this contract. How will you enforce this? How can you erase my memory? He asked. Magic. Alexander revealed. You mean alchemy? Hughes asked awkwardly. Haha, well, there are many more things than alchemy in the world. But, sure, let's say, magic is something alchemy hasn't been able to explain or make yet. Alexander explained. For example. Alexander waved his hand and suddenly the reality morphed and Hughes' hand became a mirror. Check your face. Holy smokes! I look fabulous! Hughes exclaimed with his purple hair and beard. Bam! Alexander threw a plate at the wall and broke it. Can alchemy do this? Alexander asked. He cast a reparo charm and the plate got fixed. Hughes was amazed. Magnificent. How did you do that? Wait. I will sign it. This is too interesting. Like a child who found a newfound toy, he signed the magic contract. He felt a slight ting in his head and it was done. He could feel that he was now somehow connected to this piece of paper and whatever was said in it was true. Now, tell me, who and what are you? Hughes asked eagerly. Well, my name is Alexander Maxim Universe. I am basically a cleaner who cleans dirt in the form of sinners in various worlds. My job includes investigating villains, destroying them, and helping the world get better. I might be the general universe, but in reality, that's just one of my persona. He explained. So you're like some deity with too much time? Hughes asked. Alexander's eyes twitched. Helping troubled worlds is my work. But yet, while doing it, I also have a lot of free time. Ha ha ha, nice joke. General. Since when did gods start coming among us mortals? Hughes laughed. But Alexander didn't try to explain and stayed silent. Eventually, Hughes calmed down and looked at him intently. You were not lying? He asked. Alexander shook his head. No, anyway, what got you killed? Hughes quickly turned serious. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 548, 548. Grandma on move. Before Hughes even told him anything, he requested. I need to see the Führer as fast as possible. I found out what the infiltrators want to do. All the riots and violence happening in the various parts of the Ames tries has been for a reason. The near-perfect circular shape of Ames tries is not just natural. There is a reason behind it. They are possibly trying to make a countrywide transmutation circle. Hughes said at length. Who attacked you then? Alexander asked, bringing the topic back to what he initially asked. I don't know their names, but one of them was a woman with long claw-like nails and the other could shape-shift to anyone. It killed me while looking like my wife. Hughes tightened his fist when he remembered the feeling of helplessly looking at his wife's face. Let me guess, the woman had a cross-injury mark on her face. Alexander asked. How did you know? Hughes inquired. Well, when I was on my way to talk to Serta's president, I was attacked by her and her companion. I killed the companion but she ran away. All of them are named after 7 deadly sins. The one I killed was gluttony, the woman was lust and the one who killed you is someone I don't know. Their leader is most likely called Father. Alexander revealed the information. Hughes breathed fastly, then we must inform the Central Command. Hold your horses, Lieutenant Colonel. Just think for a minute. Why is it that I was attacked by these people when I was about to strike peace with Krita? They sent me there in hopes of fighting a war. Why is it that you were caught and attacked at the exact time you uncovered the plot? How did they find out about these things at the perfect timing? Doesn't this mean that these people are watching everything and have probably infiltrated the top layer of AIM's tries? Why do you think Führer tried to stop you and Elric brothers all from telling others about these people? I'll be honest, I have my doubts that Führer is one of them. I tried to conduct his background check but didn't find anything. He seems to appear magically and quickly reach the highest office in the country. Tell me, if King Bradley was really a peaceful man, would all these killings have happened? He was always at the forefront of these conflicts. I met him yesterday at my promotion ceremony. I clearly saw his contempt for me when I told him I killed one of the attackers. He will now most likely try to kill me or frame me as I have now grown too powerful militarily. His position of Führer is in danger now. Alexander revealed. Hughes' eyes widened. How can this be? He is the Führer. Do you know the lost city of Xerxes? Something happened there suddenly which caused its devastation. I found giant canals around it, in the shape of a transmutation circle. Nevertheless, I also found parts of the ruins in the stomach of Gluttony. He had the ability to eat things and send them to another dimension. Then, all the people in Xerxes, were used to make the Philosopher's Stone. They want to sacrifice the whole AIM's tries. Hughes breathed heavily as he realized everything. Yes, I guessed that too. So, we cannot trust anyone. Especially the Führer. You can decide whether to trust me or not later, but before that, we should get you stronger. You are a liability when it comes to fighting strong opponents. Alexander said and led him to his underground lab. Whoa, this place is huge. How did you make all of this? Where are we? Hughes asked. You are not in your world. You are in a different dimension, owned and ruled by me. Come, eat this. This will give you wind and electricity elemental powers. Alexander handed him a fruit. This was a newer invention of Alfred after he had spent a long time researching the chakra fruit. These new fruits were less powerful and were easy to digest. But, they can give any chosen power to the eater. These fruits can be made to give any elemental power. Alexander gave Hughes these two because of his choice of weapon. He can use the wind to accelerate his blade projectiles at speed enough to destroy buildings. He can also charge them with electricity to give a shock. This fruit is tasty. He chewed it. Yet, we added some flavors to them. Otherwise, they only came in peach flavor. Well, how do you feel? Alexander asked him. Oh, I feel like hugging my wife and daughter, he replied. You feel that most of the time. I asked how your body feels. Alexander repeated. That, well, I feel a bit weird. Like I ate something bad. I can feel something in my stomach. Hughes replied. Alexander picked a stone from the side and threw it at Hughes. Instinctively he tried to cover his head but suddenly a gust of wind came out of his palm, throwing the stone back. Whoa! This was so awesome! He muttered to himself and looked at his hands. That is one of your two powers. The other is electricity. You can create current from your hands. Try to throw your knife by pushing it with the wind. Alexander instructed him. He did as asked. Bam! With a big noise, his knife blasted through the thick trunk. It was precise and deadly. Hughes was excited now. That was just one of the things you could do with your wind ability. If you can control it better, you can even fly. Now try to do the same thing but this time add current in your knife. Alexander instructed him. Hughes cheerfully charged the knife and threw it at the same tree. Boom! This time, the tree's trunk was blown to smithereens. Hughes was shocked. This is even better than Mustang's ability. I will enjoy making him feel jealous. Good, now, let's go and see your funeral, Alexander replied. What? My funeral? But I'm here. He confusedly asked. I had left behind a fake body of yours. You will not be revealing that you are alive. Not unless we find out their whole plot. If they realized how strong I am, they will go into hiding. We will catch them in action. Alexander replied. But, what will we be doing till then? Hughes asked. Haha, well, I will be becoming the next Führer soon. You will be supporting me in the intel gathering on the lower level. You are good at that, aren't you? Alexander said. Hughes was taken aback but he nodded, I can do that. Alexander waved his hand at the destroyed tree and it returned to how it was before. Oli, go out and catch Ajax. He's been running from me. He fought someone and got injured and thinks I will punish him. Alexander asked his wife. What? Why didn't you tell me before? What has Leo been doing? I will go and find him quickly. He must learn his lesson. Olivia got serious and put down her apron. Angela, let's go and catch him. She took the person nearest to her. Angela was also good at tracking people. Angela had been responsible for training martial arts to various people in the Fihame. However, she was still focused on wooing Saitama, the hard-boiled. A/N, Merry Christmas, my dear readers. I hope this holiday season brings some joy to your life. 2020 has been pretty bad for the most part. Corona-chan's been a bad BTCH and refuses to die. I hope I was able to bring some amusement to your daily life with what I write. Thank you for reading this and constantly voting for my book and keeping it near the top in the rankings for the past few months. I am at the end of Full Metal Arc. 2 more major arcs are remaining before the end. But wrapping this up will probably take 2-3 more months, so I guess we will still be here in 2021. Though I will keep on writing more stuff and I hope it also amuses you as much as Grandpa Universe did. Thank you for reading my book. Take care. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 549, 549. Ajax in danger. Alexander brought Hughes out. He was invisible at that moment. He did it because he didn't have enough confidence in him that he wouldn't run to hug his daughter and wife. But, when little Alicia started crying, even Alexander started feeling bad. So, he made Hughes only audible and visible to her. Go and talk to your daughter. Just tell her that you will not be coming home for a while and to keep everything a secret. Just make her think this is a game and promise to keep a secret. He told Hughes. Hughes, who was already crying rivers, ran after her. He stood up in front of her and spoke, Look at me Alicia, it's your dad. SHHH. Don't make noise. No one other than you can see me. Dad is on a secret mission. I will return to you and your mom soon, so don't worry. When I return, we will all go on a big trip and have lots of fun. Till then, can you keep me a secret? She meekly nodded, but her heart was at ease. I love you, Daddy. Ah. I love you too, my cute daughter. Okay, bye, take care. He forced himself to say goodbye and left. But, there were no tears on Alicia's face now and it was reassuring to his heart. He returned to Alexander's side. That was painful. Don't worry, when all this is over, I will give you a huge bonus. Enough to retire and live happily for as long as you want. Alexander suggested. Ah, that would be nice. So, what will be my task now, General? He asked. We will be opening businesses. Alexander declared. His plan was simple because the military and government of Ames Tries was compromised, he was going to financially take over. That way, he would become even more powerful than the Führer when it came to influencing the country. What business? He inquired. This is the best part. Don't you want to listen to your best friend's words for his dead friend? Alexander asked, bringing his attention back to the funeral. Now, almost everyone has left. Mustang and Riza were standing by the grave. Mustang read the words on the tombstone, promoted to Brigadier General, just for dying in the line of duty. Sigh. Alchemists as a whole, we really are horrible creatures, aren't we? There's a side of me that is desperately trying to solve the mystery of human transmutation right now. I think I understand what drove those boys to bring back their mother. Mustang said. Are you all right, Colonel? Riza asked in concern. He put his hat back on. Yeah, I'm fine. Except, it's a terrible day to rain. She looked around confusedly. What do you mean, it's not raining? A tear slid down Mustang's face. Yes, it is. Hughes, who saw everything, was dramatically crying. Why didn't you tell me you considered me this close, Mustang? You are my real brother, such badass words. Yes, it is raining here. Ah, by the way, General, can I keep this rank after returning to the job? Sure, I don't see a reason not to, Alexander replied and headed back to his office. It was an entirely new building. He was like the unofficial Vice-Führer, so his job was mainly to make sure there was peace and stability in the country. Also, a lot of administrative work. Alexander was now going to address his inner circle, which had mostly his family and now Hughes. Okay, Iroh, Ragnarok, and Leo, you three will start befriending other military officers and slowly pull all of them to our side. If they are up to no good, then collect all the bad data on them. We will use it at the right time. There will come a time when they will have to choose which side to take. Also, start injecting our people in the army. I need eyes on every branch of the government. Dobby, you will help Hughes set up new companies. These will be related to food, manufacturing, and energy. We will take the market by storm. Just leave the farming industry and instead make farming equipment cheaper. Set up some charity organizations too. He ordered them. This was the return of Universe Industries. They were going to build an empire. They would monopolize the market for now, but later he would break the companies. The first thing they were going to introduce were modern cars and farming machines. Dobby also set up a help organization. There are many Ishvalan who are still living a sad life. Not just them, there are many more people from Ames Tries itself. Just because the central city looks so good and bustling doesn't mean everything is fine. Alexander ordered. Dobby nodded, yes boss, I will put some serifs on this job. Then, Alexander personally went out to find any clues about these mysterious people who were planning to sacrifice the whole country. He was now 70% sure that Bradley was one of them. There were some convincing incidents. One was that the military use of alchemy increased since he came to power. The shape of Ames Tries was not round at that time, and by annexing Ishval, it became round. So, it was obvious that he was involved in this. What needed to be found was whether he was a player or a pawn. Ajax, Edward, and Winry had reached the Rush Valley. There the three stayed for a few days. There Winry found an old man who specialized in making automail and wanted to become his student. But, he wouldn't budge and rejected her. But then an opportunity presented itself to them, and the old man's daughter-in-law's baby decided to come out. So, in the end, Ajax and Winry helped his daughter-in-law during her childbirth because there was a storm outside. Ajax asked Hats to use his magic and the baby came safely. Being grateful, the old man accepted Winry while Ajax, Edward, and Alphonse went back on their way. They were headed to Dublith where the teacher of Ed and Al lived. What is your teacher like? Ajax asked. Both Elric brothers shuddered at her mention. Don't remind us. She was a monster. Ajax started worrying, what could she be like to be called a monster? Olivia and Angela were tracking where Ajax ran away to. Angela had already gotten a clue that they were headed south. So, they also got on a train. They had nothing to do, so Olivia started talking about what mattered the most. So, how is your mission going in wooing Saitama? Angela shook her head, well, I think he's been showing positive signs of being attracted to me. But it seems he's too strong mentally to not be utterly attracted to me by now. Haha, well, then I guess we will need to go on a beach trip. I'm sure he will go crazy when he will see you in your swimsuit. But, he is indeed very dense, even if he likes you, he would never come and say it. Olivia said. Yeah, that's the problem. But I think I can get into his thick skull given some time. I'm not the same old dumb Angela now. I have grown up in my mind and body. Angela claimed. Olivia patted her head, yes, my Angela has grown into a fine woman, both in mind and body. If Saitama doesn't understand even now, then I will beat some manners into him. He shouldn't let a lady wait for so long. Hee, yes, Grandma. Oh, we have arrived at our destination. Angela reminded her, seeing the train stop. You can see funeral, must end on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 550. Diabetic hug. Alexander took his office and quickly did a full-on search and firing. All those who were found to be spies of other high-ranking officers or directly the Führer were made to leave by either getting fired or accepting a transfer to some faraway place. This way, he truly made his office his own. Now, not many people were working in there, but those that were there were enough to do most of the task. Not just that, he also wrote a special transfer order. Specifically for Colonel Roy Mustang. Alexander knew the man was ambitious but also knew his character. He was not fully sure, but after the events of Hughes's funeral, he started liking him. If a man can cry in front of others, then that man knows humility. And those who know humility rarely go bad. Doubleth. Bam. Edward received a punch to his head from the lady who suddenly came out of the door. Teacher, the Elric brothers exclaimed. Teacher? She is your teacher? But you two said she's a monster. However, all I see is a pretty auntie. Ajax exclaimed. So I'm a monster now? Izumi Curtis asked while cracking her knuckles. Izumi was a grown woman with a slender yet well-toned figure and tall height. She had fair skin, sharp dark eyes, and upper back-length black hair often worn in box braids tied in a ponytail. Above her left breast was a flamel tattoo. She wore a long white-collared, button-up blouse that revealed her cleavage with flowing backsides, form-fitting grey pants reaching her ankles, and open-toed sandals that had the letters WC on them. The Elric brothers shuddered in fear. Alphonse quickly tried to save himself. Ahaha, teacher, Ajax is just making stuff up. We never called you a monster. We respect you a lot. She turned around and saw Alphonse's armor. Oh, look how tall you have grown, Al. Come here. Alphonse was fooled by her amiable voice and went forward. Bam! She slammed him to the ground by his wrist. Then she looked at Ajax. Oh, beating me is child abuse, I'm just 5 years old, Ajax warned her. Like I care, she shouted and tried to pick him up. But she couldn't. What the hell, kid? How heavy are you? She asked in shock. Haha, I drink milk twice a day. I am growing. I told Ed to drink milk too, but he's too wussy, Ajax proudly replied. What did you say? Edward got up and ran to Ajax, only to receive another punch from Izumi. Oh, Izumi vomited blood suddenly. Her husband quickly took out medicine. You shouldn't push yourself. She looked at her giant of a husband lovingly. How sweet of you to worry for me. Thank you. After that small incident, they were invited in and spent the night there. They found out that Elric brother's father was alive and kicking. This made them a bit depressed but also motivated to find him and give him a beating. The next morning, the Elric brothers told Ajax that they suspect that Izumi has also practiced human transmutation and that is why she can also use alchemy without making a transmutation matrix. So, they went out to confront her. She brought them to the backyard. Ajax didn't have much to talk to them about, so he just stood at the side. But to their shock, she conjured a spear and attacked Edward, who also turned his metal arm into a blade and cut her spear. Izumi stopped and looked at the two sternly. As I suspected, you can transmute without a matrix. On top of which, Al is now a suit of armor and 2 of your limbs are made of automail. The two were shocked. Teacher, how did you know? Oh, please, I can tell from sparring with you. I can feel your metal limbs and the empty armor. She replied angrily. You saw it, Edward, didn't you? You saw it? She asked him about the truth. Yes. Edward cried. She turned sad. It seems both of us are beyond help. Teacher, you saw it too. Edward muttered. They went back to the home and she told them what happened. Her husband stood beside her. For a while, it seemed we were barren, we wanted a child but couldn't conceive one. When we were finally able to conceive, I ended up falling gravely ill. And our child, well, he was not able to take a living breath in this world. And so, I committed the taboo. As a result, I lost parts of my inner organs. What an idiot I was. Now I realize, I should have told you sooner. It must have been awful. She looked at Edward and Alphonse sadly. Ajax, who was sitting beside Izumi, also felt bad for the two brothers and this auntie. He decides to smuggle out a philosopher's stone from Fahim for them. He didn't know if it could help them or not, but he wanted to give them hope. Edward forced a smile on his face. Nah, I did it to myself, after all. It hasn't been that big of a deal actually. Besides, now I have this long list of things I want to eat after I get my body back. Right, brother? Alphonse spoke. Yeah, it's nothing. Edward agreed. They were desperately trying to not make Izumi feel guilty. But it didn't seem to work as she came to them and hugged them like a worried mother. You darning little idiots. It's okay to feel hurt. She said. Edward tried to hold back his tears. They hugged her back. Forgive us, Edward said. We are sorry, teacher, Alphonse added. Yes. It is hug time. Ajax also jumped into a hug with time. Don't worry, whoever this truth guy is, Grandpa will give him a beating soon. Also, don't worry, I will get you a philosopher's stone. Just wait for me till morning. I will be back. Ajax announced firmly. Pop. He suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? Alphonse asked worriedly. Hats was still there. Ignore him. He'll be back here in no time. You guys continue your group hug. Just leave me out of this, it's too diabetic for me. Hats ignored them all and went out to check the neighborhood. He roamed around like a normal cat while hiding his smile because he knew how most humans react to it. The only exceptions were people in Fahim. He did what normal cats do. He stole fish from people's houses and got into fights with cats in the neighborhood and accidentally became the cat king of the neighborhood. Muahaha. Call me Lord Hats from now on. Now, go and steal all hats in the city. Go, my minions. Hats ordered his followers. All the cats bowed to him and ran away. You can see Izumi in hugs on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif.